Chapter 1796 Fighting Upper-Level Renhuangs. Divine sword light cut through the air, destroying everything everywhere it passed. A mid-level Renhuang with a 5th-tier divine will transformed into a golden body, giving off a frightening amount of power. He was now armored in gold. But the sword light pierced right through his golden armor in an instant. His body was then shattered into nothingness. Slice, slice, slice. Sounds rang out as most of the cultivators who had entered the spatial sacred hall were suddenly slain. Those who were left alive fled, their auras surging, and their eyes filled with fear. They stared at the divine radiance that was upon Futian. What is this? They looked all about themselves. The golden radiance was everywhere. Lines of invisible sword will had completely filled the world around them, becoming one with it. It seemed that this area of the world was now a realm of swordsmanship that would not permit any other kind of will to enter it. And Futian seemed to be the master of this new world. As he cultivated to higher levels, the more he came to understand the will of the emperor, and the better he was able to sense it. Now, he could even faintly sense what kind of thing the will of the emperor was, and he could urge it on to an even stronger level. Futian gripped his divine sword. He twirled his wrist, and the sword will all around them hummed. Suddenly, there was the sound of clattering swords as all the guqin strings that were formed out of sword will resonated with this, filling the area with terrifying sword chi. Slice, slice. The incredibly sharp sword shot out towards the few still living cultivators with 6th-tier divine wheels. The great path auras around them were shattered by the sword will. They looked at Futian with terror in their eyes. At this moment, Futian was extremely dangerous. He was using the power of the great path to crush them. Futian stepped towards one of them. He moved very slowly, but with every step, sword will slashed through the air towards the few cultivators with 6th-tier divine wheels. At that moment, the man he was walking towards gripped his ritual implement, which was a magic cloak. He threw it out in front of him, where it turned into a terrifying black hole that sucked in all the sword will around it. The huge vortex grew more and more fearsome until it blocked out the sun, stretching out towards where Futian was. It tried to suck him into it. A battle of life or death like this was completely different from a sparring match. Many of the cultivators had ritual implements and were highly ranked in their various forces, meaning their ritual implements were extremely powerful. After all, powerful forces would not lack for powerful ritual implements. However, compared to the divine sword that Futian had taken from the god's relic, the cloak was far inferior. It was not at the same level. After all, the man who possessed it was only a mid-level Renhuang. He was no great figure of high status. The ritual implement he was using could only give him so much combat ability. Of course, he still had the advantage in terms of level. Whoosh! Futian was sucked up into the cloak. He transformed into a beam of light that swept into the black hole. But in the next moment, brilliant divine light bloomed, and a gap appeared in the black hole. The light of the divine sword burst forth, and a figure burst out of the ritual implement, turning into a bolt of lightning that shot towards the bearer of the cloak. The sword fell extremely quickly, and Futian appeared right behind the cultivator with the 6th-tier divine wheel. In the next instant, the man burst into pieces and disappeared. Futian's sword art had turned him to dust. Fear shone in the eyes of the other few cultivators. They could sense that Futian's current power was greater than their own. He himself had only a 2nd-tier divine wheel, but under the power of the will of the emperor, his aura had climbed to a whole new level. This was in addition to his perfect divine wheel. And not only that, his wheel was fused with the will of the emperor as well as the power of the divine sword. When the pressure of the great path skyrocketed again, there was a change in his nature. The people who had come to kill him did not even have perfect divine wheels. Thus, even though they were of the 6th tier, they were still crushed. Many mid-level Renhuangs had been cut into pieces. The remaining 6th tiers did not have a chance. The cultivators watching all of this from the cliffs were shocked. Even the higher-level battles far away were ignored as they started at Futian's fight. The battle was simply astonishing. Golden, divine radiance had transformed Futian. He stood there, bathed in divine light with his white hair and clothing. There was an air of incomparable nobility about him. It was as if the great emperor had descended to earth. They knew that this aura about him was due to the divine radiance which itself had come from the inheritance of someone at the emperor's level. It must have been the inheritance that he had gained in the god's relic. Previously, they had only known Futian as the so-called greatest genius of his generation in the 9 realms, but they would never have thought that he was this terrifying. He had slain a whole crowd of mid-level renhuangs. 6th-tier renhuangs trembled before him and did not dare attack him. They tried to flee but were trapped. Not long before, they had pursued Futian, regarding him as little more than an insect. Now it seemed like they were the insects. Outside the spatial sacred hall, the 2 cultivators with 7th-tier divine wheels had ugly looks on their faces. They had no way to support their fellows. The cultivator from the Shun clan waved his hand, and a huge ritual implement cauldron appeared in the air above the sea, right above the spatial sacred hall. The cauldron rotated, and divine light flashed off it, covering the area. He clenched his fist, and suddenly the cauldron fell. Endless destructive golden lightning appeared from within it, striking the spatial sacred hall and making it tremble. It fell downward and seemed like it would drop into the sea, but it could not be destroyed. It was a top-level ritual implement and was thus stronger than the other cultivators. Thus, it could not be broken by them. At that moment, Futian waved his sword again, and another person fell. Several cultivators had been hunted down and slain by him already. It was truly a preposterous situation. How could a single cultivator with only a 2nd-tier divine will take on such a powerful formation? Such a thing would have meant death even for a top-level renhuang with a 7th-tier divine wheel. They had come with enough force to deal with even a great figure. But now, facing Futian with his 2nd-tier divine wheel, they were put at a disadvantage. The ritual implement cauldron continued to fall, thousands of bolts of lightning splitting the air around it, trying to break the spatial sacred hall. But all this did was make ear-piercing sounds ring out from it. No, the cultivator from the Shun clan let out a low moan. Someone else had been slain by Futian. It was his younger brother. Before long, Futian was the only one left living in the spatial sacred hall. The others had all been slain. Not a single one had been left alive. When they had chased him, none of them would have thought that he would be so powerful. At that moment, Futian looked up from within the spatial sacred hall. Then the hall disappeared, returning to Futian's body. Suddenly, Futian appeared in the air above the sea. He was floating there, shining with a terrible golden radiance that dyed the sky. The 2 7th-tier divine wheel cultivators finally felt the true power of that radiance. They faintly felt like they should fall down and worship him. Is he really such a strong heir? They looked at Futian and could clearly feel the power of the will of the emperor. This seemed to really be a power that Futian had been born with. It was the inheritance of the great emperor. They had only heard of the things that had happened in the god's relic. What inheritance had Futian gained on that day? Probably only he knew. At that moment, beams of terrible consciousness stretched out towards them, covering a vast area. All of the cultivators fighting in the air above the sea shifted their gaze towards Futian. It seemed that they could all sense his vast power. Divine light shone from the eyes of the cultivator of the Shun clan with the 7th-tier divine wheel and streaked towards Futian, suppressing his will. But all he saw was a pair of terrifying eyes. Within Futian's gaze, an ultimate divine figure stood there like a mighty emperor, guarding his will. At the same time, the clouds up above changed. The flowing power of the great path made the 2 cultivators with 7th-tier divine wheels feel as if mystical illusions had appeared all around them, and they were losing contact with the world around them. They were both of very high level and had great command of the great path, but at this moment, a strange thing occurred. It felt like they were being suppressed by the very source of the great path. This meant that even though Futian was of a lower level than them, his cultivation of the great path was higher than theirs. This was a contradiction, but it had really happened. The way of the emperor, they thought. They could not wait any longer. At that moment, the 2 upper-level renhuangs with 7th-tier divine wheels felt threatened by someone with only a 2nd-tier divine wheel. If this had been said out loud, no one would have believed it. But at that moment, it was really happening. This absolutely went against the rules of cultivation. Even someone with a perfect divine will facing someone with an imperfect one could not ignore such a difference in level. The distance between a lower level Renhuang and an upper level one was like the distance between the earth and the sky. The cultivator from the Shun clan pointed at Yi Futian, and suddenly, thousands of rays of divine radiance shone from the cauldron in the sky. The golden light transformed into an unmatchable space-ripping power. It tore through the air, destroying everything in its path. The divine sword in Yi Futian's hand cried violently. He flew up into the air where endless sword will was flowing. The sword will collided with the oncoming radiance and was just barely able to block the attack. The sword continued crying without end. Waves of power swept out through the air above the sea. The cultivator of the Shun clan stepped forward, and suddenly the cauldron pressed downward yet again. The radiance grew even more terrible. "You're still not doing anything," the cultivator of the Shun clan asked the upper-level Renhuang of the Golden Divine Nation beside him. There was no point in trying to save face now. They could not make that mistake again. It was crucial that they slay Yi Futian. The cultivator of the Golden Divine Nation nodded and stepped forward. The image of a celestial god appeared in the sky, giving off the sigh of the divine god. A golden spear appeared in his hands, which was in itself a powerful ritual implement. Destructive golden radiance shone from it. Two upper-level Renhuangs were facing a single lower-level Renhuang with a second-tier divine wheel. This scene left everyone watching from the seaside cliffs speechless as they stared at the battlefield. Boom! The cultivator from the Golden Divine Nation with the seventh-tier divine will stepped forward, and the sigh of the divine god rang out in the sky. He thrust his golden spear through the air. Golden light shot towards Yi Futian at an incredible speed. It seemed like it would pierce through him in an instant. There was a sharp sound as the golden light struck his body. The figure disappeared as if it had never even existed. But there was spatial wool left behind in the place where it had been. It was an afterimage. The cultivator of the Golden Divine Nation looked up. Yi Futian had appeared in the sky above him. The cultivator realized he was in grave danger. Given his level, he had no way to lock down Yi Futian in a space like this. A high-level cultivator could lock down someone of a lower level's divine consciousness. This was a common understanding in the world of cultivators. As long as one's divine consciousness was locked, they could not escape control while they were within a certain range. However, at this moment, he found that he could not lock down Yi Futian. This probably had to do with the great path of space in this area. The imperial radiance was shining down on them, and now Yi Futian's sword will seem to have turned this place into his own private sword realm. The cultivator of the Shun clan realized this as well. He looked up at Yi Futian. Within him, his powerful aura raged, and his divine will burst to life. His sevenfold cauldron shone with the incomparably brilliant light of the great path as it flew back to him, re-entering his divine wheel. The two objects merged, and suddenly even brighter light shone forth. The wheel of the great path flew out, and lines of terrible, destructive golden light shot out in all directions. There was nowhere to go to avoid it. He slammed his hands forward, and suddenly the combined cauldron and divine will flew up into the sky. Golden light streamed down from it in all directions. Yi Futian's figures disappeared one after another as he fled away from it. To him, the power of the great path that was put forth from a seventh-tier divine wheel was dangerous indeed. Brilliant golden light shone from the cultivator of the Golden Divine Nation as well. He seemed to have transformed into a god, so celestial was his figure. He raised his hand and violently thrust his spear forward. Boom! A dull roar rang through the air. Yi Futian's field of sword will was shaken, and his figure flickered. A bolt of golden lightning swept across the sky, striking right in front of him. The Shun clan cultivator struck as well. When Yi Futian saw what was going on, he struck out with his sword. Brilliant sword light shone from it. All of the sword will in the area was integrated into it, and it resonated with the way of swordsmanship. It destroyed everything in its path as it collided with the Shun clan cultivator's spatial palm print. Bang! The palm print was destroyed, but Yi Futian was sent flying backwards, his field of sword will shaken. He stared at his opponent. An upper-level Renhuang was indeed many levels above him. Even using the will of the Emperor, it was difficult to make up the gap in their power. Moreover, his opponents were unleashing the power of their divine wheels without stopping. They were seizing control of the great path in the area around them. In the space of single thought, Futian unleashed even more holy divine path light. The radiance of the great path swept out, stretching out through the air in all directions. In an instant, it had filled a vast area. The countless streams of flowing great path radiance made the two cultivators with seventh-tier divine wheels frown. What was this now? The earth and sky changed. The whole world seemed to be changing. They could feel that they were in another great path domain, one that was completely independent. The divine imperial light spread through the great path domain like roots and leaves, filling an endless area. The sun and moon appeared, along with stars and ancient trees. It seemed that they were no longer in the world that they had just been in. Even the will here seemed different than before. It had become much stronger. They had known that Futian had a fourth divine wheel, a boundary wheel. Moreover, everyone knew that this was a very powerful kind of wheel. But there were few people who truly understood it. Only Shen Hao did, and Di Wu. At that moment, they were now within the boundaries of this new world. The two of them realized that when they unleashed the power of their own divine wheels, they had no control over this world. They could not master its will. It made them feel like they were all alone in the world. Futian now had the will of the Emperor as well as his own world. He stood there bathed in divine light with his snow-white hair, making the two others feel that he truly was the descendant of some ultimate figure and that he had inherited his willpower. Otherwise, how could he be so powerful? Futian released the power of his divine wheels and that of the will of the Emperor. All of the divine wheels transformed, including the fourth one. This gave off a mystical feeling. It was as if he was the absolute master of this world. To those watching from outside, Futian and the two others had disappeared. Motes of radiances floated like leaves, covering the whole area. The great path from the outside world was flowing in violently, sucked in by the independent world. What kind of realm is this? Asked the Shen clan cultivator, staring at Futian. He was an upper-level Renhuang with a seventh-tier divine wheel. This was the first time he had been surprised by someone with a second-tier divine wheel. Futian gazed at the two of them. Ever since he had become a Renhuang, he had never lost once he had used the wheel of the great path that he had forged with the help of the world tree. He had not even ever had to use his full power once he had entered this area. His opponents could never withstand him. Even Shen Hao and Di Wu had been nowhere near powerful enough. But this time, he was facing two upper-level Renhuangs with seventh-tier divine wheels. Although their divine wheels were not perfect, their levels were so high that even when he let loose the will of the Emperor to use his ritual implements, he was still coming under a lot of pressure. But up until now, he had not retreated. "This is the world of the gods," answered Futian, looking at his opponents. A look of confusion flashed in their eyes. "The world of the gods? This is shameless boasting," said the cultivator from the Golden Divine Nation coldly. He took a step forward. "Try me and find out. I am a god in this place," Futian replied coolly. In the instant that he spoke, the cultivator of the Golden Divine Nation disappeared, transforming into a bolt of golden lightning. Bang! The great spear thrust through the air, but it did not strike Futian. He reappeared off in the distance. He was still looking at his opponents with a cold light in his eyes. The cultivator of the Golden Divine Nation continued forward, staring fixedly at Futian. Could he not slay him? A terrible booming sound rang out as the figure of a deity appeared. Endless rays of golden slaughtering light swept out, covering the area as they shot towards Futian. The cultivator's golden spear grew bigger continuously, reaching a size of 1,000 meters long. The deity gripped the spear, looking mighty and unconquerable. However, at that moment, everything around them turned to a world of ice, stretching out for 1,000 miles. There was snow and ice everywhere. Terrible freezing will entered the cultivator's body, and frost threatened to cover him. But the cultivator of the Golden Divine Nation still continued forward, striding through the frost. "You know many spells, but you are too weak," said the cultivator of the golden divine nation coldly. There are freezing ice spirits here, and flames that can burn the sky, said Futian slowly. Everything around them transformed into a world of flame. Fire and ice both assailed the cultivator, but they could not stop the celestial figure from continuing forward. There are also death knells, continued Futian, his voice faint. He stepped forward, and death will entered his opponent's body. The world turned dark as the death will raged through his body. Time can stop. His seemingly faint voice rang through the air, seeming like it was everywhere as if by magic. Both of them walked towards each other. Futian's pace was steady, but the cultivator of the golden divine nation actually felt a bit threatened. Space was frozen, and it seemed as if time had stopped flowing, blocking his movements. Bang! He stepped forward forcefully with great speed, and divine light bloomed from him. He controlled himself, breaking free of Futian's influence. At that moment, Futian stopped walking. Sword will resonated across the vast area, and countless beams of divine sword light gathered together violently. He raised his divine sword as he stared at his opponent, saying, "There is also the sword of innocence." In the instant that he said this, countless divine swords cut through the air. The great path flowed backward, and sword will roared as it sped towards his opponent. At the same time, Futian disappeared. A sword was born, and everything else was destroyed. The sword was able to destroy the air itself. Seeing Futian's attack coming, the cultivator of the golden divine nation raised his spear without any hesitation. He thrust it straight towards Futian. Given his level, he would no believe that he was weaker than Futian. Although he had been surprised here, he still had absolute confidence in himself. The sound of the god's sigh rang out, and the spear moved forward forcefully. The two attacks slammed into each other, their incomparably terrifying might giving off a frightening radiance. Poof! The cultivator of the golden divine nation's spear struck an afterimage, piercing right through it. Futian's divine sword cut into the throat of the mighty celestial figure, but his body turned golden. His defensive power was truly shocking. It was like he was armored in gold. Boom! The figure that was as mighty as a god fell backward as the sword cut into his golden throat. Golden blood flowed from the wound. But in what seemed like an instant, another attack struck. The Tiantian cleave slashed towards Futian. Another afterimage was struck as Futian disappeared. His opponent's divine consciousness could not lock him down, and so his attacks could not follow him. This was his world. There are things both real and illusory here. Up in the air, Futian looked down on his two opponents. In this world, as long as they gave him time, he would kill them sooner or later. At that moment, the cultivator of the golden divine nation stood firm. He placed his hand over the wound in his throat. Terrible golden light shot out of his eyes towards Futian. Futian had wounded him with a single attack. In this area of great path space, the two of them were extremely limited, but Futian was not. This was his great path domain world, where he had absolute control. The two of them were of high level, but they still could not use their divine wheels to seize control over an entire world. There were almost no people in the restaurant on the seaside cliff as everyone had gone to watch the battle above the sea. Occasionally, several cultivators would step up into the air to get a better look. Only one person left in the restaurant, a black-robed figure sitting there eating and drinking just like always. Mai Ting still seemed all alone. He was the only one there, and it seemed like the affairs of the outside world had nothing to do with him. But in reality, nothing that was happening on the sea of the path could escape his notice. Since going to the Heavenly Mandate Academy, he had returned to the demon realm to report to the demon emperor about what had happened there. After all, this had been an incredibly influential event. Even as one of the 8 great demon generals, he did not have the right to make decisions about it. After he had returned, he had received his orders, and thus had come back to the Void Realm. He had naturally seen the battle that Futian had started, and the brilliant imperial radiance that he had shown was nothing short of astonishing. Everyone here was talking about it. Futian had received the great emperor's inheritance in the god's relic. However, was that really the case? This matter was probably not so simple. Did the will of the emperor really come from the god's relic? Since Mai Ting knew Yu Sheng's identity, he did not think so. Perhaps it was nothing more than a symbol. It was lucky that Yi Futian, who had received the great emperor's inheritance in the god's relic, could use it to hide things. Moreover, no one would think too much about it. After all, everyone in the 9 realms knew what had taken place in the god's relic. Also, Yi Futian had been very blatant in all that he had said. He had claimed that all the gods had witnessed the great emperor's inheritance. Even if it was just to investigate Yi Futian's past, the god's relic was a crucial piece of the puzzle. Yi Futian had truly shaken the 9 realms when he had come out of the god's relic. He had begun to walk the path of becoming a legend. It was an indispensable part of his process of growing up. Many people would certainly think that Yi Futian had received an inheritance there. He had forged a perfect divine wheel, so he must have inherited the power of the great emperor. Thus, he had transformed. Because of this, no one would know the truth hidden behind all this. Perhaps he had always had the will of the emperor within him. Perhaps he had already been extraordinary before he had ever gone to the god's relic but had never really shown off his might. He had used the stage of the god's relic to reveal his brilliance and start to make a name for himself. It was unlikely, then, that the people that he had made Yu Sheng follow only changed due to the god's relic. Mai Ting obviously did not believe this. In his divine consciousness, the battlefield where Yi Futian was closed off. The endless might of the great path swept through the area. Yi Futian had created his own world there. At that moment, the 2 7th-tier cultivators who were inside his world both looked rather downcast as they stared at Yi Futian. He had just wounded the 7th tier, upper-level Renhuang of the Golden Divine Nation. The Shun clan cultivator had attacked but had been unable to hit Yi Futian. Yi Futian gripped his sword, and sword will surged into the heavens. He looked at the 2 of them. The 2 7th-tier cultivators were standing together, back to back, each one responsible for guarding against a different direction. Whoosh! Yi Futian moved, and incredible, destructive sword will exploded, making space itself become distorted. A figure suddenly appeared in front of the Shun clan cultivator. It was Yi Futian. His divine sword swept through the air, piercing downward. Thousands of rays of light shot out from the precious cauldron in front of the Shun clan cultivator, each one containing great cutting power. They sliced through the air, destroying everything before them without exception. But even so, Yi Futian's figure was still able to disappear. He reappeared above the cultivator and thrust his sword downward. The cultivator of the Golden Divine Nation thrust out his golden spears straight up. This time, Yi Futian did not try to dodge. His divine sword descended, slamming into the golden spear. He was bathed in the light of the emperor as his attack power grew even stronger. But when colliding with a 7th-tier cultivator, he still felt his internal organs shake at the blow. He disappeared again, but at the same time, a beam of destructive power swept downwards. The sword will left a mark on his opponent's body. Yi Futian reappeared in the distance. The 2 others stared at him with ugly looks on their faces. The 2 7th-tier cultivators could not lock him down, letting him hold the initiative. Moreover, whenever they tried, they could not cut through the space between them. They were not powerful enough. Perhaps if they were a little bit stronger, they could activate the spatial divine wheel. The will of the emperor within the wheel made this realm too stable. Yi Futian stared down at the 2 of them. Upper-level Renhuangs were upper-level Renhuangs after all. Even though he had the initiative, it would be difficult to kill them. They were ferociously powerful in terms of both attack and defense. Ordinary spells could affect them, but they could not do too much damage to them. Even powerful sword arts could not faze them. Even with his high level, his perfect divine wheel, the will of the emperor, and his divine weapon, he could still only hinder upper-level Renhuangs. If they were at the 8th tier, he would not be able to handle them. They would even be able to attack his divine wheel. Of course, what he was doing now was already far beyond the norm of what people thought possible. No one would dare imagine that a lower-level Renhuang could fight 2 upper-level Renhuangs. There was the whole vast realm of mid-level Renhuangs in between them. If his sword could not affect them, he would have to change his techniques. Whoosh! The sword will disappeared from the world suddenly, and the whole world became gloomy and oppressive. Up in the sky, the stars of the great path whirled around, making everything feel very heavy. Many stars fell, slamming into those two figures. Divine radiance still shone from the Shun clan cultivator's cauldron. It swept out towards the oncoming stars and cut through them. The cultivator of the golden divine nation raised his spear, and lines of golden light shot out of it, destroying even more of the falling stars. The cultivator of the golden divine nation grew in size, becoming as massive as a god. He reached out, and his hand covered the sky, blocking all the stars and smashing them to pieces, proving his strength. If Yi Futian waned to crush the two Renhuangs based on pure might, he would have difficulty doing so. He stood there up in the sky and reached out his hand. Suddenly, endless starlight fell. A long staff appeared in his hands, giving off brilliant divine light. The will of the emperor seeped into it. A dull booming sound rang out, resonating with the heavens and the earth. It was as if the power of the great path of space was all gathered together in that staff. He was possessed by a divine elephant. Ancient characters wrapped around him as his body turned into a divine furnace that grew larger and larger until it covered the entire world. Everything in that world became one. He had turned into an earth-shaking god of war. The might of a divine elephant filled him, giving him the feeling of endless power. Could his most powerful attack, launched in his own world, hurt the upper-level Renhuangs? The world of the Great Path resonated as it became one with him. When Yi Futian waved his staff, all the power of the world gathered into it. At that moment, the upper-level Renhuangs felt a dull pressure descend upon them. Yi Futian stepped forward, and divine elephants charged through the sky. His body transformed into a whirlwind, and he waved his staff in the air, whipping up windstorms that shot towards the two men below him. There was a loud boom, and the whole world trembled. All the power in the area had gathered together and fallen upon them. Before he even reached them, the ferocious power had formed into a wild, destructive hurricane that swept down. The two Renhuangs watched Yi Futian charging them and acted at the same time. The cauldron divine wheel's power swept out as the golden spear lashed out. They did not dare take this too lightly. Brilliant spatial arcs appeared in the sky and Yi Futian in a different area. But his staff's momentum had not been lessened at all. It flowed along like water. Bang! 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 Successive violent collisions rang out, making the air tremble. The two Renhuangs hurriedly changed the direction of their attacks to block. This ferocious assault had finally shaken them, sweeping them backward. Before they had even stopped, the great path roared. Endless stars fell around them, and they felt a powerful sense of threat. Yi Futian appeared behind them, cleaving at them with his staff yet again. Since their divine consciousnesses could not lock down Yi Futian, that meant they could not predict his movements. So, they once again suffered a powerful blow. The two of them felt very dejected. They were upper-level Renhuangs, making them much higher level than their opponent, but they were on the defensive here. They had no way to control the great path in this private world. Therefore, they were restrained in all ways and had to take defensive measures. They had no way of predicting which way Yi Futian would attack from. Thus, they were subject to the violent assault of the storms. The staff cleaved downwards, and Yi Futian's technique was becoming more and more violent. When the fifth strike came, they were a little overwhelmed. At the sixth strike, they let out groans of pain. Staffs fell from the sky, transforming into stars. All the power of the world was in those staves. They fell down from up high. The two people below did not dare use all of their power to block them, for they had already been humiliated too often. But this time, Yi Futian's staff did not change directions. It swept straight down. Crack! Cracks appeared in the cauldron. The Shun clan cultivator let out a groan, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. The divine golden nation cultivator was sent flying back as well. Both of them had been hit. But Yi Futian did not let up at all. He continued with his momentum. Staff after staff crashed into the cauldron, flowing as continuously as a stream of water. Smash! The cauldron shattered. The Shun clan cultivator spat up blood. His divine wheel was destroyed, which caused him a terrible injury. But in the next moment, many stars slammed into him, giving off a loud booming noise. His body was shattered as he was smashed to death. The Renhuang of the Golden Divine Nation trembled when he saw this. He began to wish to retreat. But Yi Futian's attacks not only did not lessen, they, in fact, but also became stronger. He swept his gaze over his opponent. He gathered all his momentum into a single strike, pulling the power of the great path from the sky into it. The heavens and the earth resounded as he launched his most powerful attack. When the Golden Divine Nation cultivator's spear struck the staff, it was sent flying away, and the staff struck the Golden Divine Nation cultivator's body directly. In that instant, endless cracks appeared in his mighty form. In the next moment, golden radiance shone through the cracks. 2 upper-level Renhuangs with 7th-tier divine wheels had been slain. Everything returned to normal above the sea of the path. Yi Futian was the only one who remained standing there in one piece. 2 high-level Renhuangs with 7th-order divine wheels were wiped off the face of the earth. Countless onlookers who were watching the fight on the beach of the Sea of the Path were dumbfounded by the results. How did a Renhuang with a 2nd-order divine wheel kill 2 high-level Renhuangs with 7th-order divine wheels? Although Yi Futian had made a name for himself in the 9 realms a long time ago, this kind of battle was still utterly astonishing. Yi Futian overpowered his opponents when they were not at the same level at all. What would happen when Yi Futian advanced to the high-level Renhuang plane? Would he completely vanquish all the other Renhuangs? It looked like no one could question that Yi Futian was the most talented cultivator in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. The result of this fight would come as a bombshell in the 9 realms again. Many people turned their attention to other parts of the battlefield. It would be a shame if Yi Futian met his death later in this conflict. He had the potential to become the fabled figure who could represent the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. He already proved that he could crush the extraordinary cultivators from the top forces in the Divine Prefecture during the last battle in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. He wouldn't be afraid of the Divine Prefecture at all by the time he fully matured. That being so, many people secretly wished that Yi Futian could survive this calamity and defeat the forces from the outer realms. Bang! The situation suddenly changed just now. Another burst of intimidating energy rushed toward Yi Futian. Even people who stood on the beach by the Sea of the Path could feel the terrifying might. What just happened? The crowd raised their heads to look in that direction. Numerous sharp, golden blades slashed through the void and directly flew toward Yi Futian. The blades left deep and frightening gashes in the sky. This unstoppable attack was launched by Shenjiao and thrust through a great distance. The Heavenly Mandate Academy had been at a disadvantage on the battlefield. Although they were doing their utmost to hold the line against their enemies, they couldn't fully withstand the attack. Shenjiao took advantage of the opportunity and fired at Yi Futian from afar. Yi Futian was a remarkably talented cultivator and a successor of the great emperor. Considering the deep and lasting enmity between the Shen clan and Yi Futian, there was no reason for Shenjiao to show him any mercy. He had to kill Yi Futian here and now above the Sea of the Path. The gashes expanded ferociously and were about to swallow everything. The spatial sacred hall popped up and shielded Yi Futian's body. Yi Futian hid inside of the spatial sacred hall once more. Bang! The frightening blow dashed upon the spatial sacred hall. Even that seemingly indestructible ritual implement cracked and was blasted away. More and more cracks became visible on the spatial sacred hall as if it could break into pieces any moment now. Yi Futian uttered a low rumbling sound as he tumbled and slammed on the inner walls of the ritual implement. He couldn't bear up against the attack from a master cultivator like Shenjiao. His life was hanging in the balance, even with the help of the ritual implement. Bang! The spatial sacred hall was shattered by the sharp blades that slashed through the void and blown to smithereens. Following that, the devastating attack shifted toward Yi Futian. It was powerful enough to annihilate him easily. Everyone watching from far away trembled with fear, eyes widened. Would Yi Futian bite the dust here after all? It would be a terrible pity if such a legendary genius were killed eventually. Every bystander felt a twinge of regret in their hearts. Bang! The wild and fierce attack didn't land on Yi Futian after all, despite the thundering noise. The crowd was staggered. They focused their eyes on the battlefield and saw another man appear by Yi Futian's side. With a domineering and solemn look, the man had jet black hair. He was also dressed in black. The dark demonic light flowed around his body and formed a demonic wall, which absorbed the crushing blow and didn't flinch at all. Futian was also stunned. He turned to look at the man next to him and recognized that he was Mai Ting, the devil general from the devil world, who questioned Futian previously in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Futian hadn't met Mai Ting since last time. He assumed that this demonic cultivator might know his godfather and Yu Sheng's background. He never expected that Mai Ting would show up again here. However, before Futian could think it through, Mai Ting already grasped his hand and took hold of his body using demonic methods. As the dark demonic light flashing, Mai Ting turned around and made a quick exit while bringing Futian along with him by force. A blast of light streaked across the sky and left the sea of the path. People watching from the seaside saw the light above their heads but hadn't realized what happened just yet. A group of people emerged in midair above the coast shortly after Mai Ting and Futian's disappearance. Surprisingly, they were cultivators from the Solar Divine Palace who withdrew from the battlefield before. It turned out that they never left for real. Instead, they had been waiting to see if they could reap the benefits in the end. Much to their surprise, Mai Ting took Futian away. These cultivators from the Sun God Mountain knitted their eyebrows tightly. What did Mai Ting want? Why did he take Futian with him? Could it be that he appreciated Futian's talents and intended to bring him to cultivate in the devil world? Who did that energy belong to? One person said in a low voice. He sensed another type of energy besides Mai Ting's. It seemed that someone else might step in even if Mai Ting didn't intervene. Did that mean that some other top forces from the outer realms might be watching Futian and the battle in secret? The situation became increasingly complicated and interesting at the same time. More and more people were getting involved in this chaos. The bolt of dark demonic light traveled a great distance in a short moment while the demonic will was surging in the sky. Futian discovered that they left the sea of the path and the surrounding land and reached a much higher altitude. They were in the boundless outer space high above the higher heavens realm. Looking down, he could vaguely see a vast plate where the higher heavens realm was. What did Mai Ting want to do? Where did he want to take Futian to? Mai Ting stopped abruptly when Futian was puzzling over these questions. The demonic will was still swirling around Mai Ting's body while he stood in midair and surveyed the area ahead with his inky eyes. He remained still, silently, as his divine consciousness covered the infinite space. Futian was perplexed by Mai Ting and said, "Thank you for saving my life. May I ask where you intend to take me to?" Mai Ting didn't respond to Futian. He still stood there quietly. He seemed to be gazing into the void and spoke, "Why don't you reveal yourself since you're ready to take action already?" Apparently, just like the cultivators from the Sun God Mountain, Mai Ting also realized that someone else was going to do something if he didn't get involved. Nevertheless, Mai Ting forestalled his rival because he wanted to obtain some information. Besides, he was certain that the contenders would show their faces if he snatched Futian first. Who were the people hiding in the dark? Could they be on his side? A surprised look flashed across Futian's face. Someone else was here. He couldn't detect anything with his divine consciousness, nor could he sense any fluctuation in the surrounding energy. In addition, the invisible man must be so incredibly threatening that even a powerful cultivator like Mai Ting had to treat him seriously. So many people had their eyes on Futian. At this point, a whirlpool emerged in front of Mai Ting and Futian. A man wearing a mask walked out of the whirlpool. Wisps of energy wrapped around his mask and blocked Mai Ting's divine consciousness. A pair of deep and penetrating eyes stared at Mai Ting and Futian from behind the mask. "I don't think you're the only one," Mai Ting said to the man. In an instant, two men came into sight from two different directions. They also wore the mysterious masks that concealed their faces. All three cultivators emanated a powerful and brooding air. No one spoke for a short moment, but everyone could feel the trepidation that hung thickly in the air. "Who are you?" Mai Ting stared at them and asked. Any one of these three people was a master cultivator at the same level as Mai Ting. This was not a lineup some random ordinary group could assemble. Only top forces from the outer realms could send these people. In addition, Mai Ting suspected that these people were not from the divine prefecture. Instead, they should be related to that person one way or another. That was why Mai Ting snatched Yi Futian. And he took Yi Futian to the outer space rather than staying in the higher heavens realm. They could avoid detection and surveillance more easily here. Mai Ting from the devil world. The leader of the three men spoke while looking at Mai Ting. He obviously knew who Mai Ting was. Mai Ting was not surprised. He continued to stare at them in silence. The energy swirled around his body was extremely domineering and intimidating. Despite being surrounded by three powerful cultivators, Mai Ting still maintained his authoritative bearing without showing a shred of fear. Mai Ting was one of the 8 devil generals in the devil world. Under the Great Emperor's command, he couldn't give the impression of weakness no matter who he was facing. Someone told you not to intervene, the man continued to say. Mai Ting's eyes squinted slightly. The man's words seemed to have proved Mai Ting's conjecture. Someone? Who is it? Mai Ting asked, even though he already took a guess. You knew who he is, the man answered straightforwardly. Mai Ting took in a deep breath. Did he just give a confirmation? He really existed. Moreover, he had been watching the situation closely. If that was the case, Yi Futian would be alright even if Mai Ting didn't step in just now. Someone would save Yi Futian. Where is he? Mai Ting asked. Yi Futian's heart was pounding rapidly as he heard their conversation. Could Mai Ting and the mysterious man be talking about his godfather? What was his godfather's true identity? Who were these people? What kind of relationship did Mai Ting have with his godfather? And ultimately, who was Yi Futian himself? Yi Futian felt like his godfather did everything to hide his identity. It would make sense if these three men worked for his godfather. After all, it was consistent with his style since they also wore masks to conceal their identities. No one even knew his godfather's existence. However, Mai Ting became distantly aware of something from Yu Sheng. Besides, the 9 realms was in chaos nowadays. The invasion of the cultivators from the top forces in the divine prefecture made the 9 realms a big melting pot. Did Yi Futian's godfather get involved as well? These 3 mysterious men, were they here to protect Yi Futian? He said he will show up when it's time, the man said. Mai Ting frowned and made a menacing gesture. Nevertheless, the 3 men also unleashed formidable energy and made the air thick with dread. Yi Futian felt the worst at the center of the storm. He was in a lower plane and could barely endure the pressure. Mai Ting stared at the men in front of him. The Devil Emperor ordered him to do his best to find out about that person's whereabouts. That was why he seized Yi Futian. But it was obvious that Yi Futian wouldn't give up the information easily. It was probably very difficult to locate that person. What if I insist on taking him with me? Mai Ting said to the man in front of him. You can't, the man responded. Is that true? Another voice came from another direction. The demonic whirlpool spun menacingly as beams of demonic light shot from a source far away and converged somewhere close to them. Slowly, a demonic shadow took shape. This man was tall and burly, covered in bulging muscles. He carried a blood-red axe on his back, which was also emitting the eerie demonic might. The man wearing the mask looked at the person who appeared just now and recognized him. Yet he was not too shocked. Even so, it was a surprise that Mai Ting brought help with him this time. Based on his appearance, it was not difficult to guess the identity of the man who just emerged. He was Red Devil, another devil general of the 8 devil generals of the devil world. The Red Devil had a mountain of blood debts. His blood-red axe once killed countless cultivators during the war in the devil world. He slaughtered his way to the top and became one of the 8 devil generals. Now he was also here. It was apparent how much the Devil Emperor valued the information about that person since he dispatched 2 of his devil generals here. Yi Futian had a million thoughts racing through his head. He never expected to cause such a massive storm that attracted so many high-level cultivators, including 2 devil generals. On the other hand, the 3 men wearing masks didn't seem to be daunted by the devil generals. Steady and unflinching, they still stood on the opposite side with absolute confidence. Yi Futian's godfather left years ago and disappeared without a trace. What was he doing? Did these 3 cultivators work for him? Of course, Yi Futian was well aware that his godfather had never exposed himself ever since Yi Futian was a child. He disguised himself as a servant in the Yi family, an unsuspicious old man in his twilight years. Later, he pretended to be a sweeper working in the String Pavilion, where Yi Futian lived in the Donghai city. The last time Yi Futian heard about his godfather was when his older brother inherited the demonic blade. It almost felt as if Yi Futian's godfather only existed in imagination. He was unreal, it was like a shadow that didn't have any tangible impact on the world. He was a real recluse. Perhaps he was also silently watching Yi Futian and everything going on from some dark corner right this moment. Nevertheless, someone wanted to bring him to light now. Red Devil, the man wearing the mask said in a low voice. He sounded calm and emotionless. His eyes behind the mask scanned the Red Devil. "Can we take him with us now?" the Red Devil asked. "Not yet," the man wearing the mask answered. "There are 8 devil generals under the Devil Emperor's command. Neither Mai Ting nor the Red Devil is among the top 3. Maybe we would allow you to take Yi Futian away if one of the top 3 devil generals came here today. But you 2 are not enough. Is that right?" the Red Devil asked rhetorically. He stretched out his hand and held the handle of the axe. The gleam of the blood-red axe dazzled their eyes in the void. The Red Devil's eyes were bloodshot as he grasped the Blood Devil axe. The tension in the space became palpable straight away. Indeed, neither Mai Ting nor the Red Devil was among the top 3 devil generals under the Devil Emperor's command. Nonetheless, any one of the 8 devil generals was undoubtedly a supreme cultivator who stood at the top of the pyramid and could master any situation. Few people were capable enough to be their rivals. What kind of ability did these 3 masked men have to make them so insolent and arrogant? "You can have a try if you want," the man wearing the mask looked at the Red Devil and said. The Red Devil stared back. The forceful demonic might surged and roared as he raised the Blood Devil axe in his hand. The glint of the blade shone brightly. Chop! The Blood Devil axe chopped down directly without any ostentatious move. The axe split the sky into halves and created blood cracks right away. This axe could gash the sky open. At the same time, however, a ray of golden divine light abruptly and brilliantly shone in the vast void. The man wearing the mask pushed his hand forward. Numerous dazzling golden circles with gorgeous markings and ancient characters inside came into sight and surrounded the entire field in an instant. A giant and splendid golden round pattern also appeared in front of the man. The golden light circles kept bursting out of the round pattern and dashed against the blood-red demonic light. The blood-red demonic light charged forward forcefully and shattered the light circles. Eventually, it crashed into the gigantic round pattern. Bang! The void shook violently. Surprisingly, the bloody light was gnawed away little by little. It stained the limitless round pattern with blood and blotted out the sun, yet still couldn't penetrate the shield of the masked man. "It's you!" Mai Ting and the Red Devil shouted at the same time. A person who used to be an all-powerful legend in the Divine Prefecture came to their minds. Many people thought that man was dead already. Yet he showed up here unexpectedly, with a mask on. How did that person find this man? Moreover, if Mai Ting and the Red Devil's guess was correct, who were the other 2 masked men? Could they be as strong as he was? Both stunned, Mai Ting and the Red Devil glanced at the other 2 men wearing masks. They were still standing there quietly and watching the scene without a word while emanating the same powerful, brooding air. Mai Ting and the Red Devil probably couldn't accomplish their mission if these 3 men were equally capable. And it would be virtually impossible for them to locate that person if they couldn't even defeat these 3 men. Right now, it was difficult for them to take Yi Futian away. "We are in the Void Realm, a territory of the Divine Prefecture nowadays. I suppose you came to the outer space because you don't want to attract too much attention," the masked man said. "Since that's the case, I think it's best if we don't have a fight here. The impact may catch people's eyes even from here. It's not ideal for either of us. As for Yi Futian, the 3 of us definitely will be at an advantage against you 2 if we really fight over him. Why don't you leave him here since you can't take him away anyway?" Mai Ting and the Red Devil knew he was telling the truth since they had recognized him. They certainly couldn't bring Yi Futian along if the three masked men were equally powerful. When will he return to the devil world? Mai Ting asked. That person was the biggest traitor to the devil world. The Devil Emperor would want him back dead or alive. You can report back to the Devil Emperor that he will go back after he finished what he wants to finish, the masked man responded. What if he can't finish? Mai Ting asked. He won't go back, the man answered. That person wouldn't go back to the devil world if he couldn't achieve his goals. It meant that he would be buried in a foreign land. What is your plan for him? Mai Ting was silent for a moment. Then he turned his eyes to Yi Futian and asked the masked man. Obviously, he was ready to accept their proposal. Mai Ting and the Red Devil probably wouldn't let go so easily if they were facing anyone else. After all, they were the devil generals and subordinates to the Devil Emperor. Yet now, their opponents were following that person's order. Mai Ting and the Red Devil understood what they were up against and hence became less determined. This was an internal affair of the devil world. Besides, Mai Ting also wavered from his conviction because of that person's perseverance and persistence. Why on earth did that person become the biggest traitor to the devil world? Why did he do all of these things? Mai Ting heard some rumors in the past, but he couldn't tell if they were true. We never showed up here. Of course, he will go back on his own, the masked man replied. Mai Ting shot a glance at him. Since he knew the man's identity now, he surely understood that the man could never be seen in the divine prefecture. They had to hide in the dark. The battle over the Sea of the Path may not be finished yet. Would you reveal yourselves if Yi Futian runs into danger again? Mai Ting asked out of curiosity. The two sides are evenly matched. I don't think the Golden Divine Nation can conquer the Divine Palace this time. The timing will not be so favorable the next time, the masked man answered calmly. Moreover, Yi Futian was supposed to deal with these events by himself, after all. They would never expose themselves unless Yi Futian was about to die. Besides, they had a pretty good cover if they had to intervene. Cultivators from the outer realms flooded in the Void Realm nowadays and made them less conspicuous. They would be spotted easily if they arrived at the Void Realm before the passageway was opened. All right. I will send him back to the higher heavens realm, said Mai Ting. The masked men nodded, then stepped back at the same time and vanished into thin air. They left right away without doubting if Mai Ting would honor his words. Mai Ting was one of the 8 devil generals of the Devil Emperor. They trusted him to keep his promise out of basic respect between cultivators at the same level. They knew what kind of a person Mai Ting was. The Red Devil's body was still glimmering with the bloody light. He looked at Mai Ting and asked, "Do you know what he wants to do?" By he, the Red Devil was referring to that person, of course. Maybe he has the real faith, Mai Ting muttered as he turned his eyes to Yi Futian. That person asked Yu Sheng to assist Yi Futian. Was Yi Futian the person he chose? Was Yi Futian a descendant of Emperor Yi Qing? Mai Ting couldn't know for sure, but it was highly likely. Yi Futian's age seemed to match as well. Yi Futian, on the other hand, had no idea what Mai Ting and the Red Devil were talking about. He was astonished and confounded by everything he saw and heard today. If his godfather was the subject of their discussion, what did he want to do? He remembered that his godfather reminded him frequently even when he was a child that he was born to be an emperor. Was his godfather laying the foundation for that? Why did his godfather say he was destined to be an emperor? Who was his godfather? What kind of a relationship did his godfather have with the Devil Emperor in the Devil World? What did the Devil World think of him? Yi Futian didn't have a clue about any of these questions. Despite his strong urge to ask, he knew that Mai Ting and the Red Devil would never tell him anything. The chance of meeting his godfather again was even slimmer. He hadn't seen him for so many years. Where was he now? Chapter 1801 The Lower Worlds. The Battle of the Sea of the Path was extremely brutal, filled with massive casualties. Even some of the master cultivators were injured. However, neither side was interested in dragging out the battle after Yi Futian was taken away. Many cultivators left to chase him and Mai Ting. After all, The main goal of the Shun clan and the Golden Divine Nation was to kill Yi Futian. To everyone's surprise, Yi Futian was snatched by Mai Ting. Did the devil world intend to rope in Yi Futian? The cultivators on the side of the Heavenly Mandate Academy also wanted to pull back for now. They didn't find Yi Futian and decided to retreat to the Heavenly Mandate realm for the time being. Both sides lost plenty of cultivators in the Renhuang Plain before tranquility was restored on the Sea of the Path. Shangxiao Divine Palace, the preaching holy land that once stood in the middle of the Sea of the Path, was razed to the ground and sunk into the water. Even though some of the cultivators in the Divine Palace survived the battle, the Divine Palace would no longer tower over the higher heavens realm. A mass of cultivators pulled back to the Heavenly Mandate Academy in the Heavenly Mandate realm, including Emperor Nan and the Palace Lord of the Divine Palace. The air was tense in the academy. The teleportation Grand Matrix in the Heavenly Mandate Academy played a key role in the battle and was still connecting with other top forces. Therefore, everyone withdrew back to the Heavenly Mandate Academy first. They flashed and landed in a corner in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Surprisingly, they saw a man with silver hair hovering in midair and waiting for them. No one expected that Yi Futian would be back before they did. Did Mai Ting send you back? Lord Taishen landed in front of Yi Futian and asked. A strange look flashed across his face. Only a few people knew that Mai Ting came to the Heavenly Mandate Academy once before. And it seemed like Mai Ting and Yu Sheng had a history. Did Mai Ting get involved this time to help Yi Futian? But Mai Ting appeared to be quite rude and disrespectful to Yi Futian last time until Yu Sheng stopped him. Lord Taishen was worried about Yi Futian on his way back as he thought that Mai Ting intended to cause big trouble by taking Yi Futian away. It was surprising to learn that Mai Ting sent Yi Futian back to the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Yi Futian swept the room and felt a little relieved after realizing they didn't lose any master cultivator. Even so, their side still suffered a great loss. The battle at the Sea of the Path was so ruthless that almost a third of their people didn't make it back. It's a long story to tell. But Mai Ting didn't make things difficult for me. Yi Futian didn't explain in depth. Lord Taishen immediately understood that it might pertain to some of Yi Futian's secrets. He didn't make detailed inquiries since Yi Futian was not comfortable with telling the whole story. Yi Futian looked at the Palace Lord of the Divine Palace and asked, Palace Lord, what about the Divine Palace? They certainly couldn't go back anymore as the Divine Palace had been destroyed. It was unfortunate that they couldn't save the Divine Palace despite their efforts. Their opponents mobilized considerable resources and assembled an exceptionally strong army, to say nothing of their collaboration with forces from other realms. Although Yi Futian managed to kill 2 high-level Renhuangs, he was lucky to come back in one piece. It doesn't matter where we teach and preach. We can stay in the Heavenly Mandate Academy since the Divine Palace is demolished, the Palace Lord of the Divine Palace said with good grace. Of course, he was heartbroken that the Divine Palace was destroyed. But he couldn't change what happened in the past, and he still needed to remain optimistic and keep his eyes on the future. He surely recognized how the Heavenly Mandate Academy ardently supported the Divine Palace. He also believed that the Heavenly Mandate Academy was a real preaching force that could tide them over the difficulties. After all, the storm was not over yet. The cultivators around were moved by what the Palace Lord of the Divine Palace just said. They never expected that the 2 preaching holy lands would really merge into one. It would be a grand occasion that could cause a great stir if it happened in the past. But no one was in the mood for celebration right now. After all, they hadn't fully pulled through the crisis yet. The Palace Lord is indeed wise and clear-sighted. I'm willing to give up my place as the college chief and let the Palace Lord take over, said Lord Taishen. He also cultivated on the Taishen Mountain in the higher heavens realm in the past and perceived the Shangxiao Divine Palace as a preaching holy land. He met and chatted with the Palace Lord of the Divine Palace during his trip to the Sea of the Path. He certainly wouldn't cling to his position after the Divine Palace merged with the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The Palace Lord of the Divine Palace was more suitable than him to be the college chief. The Palace Lord of the Divine Palace heard Lord Taishen and shook his head, said, We're both preaching holy lands. The position means little to us. Lord Taishen doesn't need to step aside out of modesty. Lord Taixian was about to say more when he heard Emperor Nan speak. We can discuss the arrangement for the future after this is over. Although the divine palace was leveled to the ground, we still successfully retreated to the Heavenly Mandate Academy, and Futian came back unscathed. Our enemies will not give up so easily. Everyone nodded in agreement with Emperor Nan. It was too early to talk about assigning seats and changing leadership. For the time being, let's send away everyone in the academy who are below the Renhuang Plain, said Lord Taixian. Yi Futian nodded. He shared the same idea that cultivators below the Renhuang Plain shouldn't remain in the Heavenly Mandate Academy when a big battle was around the corner. The Grandmaster didn't come back? Yi Futian asked. The Grandmaster didn't stay with them for his reclusive personality. He's all right. He left alone, Shen Luoxue answered. Yi Futian nodded without speaking further. I still have some ritual implements. Let's distribute them among the high-level Renhuangs, said Yi Futian. In the past, only several master cultivators in the Heavenly Mandate realm owned ritual implements. But Yi Futian still had several ones in his possession. He didn't expect the battle to be so fierce and forgot to give out the ritual implements beforehand. He certainly didn't plan to stash them away now. He was ready to hand around all of the ritual implements he had. It should be able to enhance their abilities to a degree even though each force could only have 1 or 2 pieces. People nodded and accepted without many words of courtesy. The master cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate realm probably would be clobbered if they didn't have ritual implements. After all, the Heavenly Mandate realm was weaker than the forces came from the Divine Prefecture. Most of their cultivators were also less powerful than their opponents at the same level from the Golden Divine Nation. The potent ritual implements made a big difference in this battle. As people started to make preparations, the Heavenly Mandate Academy became busy and bustling. The cultivators gathered in the coastal city by the Sea of the Path in the higher heavens realm. They only made a small achievement by demolishing the Divine Palace. However, they couldn't let down their guard now since they didn't kill the master cultivators from the Divine Palace and the Heavenly Mandate Academy. They also suffered considerable casualties this time. Each force lost some powerful cultivators. They gathered at the top of a tavern. We don't know if Mai Ting took Yi Futian to the Devil World. I guess even Mai Ting is impressed by the inheritance from the Great Emperor displayed in Yi Futian, said Gari Kang. From what he could see, they all appreciated Yi Futian's talents. Yi Futian was such an extraordinary genius. If only he weren't on the opposite side, we might have some troubles in the future if he was taken to the Devil World for real, Shun Jiao from the Shun clan said. They couldn't go to the Devil World. No one who wished to live could. Even Dong Huang the Great Emperor didn't take the risk to attack the Devil World. The Golden Divine Nation and the Shun clan would be in hot water if Yi Futian received training from the Devil World and came back to take revenge. The thought crossed Shun Gao's mind because he knew that he wouldn't be able to resist the temptation to seize Yi Futian if he worked for the Devil World. There is another problem, said Gari Qiong. People turned their eyes to Gari Qiong and heard him say, the Great Emperor might treasure Yi Futian's talent if he learned that Yi Futian obtained God's inheritance at God's relic. Gari Qiong cultivated under Dong Huang the Great Emperor. Many people frowned in concern after he raised the possibility. The Great Emperor might appreciate Yi Futian's talent if he learned about him. The Shun clan and the Golden Divine Nation might not be able to kill Yi Futian if that happened. Will the Great Emperor know? Someone asked. Don't forget about the empty Imperial Palace, Gari Qiong said. Besides, nothing can escape the Great Emperor's notice if he really wants to learn about things in the Void Realm. That being said, the Great Emperor wouldn't focus his attention on the Void Realm for no reason. There were millions of cultivators in the Void Realm. How could the Great Emperor have the time to learn about every single incident that happened here? He probably would only pay attention when something unusual occurred. Buzz. A beam of divine light shone brightly in the distance. A master cultivator came over and reported, Yi Futian returned to the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The crowd was stunned. Yi Futian returned to the Heavenly Mandate Academy? Mai Ting didn't take him to the Devil World or kill him? It came as a big surprise. A cold look flashed in Gari Qiong's eyes. He said, Yi Futian of the Heavenly Mandate Academy colluded with Mai Ting, the devil general from the devil world. We absolutely cannot tolerate him in the divine prefecture. Other people were puzzled for a moment upon hearing Gari Cheung's statement. Then they understood Gari Cheung's intention. He wanted to trump up a charge against Yi Futian, colluding with the devil world. Inside of the empty imperial palace in the central emperor realm, the divine priests gathered in the empty imperial palace and gazed at the blue. Rays of dazzling divine light shone from above as if they pierced through the sky. A group of people slowly came into sight and descended along with the brilliant divine light. The divine generals with stately bearing formed a circle. They looked arrogant and vigorous with their penetrating eyes and shining armors. However, it was a young woman around 20 years old who stood in the center. She looked elegant and dazzling. Her breathtaking beauty was out of this world and made everything around her lose color. Everyone's eyes glued on her. The palace lord of the empty imperial palace took a look at the young woman and realized that she was already in the Renhuang plain. This young girl probably was the envy of all the women in the world. Few people could match her family background. She was the daughter of God. She was born to be extraordinary. There wasn't a single woman in the divine prefecture who didn't wish they were her. Countless talented cultivators had their hearts set on her. But they could only think to themselves secretly as they didn't dare to violate the taboo by talking about it out loud. It was hard to say if anyone in the world was good enough for this young woman. Greetings to the princess. The palace lord of the empty imperial palace bowed deferentially. Greetings to the princess. People in the empty imperial palace lowered their heads to show respect as well. Anything more than a glimpse of her would be considered a sacrilegious act. She was the distinguished Princess Donghuang, the sole heir of Donghuang the Great Emperor. The empty imperial palace obviously reported the chaotic situation in the 9 realms up to the Donghuang imperial palace. But they didn't expect that Princess Donghuang would come to the lower worlds herself. It looked like Donghuang the Great Emperor valued the original realm more than people assumed. Princess Donghuang looked around and scanned the crowd. Her breathtakingly beautiful eyes only intensified her inherent majestic bearing. She was born to be a star who was lionized by everyone. As the apple of the Great Emperor's eye, her thoughts and reactions could directly affect the Great Emperor's decisions. Rumor had it that the Great Emperor would satisfy any request Princess Donghuang made. Everyone in the divine prefecture knew that the Great Emperor doted on Princess Donghuang. Some people said that the Great Emperor's overindulgence of Princess Donghuang's whims didn't fit his personality. But it all made perfect sense since she was his only daughter. Of course, he spoiled her with great consideration. Streams of light circled around Princess Donghuang's body, dazzling and brilliant. She looked like a divine goddess from heaven. She was the daughter of a god indeed. Dispatch my order. Summon all the forces in the 9 realms and the lower worlds of the divine prefecture to the empty imperial palace in 7 days. No conflict shall break out during this time, said Princess Donghuang. Her voice was calm yet carried a strong sense of authority. Yes, princess. The palace lord of the empty imperial palace bowed to take the order without any question. Immediately set out to the 9 realms to relay my order. If any force from the divine prefecture didn't come to the empty imperial palace, they'd better not set foot in the void realm again, Princess Donghuang continued. The palace lord of the empty imperial palace nodded and replied, Princess, please rest in the empty imperial palace. I will assign people and set off right away. Princess Donghuang nodded and landed in the empty imperial palace. In the meantime, the palace lord of the empty imperial palace started to assign the task to messengers. Before long, a succession of cultivators left the empty imperial palace and headed to various forces in the 9 realms. The divine prefecture enjoyed a time of peace after Donghuang the Great Emperor unified the 3,000 realms of the Great Path and slowly established law and order. The Great Emperor must be displeased that the world descended into chaos again. That was why he sent Princess Donghuang to clean house. Still and all, the palace lord of the empty imperial palace had no intention of poking around for details. He only needed to follow the princess's order. Cultivators of other forces in the 9 realms didn't know about what happened in the empty imperial palace yet. The empty imperial palace was located in the central emperor realm, where the news first spread around. Right now, Yi Futian and others were running around in the Heavenly Mandate Academy in the Heavenly Mandate realm. They were preparing for another battle and sent many less experienced cultivators to the lower worlds. Yi Futian and many powerful cultivators of the Divine Palace survived the last battle unscathed, even though the Divine Palace was demolished. Under such circumstances, the Shun clan and the Golden Divine Nation certainly wouldn't let them off the hook so easily. They're here. A horrific sense of pressure built up swiftly. Lord Taixian and others raised their heads and looked into the distance where a storm was brewing. In a little while, beams of divine light shone from the sky. A team of people came into sight. Instead of a whole army, only several cultivators came this time, but they were extremely powerful just the same. The two sides already had a bloody battle when the joint force closed in on the Divine Palace. These people only came to the Heavenly Mandate Academy again to execute their targets who escaped last time. They could kill as they wished now. Shun Jiao and Shun Ji from the Shun clan, as well as Gari Cheong and Gari Kang from the Golden Divine Nation, walked to the Heavenly Mandate City. Their overwhelming might enshrouded the entire Heavenly Mandate City as they stood in the sky. Every cultivator in the Heavenly Mandate City could feel their hearts pounding in the chests when they looked up at the master cultivators standing above. Did they come from the higher heavens realm to the Heavenly Mandate realm to start another massacre? These people were even more frightening than the Dark Army from Hell last time. Although it was a small team, every one of them was a living legend. At this point, a group of cultivators stood in the teleportation Grand Matrix area in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Lord Taixian said in a cold voice, "If you dare to commit a massacre, we will activate the teleportation Grand Matrix right away and directly go the Nantian Divine Kingdom or the Xiao clan in the Central Emperor Realm, destroy the Matrix, and then attack the Shun clan." Shun Ji, Shun Jiao, and other cultivators furrowed their brows. It was an effective deterrent. The two sides would die together. At this moment, the teleportation Grand Matrix suddenly lit up. Several people, including the cultivators in the Heavenly Mandate Academy, were taken by surprise. The teleportation Grand Matrix shone brightly as a man emerged. It was Xiao Dingtian, the clan lord of the Xiao clan in the Central Emperor Realm. Shun Ji and Shun Jiao of the Shun clan frowned. The clan lord of the Shun clan specifically went to the Xiao clan to intimidate Xiao Dingtian and other people in the Xiao clan so they wouldn't send reinforcement to the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Why did Xiao Dingtian show up here now? They certainly didn't believe that Xiao Dingtian could overcome the clan lord of the Shun clan unless something else happened. Yi Futian also stared at Xiao Dingtian with a puzzled look. Xiao Dingtian raised his head and glanced at the cultivators hovering in midair and said, "The Divine Priest of the Empty Imperial Palace ordered that the groups in the 9 realms and the forces from the Divine Prefecture outside of the original realm shall not engage in any battle and must go to the Empty Imperial Palace in 7 days. The Empty Imperial Palace? A strange look flashed across everyone's face. Donghuang the Great Emperor established the Empty Imperial Palace to inspect the 9 realms. But the forces from the lower worlds of the Divine Prefecture didn't need to listen to the Empty Imperial Palace. The Empty Imperial Palace seemed to be overstepping by ordering them around, unless the Empty Imperial Palace inspects the 9 realms. But I don't think they're qualified to meddle in our affairs," said Gari Cheong. He knew the Palace Lord of the Empty Imperial Palace personally. Princess Donghuang arrived at the Empty Imperial Palace. This order came from the princess. The Empty Imperial Palace already sent messengers to the 9 realms. The Shun clan probably already received the news. You will hear about it soon. Of course, suit yourself if you still want to proceed, Xiao Dingtian answered indifferently. Princess Donghuang's appearance represented the will of the Great Emperor. Who dared to disobey her order? Princess Donghuang went to the Empty Imperial Palace. Cultivators from the Shun clan and the Golden Divine Nation were stunned. It was certainly probable for her to give such an order if she really was there. Did the incident in the 9 realms already catch the Great Emperor's attention? They looked out at the Heavenly Mandate Academy. It seemed like they couldn't attack the Heavenly Mandate Academy at this time. On top of that, They might be in trouble if the great emperor decided to intervene. Yi Futian colluded with the devil general of the devil world. We need to arrest him and hand him over to the princess, Gari Qiong spoke loudly. He needed to pin the blame on Yi Futian first, even though he couldn't kill him right now. Yi Futian's brows knitted tightly. Colluding with the devil general of the devil world? Mai Ting saved him and took him away and then sent him back safe and sound. It did sound suspicious. Besides, he couldn't explain the detail to other people. Talk to the princess yourself. I'm only here because the divine priest asked me to convey the news. Now you have heard the order, you should be responsible for the consequences for whatever you want to do, Xiao Dingtian replied in an impassive voice. Gari Qiong and other people were not pleased that Xiao Dingtian used the princess to pressure them. However, they couldn't act recklessly when the situation was not clear yet. After moments of confrontation, they talked with each other using the divine consciousness, glanced at the Heavenly Mandate Academy, then pulled back, and left unwillingly. Soon, they disappeared from the sky above the Heavenly Mandate Academy. People in the Heavenly Mandate Academy sighed with relief as the overwhelming might dissipated. Yi Futian looked at Xiao Dingtian and asked, Princess Donghuang went to the empty imperial palace? Yes, Xiao Dingtian nodded. A gorgeous face recurred to Yi Futian's mind, the face he had met twice before. The first time was when he was 16 years old. The young Princess Donghuang and the divine generals went to the statue of Emperor Yi Qing on the Beast Mountain in the city of Qingju. The second time was when she took Mr. Du away. Would Princess Donghuang recognize him from those two encounters? Perhaps, she wouldn't recognize him. As the only daughter of Donghuang the Great Emperor and the most distinguished woman in the divine prefecture, Princess Donghuang probably wouldn't pay much attention to a random person she met years ago. But he could never forget her. Both encounters with Princess Donghuang made an indelible impression on Yi Futian. She killed the Snow Ape Emperor the first time they met and took away his master during their second encounter. How could he ever forget that? Yi Futian had a special emotional bond with both the Snow Ape Emperor and Mr. Du. Therefore, Yi Futian hardly had a good opinion of Princess Donghuang. Dazzling and haughty, she could dictate other people's fates with ease. Even now, Princess Donghuang was able to simply decide if Yi Futian should live or die. In addition, Yi Futian believed that he should be on the opposite side of Donghuang the Great Emperor because of Emperor Yi Qing. Nevertheless, he only heard stories about the legendary Great Emperor from time to time and had never met him in person. Since he didn't know what exactly happened between Donghuang the Great Emperor and Emperor Yi Qing in the past, he couldn't convince himself to detest the Great Emperor wholeheartedly. Yi Futian only hoped that Princess Donghuang didn't remember who he was now that they were about to meet again. Did Princess Donghuang come because of the disputes in the 9 realms? Lord Taishian asked Xiao Dingtian. Probably, Xiao Dingtian nodded and said, the divine priest said she ordered that we can't have any more conflicts in the next 7 days. I think she is trying to stabilize the situation in the 9 realms. This is likely to be the reason why Princess Donghuang went to the empty imperial palace in person and summoned the cultivators in the 9 realms and from the divine prefecture. But we don't know how she will deal with this situation. Lord Taishian nodded slightly. A million thoughts ran through his head. Everyone else was disconcerted as well. They hadn't fully recovered from the recent battle and didn't expect this turn of events. They were ready to fight to the death just moments ago. It was not a bluff when they said they would attack the Shen clan if the enemies dared to make a move. You should come to the Xiao clan so we can go to the empty imperial palace together when the time comes, Xiao Dingtian said to Yi Futian and others. The teleportation Grand Matrix in the Heavenly Mandate Academy conveniently led to the Central Emperor realm by a direct route. Okay. Yi Futian nodded in agreement. The news soon spread around. The groups in the 9 realms all received the message from the divine priests. The intense situation in the 9 realms quickly abated while people enjoyed the temporary peace. After all, top forces were locked in confrontations in many places in the Central Emperor realm and the Ziwei realm when the Battle of the Divine Palace broke out. A large-scale war might be triggered off at any moment at that time. But it looked like they didn't have to worry for the next 7 days, at least. No one dared to disobey Princess Donghuang's order, even the groups from the Divine Prefecture, which were not under the direct command of Donghuang the Great Emperor. 7 days passed in a twinkling. When the day arrived, the top forces in the 9 realms all sent cultivators to the Central Emperor realm. Some people even set off ahead of the time and already arrived at the Central Emperor realm. Yi Futian and the others first went to the Xiao clan in the Central Emperor realm through the teleportation Grand Matrix. After resting in the Xiao clan for a while, they left for the empty Imperial Palace, along with Xiao Dingtian and other cultivators of the Xiao clan. Yi Futian and the Xiao clan were not the only ones. Countless cultivators in the Central Emperor realm who were not even affiliated with top forces were also heading to the empty Imperial Palace. Princess Donghuang came to the empty Imperial Palace. They would never miss the chance to catch a glimpse of the stunning princess of the Divine Prefecture, daughter of Donghuang the Great Emperor. Who didn't want to sneak a peek at her? Yi Futian led a mass of people marching toward the empty Imperial Palace in the Central Emperor realm. They met more and more powerful cultivators as they approached the empty Imperial Palace. Carrying their weapons, all of them were racing toward the same destination from all directions. Occasionally, Yi Futian and his group drew the attention of the passerby. It was as clear as day that they were extraordinary cultivators even if they were not recognized right away. Some smart ones soon came to understand who they were and would shoot them an odd look. Nowadays, the Alliance of the Heavenly Mandate Academy was absolutely one of the most influential groups in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. It appears that these people are going for the princess, Xiao Muyu said with a smile. Wearing a long, black dress, she was among the crowd and looked graceful yet standoffish. She is the most beautiful woman in the Divine Prefecture and the only one who is truly a princess. Naturally, everyone wants to have a chance to see her, Yi Futian replied. I heard that Princess Donghuang has unparalleled beauty and talent. I wonder if it's true. We can finally meet her today, Xiao Muyu said softly. I don't know about her talent. But her beauty is indeed impressive, said Yi Futian. Have you met her before? Xiao Muyu looked at Yi Futian, surprised. Yi Futian curled up his lips but didn't explain. Xiao Muyu saw the smile in his eyes and turned to speak with the woman who was holding hands with Yi Futian. Masteress, are you going to ask the master? Hua Jiyu blinked her eyes when she heard Xiao Muyu. She was used to being called the masteress by now. Everyone considered her as Yi Futian's wife. She had gradually accepted it and was not repelled by the feeling. Xiao Muyu was not surprised by her silence. The masteress had always been reticent and only chatted with the master from time to time. The disciples were all used to it. Everyone says the princess is exceptionally beautiful. Masteress, you need to keep an eye on the master. Xiao Muyu laughed. Don't talk nonsense, Xiao Dingtian turned back and said to Xiao Muyu. It was fine for her to joke around here, but they would be in trouble if anyone else heard it. After all, she had to pay extra attention even if she was joking about Princess Donghuang. What if the princess didn't take it well? I know, Xiao Muyu replied with a smile. Yi Futian remained silent. More and more cultivators showed up as they approached the empty Imperial Palace. People from various forces stopped outside of the palace. More powerful cultivators from top forces were still coming one after the other. Yi Futian saw a team of people forging through the crowd not so far away when they arrived at the periphery of the empty Imperial Palace. He had met many of them. Yi Futian exchanged a look with them and slightly lowered his chin to send his greetings. A young man among them smiled and nodded back. Then they walked directly toward the empty Imperial Palace. They were cultivators from the Tiantian Academy in the Central Emperor realm. The young man who nodded back was Jian Qingzhu. Yi Futian stared at their receding figures with a pensive look. The Tiantian Academy seemed to be faintly aloof to him. Even so, he didn't take it personally. Who would be willing to get involved with him under the current circumstances? At the moment, another line of people brushed past them. Yi Futian sensed that someone was watching him, so he turned around and saw Di Wu among the cultivators from the Solar Divine Palace. Di Wu's eyes were burning with divine fire and fixing on Yi Futian. Di Wu was severely injured by Yi Futian during the Battle of the Divine Palace on the Sea of the Path. It was surprising that he recovered so quickly. The Solar Divine Palace was truly capable, based on the strength of their connection with the upper worlds. Nevertheless, Di Wu turned his eyes away in a short moment and moved toward the empty Imperial Palace along with the rest of his group. A succession of cultivators descended from the sky in all directions. Futian also saw people he was not very familiar with. It looked like the representatives from top forces in the Divine Prefecture arrived as well. Who wouldn't comply with Princess Donghuang's request? Futian and the others also made it to the empty Imperial Palace. Someone was waiting outside of the palace to greet them and guided them into the empty Imperial Palace. The empty Imperial Palace once was Donghuang the Great Emperor's temporary imperial abode in the Void Realm. It was a massive and imposing palace. The cultivators were guided to walk ahead and reached an impressive, ancient golden palace. Countless people stopped and gathered in a large plaza. Futian saw many familiar faces among them, who were all from the most powerful forces in the 9 realms and the Divine Prefecture. The forces were divided into different camps. Some camps seemed close-knit while some were in a strained state. Numerous people from both the 9 realms and the Divine Prefecture cast their eyes on Futian the moment he arrived at the plaza. The battle that happened 7 days ago was already well known. Everyone had heard how Futian killed 2 high-level Renhuangs and several middle-level Renhuangs. On top of that, he proved that he obtained God's inheritance in God's relic and was the most talented cultivator in the Void Realm. He also defeated master cultivators from the Holy Land of Taichu in the past. How could people not fix their eyes on such an outstanding man? Is that Futian? Someone asked people around. Yes. White robe with silver hair. How dashing. Quite a few people expressed their admiration, while some young men smiled arrogantly with a funny look. At the moment, several people appeared on top of the stairs in front of the plaza. The Palace Lord of the empty Imperial Palace was among them. The Palace Lord of the empty Imperial Palace looked at the crowd and said, "Let's wait for a little longer. Everyone should be here soon." More people arrived after that. At high noon, a person slowly walked out of the ancient Golden Palace. They immediately drew the attention of the crowd. A young woman wearing a red robe walked out at a leisurely pace. Setting aside her prestigious status, her face alone was breathtakingly beautiful. Everyone's eyes were glued on the young woman. She stepped forward and stopped at the position next to the Palace Lord of the empty Imperial Palace. Her striking eyes looked out on the mass below. Futian raised his head and looked at Princess Donghuang. She seemed even more gorgeous now. The Princess Donghuang he met in the past was still young and childish, albeit her apparent beauty. Now she was truly a stunning and irresistible woman, as glimmers of divine light radiating from her body. Princess Donghuang glanced at the cultivators who were gaping at her. Futian sensed that her eyes stopped for a second on him and Hua Jiyu by his side. He couldn't tell if it was his illusion or if everyone else felt the same way. Hua Jiyu had an odd look on her face as she transmitted her voice to Futian. "She seems to be looking at me." Futian was stunned when he heard what she said. Did he hear her right? Just now, had Princess Donghuang really noticed the two of them? So, was it possible that Princess Donghuang remembered him after their 2 previous meetings? However, that was decades ago. If it weren't because Princess Donghuang was so dazzling herself, he would never remember someone from decades ago. Therefore, he did not think that he would leave any impression on this princess from the Divine Prefecture. Gari Cheong greets Her Royal Highness. Gari Cheong, from Golden Divine Nation, was the first to bow and salute in the direction of Princess Donghuang. Although he served under Donghuang the Great, he hadn't actually seen the princess too many times before. He only knew that in the Imperial Palace of Divine Prefecture, the status of Princess Donghuang was quite elevated. Anything that she wanted to do would be unconditionally approved by Donghuang the Great. Greetings to Her Royal Highness. The rest of the people followed suit and saluted. Whether it was the Divine Nation or the top power of clans, they had to respect her as the princess, because what they were seeing in front of them was the only princess in the Divine Prefecture. Futian's reaction seemed to be a bit slower than the others. When he saw that majestic woman with dazzling divine light all around her, Perhaps, subconsciously, he didn't want to bow down to her. Or, perhaps because of Emperor Yi Qing, the Snow Ape Emperor, and his teacher, Mr. Du, that he even had the brief thought to compete with Princess Donghuang. His foster father claimed that he was born to be an emperor, but all along the way, there was nothing but hardships. However, the woman in front of him was born into nobility. Were they fated to be mortal enemies? If there were someone whom he considered fated as a mortal enemy, then perhaps Princess Donghuang would be that person. It was just that he still couldn't figure out the relationship between the two of them, who he was, what was his relationship with Emperor Yi Qing, and what kind of grudges existed with Donghuang the Great. He didn't move, and next to him, Hua Jiyu followed his lead. But then Yi Futian lowered his head slightly and followed others' examples. In this brief moment, many things went through his mind. Even though his mood was contentious, he thought of his foster father, who had kept a low profile, unwilling to reveal everything for many years. He didn't want to be discovered because of his pride. That would not do justice to those who cared about him the most. In any case, now that he had come to the point where Princess Donghuang was within his reach, the truth shouldn't be hidden much longer. As if noticed Yi Futian's hesitation, Princess Donghuang glanced in his direction but said nothing. She surveyed the crowd and said, "Have the forces in the 9 realms and from the divine prefecture outside the original realm all arrived?" "As far as we know, except for the hidden land realm, which is controlled by hell, everyone else should have arrived," answered the palace lord of empty imperial palace, who was next to her. More than 300 years ago, there was turmoil in the divine prefecture. It was said that the original realm was in chaos, which many of you here must have experienced personally. Later, when the world was settled, and order was re-established, all principalities preached, and the original realm was united. Now that the passage to the original realm had opened, and the forces of the Dark Court is interfering once again, reigniting the disputes in the 9 realms. "I heard that everyone is busy launching wars to fight for the control of the 9 realms," Princess Donghuang said, standing in the sky above and looking at the crowd. Her voice carried some coldness, but it gave her audience an indescribable sense of arrogance. A few words from her, who was surrounded by divine light, actually brought a slight pressure to those cultivators from the top forces. "Furthermore, I heard that several forces have already been destroyed and erased from the original realm," Princess Donghuang continued. She looked in the direction of the golden divine nation among the crowd and said, "Gari Qiong, isn't that right?" Gari Qiong was taken aback for a moment as he looked up at Princess Donghuang. He stood up straight and saluted Princess Donghuang. "Your Royal Highness, there are indeed struggles in the 9 realms now. Although there has been quite a bit of damage, there are many forces here that acted out of consideration for the future of the original realm. Now that the passage is opened, the Dark Court has invaded, and the order of the 9 realms will need to be re-established. Many forces from the divine prefecture are far stronger than the forces from the original realm. If they gain control of the original realm, they will consolidate and reshape its overall strength." Princess Donghuang nodded as she took a step forward. Looking down at Gari Qiong below, she said, "There is some logic in what you are saying. You have been summoned here today. All the top forces from the original realm and the divine prefecture are now gathered here. Why not re-establish the order of things right here and let the battle decide? Those who survived will have the control of the original realm, while the fallen are counted out. This way, the order will be restored without further quarrels. What say you?" Gari Qiong dodged her inquiring look, his head slightly lowered, and he did not answer. Obviously, the princess seemed a little dissatisfied with this arrangement, and her will may directly affect the decision of the great emperor. It could even be said that since Princess Donghuang had come down here herself, she could certainly represent the will of Donghuang the Great. People from the other forces didn't say much. Were they going to fight a battle right here, right now? Who could leave here with their lives when this day was said and done was still an unknown. Many of these forces had brought with them their best from the younger generation, so it was possible that they had some ideas of their own. Although they understood that there was almost no chance, they were hoping to leave an impression, so that there may be opportunities in the future to interact with Princess Donghuang again. After all, no matter how outstanding the princess was, she was a woman, after all, and she may meet someone she liked. However, There was no one in the land of the divine prefecture who could match the status of Princess Donghuang, so there was no harm in having high hopes. However, when they saw the magnificence of Princess Donghuang, they had a feeling it would be very difficult. Princess Donghuang, as surrounded by divine light, was a powerful and majestic being, with the demeanor of a future empress. Perhaps, she might become the empress in the future. Your Royal Highness, the Solar Divine Palace was originally a branch of our Solar Divine Mountain. Now that we have come here just to bring the Solar Divine Palace back to the fold of the Divine Mountain. Presently, the Solar Realm is weak in cultivation, so I summoned all the forces in the Solar Realm as they are willing to follow me to cultivate with the Solar Divine Mountain as a united front. From now on, the Solar Divine Mountain will preach the divine flames of the Great Path in the Solar Realm, adhering to the will of the Great Emperor, to make the cultivators of the Solar Realm even stronger. We will not interfere with other realms, said the cultivator from Solar Divine Mountain, attempting to justify himself. But, clearly, since the Solar Realm had already gotten what they wanted, they would not easily let it go. His statement was a hint that now the Solar Realm was under the control of the Solar Divine Mountain. As long as the princess didn't object, there would not be many changes in the future. Moreover, in this case, the princess wouldn't be able to say much. Princess Donghuang glanced at the other and did not say much. She knew that the Solar Realm meant a great deal to the Solar Divine Mountain, and that was something they wouldn't reveal. What about the others? Princess Donghuang asked again. I called you here today to let you choose for yourselves how to restore the order to the original realm. After Donghuang the Great unified the divine prefecture, there was peace in the land. Now that discords reigned once again in the original realm, it was enough to compel Princess Donghuang to come to the lower worlds personally to restore the order. Everyone knew that it was because those in charge didn't want the original realm to fall into endless chaos again. However, the matter of restoring order was not an easy one. Donghuang the Great could directly appoint a ruler in each realm, but this would be an unpopular move that was sure to displease many people and principalities. Moreover, doing so could be regarded as breaking some of the rules long abided by in the world of cultivation. After all, in the ruthless world of cultivation, even if the great emperor were to appoint someone to manage it, if that person's power was not enough to convince the others, it would be a great cause for concern. The princess came to the lower worlds in person. It must be because the princess didn't want to see the original realm destroyed. The world of cultivation operates by its own rules. Now that the passage to the divine prefecture is opened, the future of the void realm will be forever changed. Even if all the same forces were allowed to remain in control of the 9 realms, if their strengths were not enough, the Dark Court still has a chance to overtake them. At this time, someone stood up and spoke, and the speaker was from one of the forces from Divine Prefecture, which had spearheaded the war against the Divine Palace. It was the Mo clan from the Divine Prefecture, which was extremely powerful. Therefore, if the princess wants to re-establish the order, I suggest following the natural rules of the world of cultivation, and let those who possess the ability to preach in the original realm. This way, the original realm can be more stable and will grow to be even stronger in the future. I agree, too, the cultivator from the Holy Land of Taichu said. We agree too. Some other forces from Divine Prefecture also expressed their opinions. In terms of overall strength, the top forces of the Divine Prefecture would undoubtedly overpower the top forces of the Void Realm. Those who had come to the lower worlds were only part of the whole. Therefore, as far as these forces from Divine Prefecture were concerned, they certainly hoped to use their strength to determine to whom the 9 realms should belong. Princess Donghuang listened quietly. She looked at the cultivators who had spoken and understood clearly. With the passage to the original realm now open, these forces would not easily pass up this opportunity. Even though the original realm had long been in decline, but here was the origin of the world, after all. It was a primal realm, the beginning of the heavenly path. Everything in the world had its own rules of operation. Original realm, as the beginning of heavenly path, no matter how desolate it was now, its own existence represented something far more. Where about the others? Princess Donghuang looked at the forces from the original realm and asked. The weak were eaten by the strong, and strength was what had always been prized in the world of cultivation. Even if she did not interfere, everything in the void realm would eventually evolve in the same direction. Whoever was the strongest would control the dialogue of the 9 realms. This was the rule of all things, and she would not be the one to break it first. You are summoned here today to establish order. Any opinion is welcome, Princess Donghuang continued. I don't agree with the others, Yi Futian said. Princess Donghuang lowered her head as her sight fell upon Yi Futian and asked, what is your reason? The top powers of divine prefecture in the upper worlds have been developing for a lot longer, so of course they are stronger than the powers in the original realm. If the decision is simply based on strength, then there is no reason why everything should happen the way it did. The great emperor rules the whole world, so the imperial palace is naturally the strongest of all in divine prefecture. According to the logic of the opponent, the empty imperial palace has already been assigned the great emperor to watch over the original realm, so all the forces in the original realm just need to follow the orders of the empty imperial palace, Yi Futian said to Princess Donghuang. The great emperor is busy enough, ruling the divine prefecture. How can he have the time to oversee everything that happens in the original realm? Gari Cheung answered coldly. You are right. The top powers of divine prefecture have already been established outside of the original realm for countless years. How many will really spend their time in the original realm to preach? Yi Futian responded nonchalantly. If this is the case, why bother to launch a war? All you needed to do was to come down to the lower worlds with your entire force and preach in the original realm. I'm sure it would attract the interest of countless cultivators. If any force in the divine prefecture did this, even the Heavenly Mandate Academy would be willing to submit under its control. That's right. The forces that came from divine prefecture are not native to the realm and have no stake in the original realm. To say that their purpose is to make the original realm stronger is just an excuse for their invasion. In reality, their goal is really to gain control of the original realm for their own purpose. In this way, they can obtain the greatest benefit with the least cost. Once they have the control of the original realm, those top figures who have come to the lower worlds will probably leave right away. Lord Taishen also added, the Holy Land of Taichu, for instance, wanted to lay hands on the Heavenly Mandate Academy once. It is clear that these foreign principalities do not really have the best interest of the cultivators from the original realm in mind, much less whether they lived or died. I agree that if there are forces from divine prefecture that are willing to relocate here to preach and cultivate, there is no need for a battle. The divine palace is willing to assist in their efforts in preaching, said the palace lord of the divine palace. So, you mean that the forces from the divine prefecture should not interfere in the original realm? Princess Donghuang looked at Yi Futian and asked him. They can. Yi Futian said, however, since they truly want to base themselves in the original realm to preach and cultivate, the cultivators from the divine prefecture are willing to come and help the original realm to resist the invasion of the Dark Army. I would propose that, within a certain period, they should stay and guard the original realm as their own, just as the cultivators based in original realm. It won't do if they just take control and then leave. Princess Donghuang nodded when she heard what Yi Futian had to say and responded, this is a good suggestion. Do any of you have any other suggestions? When His Majesty unified the land, his hope was that the world could cultivate in peace. Tiantian Academy has been preaching in the original realm in accordance with the will of His Majesty. We did not expect to face these changes again today. However, no matter how the original realm evolves, it will only get stronger in the end. We only hope that when the forces launch its battle for control of the original realm, everyone can restrain themselves somewhat so that no more clans would be obliterated completely. It is cruel and meaningless, and contradicts His Majesty's will, said an elder in the direction of Tiantian Academy. That person was the college chief of the Tiantian Academy, also the clan lord of the Jian family. Once, he was instructed by Donghuang the Great to lead his clan to migrate from the divine prefecture to the original realm. Over the years, he had been diligent and conscientious in his duties. It wasn't until he had seen the arrival of Princess Donghuang that some other ideas began to emerge in his mind. The Jian family has been preaching in the original realm for many years. We are much indebted, said Princess Donghuang while looked at the college chief of Tiantian Academy. It is an honor to serve your Royal Highness, said the college chief of Tiantian Academy. Princess Donghuang nodded. Any other suggestions? People whispered among themselves. What these people said before, in fact, had already included most of their thoughts. In this case, according to all of your suggestions, the future order of the original realm will be as follows, Princess Donghuang continued, going forward, I will not forbid any forces from Divine Prefecture that wants to fight for control here. However, such an endeavor must be reported to the empty Imperial Palace. Afterward, each side will need to reach an agreement on when to dispatch cultivators to battle. Fighters automatically forfeit their lives. The winner will control the territory they fought for, but they shall not kill others who did not participate in the battle. In addition, all those from Divine Prefecture who participated in the war must guard the Void Realm for a period of 10 years. They are not allowed to leave within these 10 years. Everyone was a little surprised at the speed with which Princess Donghuang made those decisions. She took everyone's opinions into consideration so fast and re-established the order so quickly that it was somewhat astounding. However, it was indeed quite perfect. As such, the fighting would be done with the regulations of rules so that it would not lead to complete chaos. For example, in the previous battle, if forces such as the Golden Divine Nation wanted to launch a war against the Divine Palace, they must first report to the empty Imperial Palace, then notify the Divine Palace. Each side would then designate cultivators to participate in the fight, regardless of life or death, but those who did not participate would not be affected. Forces from Divine Prefecture were not barred from participating because it would be impossible to prevent them from fighting for a chance to win. But the premise was that for those from the Divine Prefecture, participation in the war meant that they were willing to guard the original realm. Within 10 years, they were not allowed to leave its boundary. In this way, the forces from the Divine Prefecture would be greatly restricted. Otherwise, the top forces from the Divine Prefecture could send even stronger reinforcement to the original realm, to the point that those in the original realm would not be able to defend themselves. In that scenario, it wouldn't take long for them to become the vessels of the top principalities in Divine Prefecture, just like the Solar Realm. One could say that the order established by Princess Donghuang was relatively advantageous to those in the original realm. Do you have any opinions on this? Princess Donghuang asked all the cultivators who were present. The crowd was silent. Such rules were hard to refute because it was very reasonable. And it was impossible for the forces in the original realm to refuse to accept the arrangement on the basis that they were weaker. If so, they would not be worthy of retaining their command of the realm under the current circumstances. Princess is judicious, indeed, the college chief of Tiantian Academy said loudly. Many people had a surprised look on their face. The college chief of Tiantian Academy was an extraordinary character himself, but today, it seemed like he was full of flattery. However, the heads of many top principalities knew a bit about the origins of the Jian family, so they weren't really surprised. They were a force that was dispatched directly from the Divine Prefecture. Princess Donghuang had already made her decision, and it was seconded by the college chief of Tiantian Academy. There was not much for the others to object. Even though the princess was young in age, but as the only heir of Donghuang the Great, none of the principalities from Divine Prefecture dared to disagree with her. More importantly, the rules specified by Princess Donghuang were well balanced, so there was really nothing to object to. Such rules did not only contradict the rules of the cultivation world but were still able to maintain the order of the 9 realms. No unnecessary killings could ensue, leading to the collapse of order and the completely and utterly annihilation of many more forces and cultivators. Since you do not object, then it is decided. In the future, anyone who disobeys and violates the order of the 9 realms will do so at his own risk. Princess Donghuang's voice was clear but cold, and her words were full of authority. All the cultivators were now immersed in their own thoughts. As such, it would be impossible for them to do whatever they pleased as before. Yi Futian and the others did not say anything. The Divine Palace was destroyed not long ago, and they came out of that the losers with a great disadvantage. Ganged up by their opponents, they had no advantage to speak of and not in a position to question these rules. They would not have their revenge now even if they were given a chance. So, it seemed that they could only fight against the others within the bounds of these rules. Furthermore, They knew that it was to their advantage that the forces of divine prefecture were restricted in this way. After all, the power of divine prefecture was strong beyond question. If the army that came was from the Holy Land of Taichu, then the outcome of that battle might have been very different. In addition, the empty imperial palace will distribute the rules. In the future, anyone from the divine prefecture who come down to the original realm neglected these rules, please do your part to remind them. Princess Donghuang continued, now that the passage is opened, the original realm is in turmoil with all forces eagerly watching for their chances. As principalities of divine prefecture, you should do your utmost to protect and maintain the order of the original realm. The Jian family guarded Tiantian Academy these years, did as we were ordered, and we cultivated some good people for the original realm. Now that the original realm is unsettled, Tiantian Academy will take the lead in restoring the order. In addition to preaching, we will call up the cultivators from all sides to protect the original realm together, continued the college chief of Tiantian Academy. Many people looked at him again. They seemed to be rather verbose today. It seemed that he couldn't wait to show off his merits so that he could be allowed to return to the divine prefecture. Some principalities wanted to come to the original realm, but they wanted to return to divine prefecture. Of course, those principalities that wanted to come to the original realm just want to stay momentarily, not settling there for the long run. Everything that the Jian family did, the imperial palace is well aware of, Princess Donghuang said. Princess, I have one more matter to report. At this moment, Gari Qiong walked out, bowing with both of his hands together. Proceed. Previously, in the battle at the Sea of the Path, Yi Futian was rescued by Mai Ting, the devil general from the devil world. Later, he was returned to the heavenly mandate realm unharmed. I felt that Yi Futian might have some relationship with the devil world. A lot of people were there at the time and saw it for themselves, Gari Qiong said. That's right, Mai Ting took Yi Futian from the Sea of the Path, the cultivators from the Shen clan also added. Now, under the rules established by Princess Donghuang, it was even more difficult to kill Yi Futian. So, it was worth trying to see if they could get rid of this thorn at their side some other way. Princess Donghuang looked at Yi Futian as her long black hair flying in the wind, exuding noble beauty. She did not speak, as if she was waiting for Yi Futian to explain. Yi Futian looked up at her and didn't say anything. The cold and aloof look in her eyes caused some disturbance in his heart. Deep down inside, he sensed some desire to compete with her. Are you not going to explain? Princess Donghuang asked. Mai Ting did take me away from the Sea of the Path, I can't explain that. Yi Futian replied, as for the rest, I believe the princess will be the judge of that. Since they said that many people were there, and everyone had seen it, why would I come back if I did collude with the devil world? What Yi Futian said seemed logical enough. Then, why did Mai Ting save you and send back someone who has unlimited potential to the divine prefecture? Gari Qiong continued his query. Perhaps Mai Ting from the devil world is more confident and cherishes talents more than the likes of Gari Qiong. Yi Futian responded, I, too, think it's ludicrous. Your kind came to disturb the void realm and wanted to kill me, but a devil general of the devil world came to my rescue. It is somewhat ironic. Princess, it is prudent to check it out, maybe he is hiding something. Shun Jiao of the Shun clan said at this time. His calm voice was sinister. If there was to be an investigation, Yi Futian had to be arrested first. But doing so would cause a rift between the two sides. To probe the privacy of a Ren Huang in such a manner was not a great way to ensure the loyalty of the others. If Princess Donghuang did that, it meant that Yi Futian's future was effectively over. That was why they accused Yi Futian of colluding with the devil world. Sometimes, doubts were enough to ruin a person. It all depended on how the princess would handle the situation. In God's relic, did you receive the inheritance of the great emperor? Princess Donghuang asked Yi Futian, but it was about an entirely different matter, which surprised many cultivators from the Golden Divine Nation and the Shen clan. As expected, the princess already knew about it, and if she cared enough to watch over Yi Futian, it would be difficult for them to have another chance to get rid of him. Yes, I had an opportunity in God's relic. The ancestors passed the will of our great emperor down on to me. Yi Futian continued, even in God's relic, I seem to have seen the tombs of the gods. Princess Donghuang nodded slightly. Her beautiful eyes surveyed the crowd and said, if the devil world wants to fight me for him, what the devil world can do, the divine prefecture would certainly do better. I believe him. Princess Gari Cheong was taken aback. It seemed that the princess had the heart to cherish this talent, which was a blow to them. Enough. Princess Donghuang interrupted Gari Cheong and said, in the past few years, there have been a group of talented cultivators in the original realm. Now the time is changing, everyone from all forces ought to cultivate harder so that all of you will have the opportunity to travel to the divine prefecture. Certainly. The people nodded, as the college chief of Tiantian Academy spoke again. Princess, my descendant, Jian Qingzhu, from the Tiantian Academy, had also reaped fruitfully from God's relic. He and Yi Futian were the two people who opened the last door of the relic together, and he had seen the relic of the great emperor. His talent is also satisfactory. Now he has proven as Renhuang with perfect divine wheel and had studied and read all the classics that were housed inside Tiantian Academy. There is not much to teach him at the academy. I don't want him to get stagnant here, so may I ask the princess for a favor to arrange a position for him, either as a guard or as a valet, so that he can witness the glory of the top cultivators in divine prefecture and expand his horizons. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Only then did they understand why the college chief of Tiantian Academy, as one of the strongest figures in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, doled out flattery so often today. It turned out that he did it for his descendant. This realization made the others felt sympathy for him. The Jian clan, who was once a prominent force in divine prefecture, was exiled to Tiantian Academy. Now the family must have pinned their hopes on Jian Qingzhu to send him out and follow Princess Donghuang to cultivate. Even just as a valet, there would be great opportunities waiting for him if he performed with excellence. Jian Qingzhu was also among the crowd at the Tiantian Academy, and many people looked at him. This was someone who was known as the most outstanding figure of the Tiantian Academy. However, at this moment, he did not display his full glory, only because there was one Yi Futian from Heavenly Mandate Realm. But in reality, Jian Qingzhu was rumored to be extremely talented, definitely an extraordinary genius in his own right. Otherwise, the college chief of Tiantian Academy would never have the audacity to recommend him to Princess Donghuang. I don't need another person. Princess Donghuang glanced at the other and bluntly refused. The college chief of Tiantian Academy was not deterred as he bowed his head instead, saying, I know that the princess is guarded by divine generals, but Jian Qingzhu must have some opportunity to serve the princess in the future. Any random duties will suit him fine right now. Princess Donghuang was silent for a moment, but right then, many people raised their heads and looked into the distance. Those who stood behind Princess Donghuang frowned, and their eyes suddenly became extremely cold as they looked at the place far away. The sky suddenly changed colors, and the world darkened and dimmed. It was as if darkness had descended and shrouded the space. Dark Court. All the cultivators from the divine prefecture focused their attention there. Today, Princess Donghuang had personally summoned all the cultivators of the 9 realms to the empty imperial palace. If anyone dared to make trouble, there could only be forces that were at their same level. The devil world shouldn't dare. Now in the original realm, it seemed the only possibility could only be the Dark Court that was now in control of the Hidden Land realm. I didn't expect Princess Donghuang to come to the Void realm, so I have not had time to make my welcome, a voice came from the darkness. In the dimmed sky, the light was gradually suppressed. But at this moment, a group of figures suddenly levitated into the air. Suspended in the sky, an extremely blazing divine light bloomed from them. The darkness seemed to be expelled little by little in an instant, and light above the empty imperial palace appeared once again. So, a spectacular sight was before them. The sky was divided into 2, one side bright and the other dark, with clear distinction. In that dark world, dark figures appeared like a great army emerged from the darkness. Suddenly there was a very depressive atmosphere that enveloped the empty imperial palace. Yi Futian and many others looked at the great army of darkness, slightly surprised. There were much larger troops this time than the one that marched into the Heavenly Mandate realm last time. Last time, when the great army of darkness had gone to the academy, It was not long after they had taken control of the hidden land realm, and there were not many of them that came to the lower worlds. The army in front of them at this moment was much stronger. Presumably, as all realms had been embroiled in chaos during this period of time, the hidden land realm had not been idle either. The leading cultivator of the Dark Court was the leader of the throne of the underworld, who had descended upon the Heavenly Mandate Academy back then. Around him were various top figures. However, the person who stood closest to him was a young man. The eyes of this young man were glistening with dark light. His gaze was fixed on Princess Donghuang. He had always been wanting to meet this daughter of Donghuang the Great in person. She seemed even more charming in person compared to portraits of her. Her peerless temperament was something that a portrait could not capture. Qi Yi meets Princess Donghuang. This youth greeted Princess Donghuang while bowing slightly. I have long heard of Princess's fame. I have admired Princess for a long time. Finally, my wish to meet Princess is granted today. Princess is even more graceful than I have imagined. I have fallen in love with Princess at first sight. Qi Yi. The people around Princess Donghuang instantly knew who this youth was when they heard his name. There were 7 kings of darkness in the Dark Court. Each king groomed a successor to take over their throne in the future. These 7 successors were crowned proud sons of darkness. They were the heirs of the 7 kings. If they fell, their positions would be replaced by another cultivator. Each and every proud son of darkness was chosen after rounds of extremely cruel selections. Their abilities were very powerful and were recognized by the 7 kings. Their status in the Dark Court was also very high. This Qi Yi was the heir of the Lord of the Underworld. He was the proud son of the Underworld. Even so, his status still paled into insignificance as compared to that of the daughter of Donghuang the Great. Hence, he showed some manners in front of her. However, people around Princess Donghuang still frowned when they heard him say that he admired the princess. Clearly, the audience disdained him. Fell in love with the princess at first sight? Even if he was the proud son of the underworld, he was still unworthy of her. Princess Donghuang cast an indifferent glance at Qi Yi. She didn't respond to his greeting. A divine general, who stood behind her, wore divine armor and was surrounded by a brilliant divine light, which cast away the darkness. He looked at the Lord of the Underworld and said, "In the past, the Dark Court had been defeated. The Void Realm is currently under the rule of the Divine Prefecture. Now, the Dark Court has gone against our agreement. Are you trying to stir up a war? In the past, we had indeed agreed to close the passageway. However, the gate of hell has been opened by the cultivators from the original realm," the Lord of the Underworld replied. "Hence, the original agreement has been broken. The original realm no longer belongs to the Divine Prefecture. Moreover, the Dark Court is not the only external force which is in the original realm now. As far as the Lord of the Underworld knew, a few forces from the upper worlds had sent their representatives here. Not long ago, he had encountered my Ting from Devil World in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Since that's the case, we will banish you for the second time," the Divine General said with a harsh tone. "Let's put this matter aside for now. Qi Yi is the proud son of the Underworld, and he has always admired Princess Donghuang. Today, I brought him here to meet Princess. Princess, what do you think of him?" the Lord of the Underworld said with a smile. His playful tone revealed hints of disrespect. Many people frowned in disagreement. The Lord of the Underworld, one of the 7 kings of darkness, was bold. "Presumptuous," a cold voice barked. A figure moved forward. He was not a follower of Princess Donghuang. Instead, he was the college chief of the Tianqian Academy. His clothes fluttered while his long hair danced in the wind. He seemed to be extremely angry. The might unleashed by him was powerful. The Lord of the Underworld glanced at him. His dark eyes revealed the glint of a mocking smile as he said, "I was wondering who was speaking. It turns out to be the person who has been banished to the lower worlds. The person who was defeated and was cast away from here is not qualified to give comments here," the college chief of the Tianqian Academy retorted. "When the Dark Court left here last time, you left behind piles of dead bodies. Are you planning to repeat the same mistake this time? You speak so arrogantly," the Lord of the Underworld replied coldly. The might of dark light suppressed the space. Many top figures, who were in the parties beside him, unleashed their might too. In an instant, the space became suffocating. All right, let's get back to business. The Lord of the Underworld looked at the youth beside him and called, Chi-Yi. Chi-Yi nodded in response and took a few steps forward. He looked at Princess Donghuang and said, I have long heard of Princess's fame. When I knew that Princess was coming to the original realm today, I rushed here immediately, hoping to get some pointers from Princess. Donghuang the Great is the leader of the Divine Prefecture, and his might is renowned far and wide, but Princess is his only descendant. I wonder whether or not Princess is capable of inheriting the Emperor's throne. Everyone was curious about Princess Donghuang. On top of her beauty, naturally, people paid attention to her ability. She was the sole descendant of Donghuang the Great and the only heir to his throne. In the future, she might become the female emperor. Everyone praised her as someone with extraordinary talent and said she lived up to the expectations of Donghuang the Great. However, few people had actually seen her in action. Since the proud son of the underworld of the Dark Court encountered such an opportunity, he would certainly not want to miss it. He wanted to see how monstrous this Princess Donghuang was. Gazes swept towards his opponent. The members of the Dark Court wanted to witness Princess Donghuang's ability. However, for the members that had come from the Donghuang Imperial Palace, they couldn't allow the princess to exchange blows with Chi-Yi. It would lower her status. You are not qualified, commented the Divine General, who was beside Princess Donghuang. We will only know after we try, Chi-Yi replied with a smile. His aura of a Renhuang emanated. Dark light surrounded his body as he stood looking down at everything else. Princess, are you afraid to accept his challenge? The Lord of the Underworld mocked. His words were clearly goading the princess into action. He was confident that his words would work. A proud son of the Dark Court had challenged Princess Donghuang. The princess would need to respond to their request, one way or another. Chi-Yi is only a proud son of the Underworld. He is unworthy of the princess personally taking action. Qingzhu, you go and exchange a few blows with him. Someone took the lead to recommend a replacement. The speaker was still the college chief of the Tiantian Academy. He asked Jian Qingzhu to accept Chi-Yi's challenge. Aside from Jian Qingzhu, a few other cultivators walked out too. They were all cultivators from the Divine Prefecture. They were all young cultivators who were sent by their respective forces to fight Chi-Yi on behalf of the princess. Naturally, all of them had the same goal in mind. Hence, in the blink of an eye, there were actually a few cultivators of the same generation who took a step forward. All of them wanted to fight on behalf of Princess Donghuang. No one would give up such a good opportunity to showcase themselves. On the other hand, Yi Futian stood quietly to one side. Not only was the situation unclear now, even if all these people were defeated, but Yi Futian also would still not fight for Princess Donghuang. He also wanted to see how powerful Princess Donghuang was. It didn't bother him at all that someone had challenged the princess. He also intended to witness in person how talented the only daughter of Donghuang the Great was. The Lord of the Underworld revealed a scornful look when he saw many people volunteering to fight for the princess. He had expected this. With Princess Donghuang's status, naturally, many people wanted to promote themselves before her. The Lord of the Underworld did not say anything. From various directions, many people stepped out. They were cultivators from the alliances of the Dark Court. Streaks of terrifying aura permeated the space. The Lord of the Underworld said arrogantly, since everyone wants to give it a try, then we will not hold back too. As for Chi-Yi, the proud son of the Underworld, his gaze was still dead set on Princess Donghuang. Extremely sharp dark divine light shot out from Chi-Yi's eyes in the direction of Princess Donghuang. He took a step forward. However, another silhouette blocked him. It was the Tiantian Academy's peerless proud son of heaven, Jian Qingzhu. Jian Qingzhu was not trying to win Princess Donghuang's good graces. He was already shouldering some responsibilities. This was his mission. Now that the clan had placed all their hopes on him, he naturally had to work hard to bear these responsibilities. Everything was going well for the clan when passing on teachings in the Void Realm. As for the clan's goal of wanting to return to the Divine Prefecture, he would be the one to achieve it. He would bring his clan and their mission to the Divine Prefecture. Qi swept an indifferent glance at him. Another silhouette also appeared in front of Jian Qingzhu. This silhouette was jet black from head to toe with a burly, domineering figure. It seemed to be clad in dark armor and was imposing. Destructive dark light flowed on the divine armor. Just looking at it gave people an extremely pressured feeling. This was a member of a very powerful dark force of the dark world. They had special talents and were very powerful. This silhouette charged directly at Jian Qingzhu. Jet black light swept across the space like a bolt of divine light. He punched out, and endless jet black light descended from the sky. It covered the space and pierced through everything, crashing towards Jian Qingzhu's figure. Jian Qingzhu was expressionless. An extremely dazzling scroll of the Great Path suddenly flew out from his body, shining brightly. Divine light circled around him. The scroll of the Great Path resonated with the heavens and the earth. Its light shone for tens of thousands of zhong. The golden divine light instantly blocked out the sky and the sun. This scroll of the Great Path was the divine wheel that Jian Qingzhu had forged. Its divine light was flawless and lit up countless patterns. Immediately, this part of the sky was enveloped in the halo emanated by the scroll of the Great Path. Jian Qingzhu was surrounded by the halo too. He extended his palm, and a gigantic golden palm print was unleashed. In the scroll of the Great Path, countless huge golden palm prints covered the space and stuck forward. They were domineering and similar to the giant palm of Buddha. Rumble. Two forces collided. The huge golden palm print crushed the dark light. Jian Qingzhu managed to fully block the opponent's menacing attack in an instant. This scene caused many people to reveal surprised expressions. Everyone in the 9 realms knew that Futian was very powerful. On the contrary, even though Jian Qingzhu had great fame too, he had never participated in any battles after proving his way. He had been training devotedly. Now, he impressed the crowd with only one attack. The power of his attack was definitely very overbearing. Since the college chief of the Tianqian Academy intended to send him to train under Princess Donghuang, naturally, his ability would not be weak. When Futian saw the enchanting scene, he thought of his 2 older brothers, 4th older brother, Luo Fan from the cottage, and 2nd older brother, Nanzhai from Dali. However, Jian Qingzhu was clearly much more powerful than both his older brothers. With this attack, Futian sensed that Jian Qingzhu's ability was not weaker than that of Di Wu. Of course, Futian always had a good impression of Jian Qingzhu. This person had a nice personality. However, the two of them had seldom encountered each other and could not be considered friend. When the Palace Lord of Divine Palace saw Jian Qingzhu's attack, he praised him, saying, Tianqian Academy is the #1 academy in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Its book collection is innumerable. I heard that Jian Qingzhu has read all the books. He is actually proficient in Buddhist combat techniques too. This Buddhist technique is somewhat useful in countering the dark power, said Lord Taixian, who stood beside the Palace Lord. Jian Qingzhu opened a door of the relic when he was the god's relic, so he reaped huge benefits too. According to what I know, he obtained a library, Futian said. I'm sure there are countless manuscripts stored in the library. Moreover, they were all left by the great emperor. The crowd slightly nodded their heads, showing their comprehension. Back then, Futian obtained a palace hall full of divine arms. All of the divine arms stored in the hall were extremely powerful. From the looks of it, the book collection received by Jian Qingzhu was surely very powerful too. Right now, Jian Qingzhu had most likely merged all his learnings into his techniques. At the moment, on the battlefield, the dark aura emanated by the strong cultivator from the Dark Court became even more menacing. His jet black armor expanded as his body transformed into a war god of darkness. When he sent out a punch, a terrifying will of destruction erupted. Everywhere the punch passed, things returned to the void. Jian Qingzhu was bathed in the divine light of the scroll of the Great Path. Countless patterns and words intertwined and shone. Circles of halos moved forward and transformed into runes of swastika. The swastika runes circulated in the space and advanced, intertwining with each other to form an illusory figure of a Buddha. Golden light shone brightly for miles, casting away all the darkness. The Buddha materialized. Under the halo of swastika, it became extremely majestic. The runes clashed with the dark light. The Buddha chanted in Sanskrit and sent out a palm strike to its opponent. The space seemed to be ripped apart. The war god of darkness, transformed by the other party, pounced at the Buddha. Dressed in jet-black armor, his eyes were full of dominance and brutality. When their attacks collided, gold and dark lights swept out to the surrounding space as though they were forming patterns of light. The Renhuang from the Dark Court was knocked back from the shockwave. However, his gaze was still very overbearing. He took a step forward and used the domineering power to actually advance. He withstood the attack from the various swastika runes as he charged towards Jian Qingzhu. It was as though he wanted to tear Jian Qingzhu apart. Jian Qingzhu formed a seal with both his hands when he sensed the domineering power from the other party. Waves of light patterns surged forward. The light patterns actually felt like huge shockwaves. It was a power faintly similar to the war god's true will of waves. The light patterns continually slapped against the opponent's body, impeding his menacing momentum. Circles of light wheels appeared in the scroll of the Great Path. These light wheels interweaved and resonated with each other, emitting streaks of light beams. The light beams were similar to lightning, but they were much thicker in size. Streaks of terrifying lightning flashed in the sky even though it was broad daylight. A dooming will of destruction permeated the space. Everything along the path where the white light passed was blasted into dust. Each and every light wheel shot out a beam of white light at the same time. The beams were focused in one direction. When Jian Qingzhu gestured out a mudra with both his hands, the beam of light intensified. The audience who were observing the battle from below sensed the strength of the power. A dazzling divine light flooded the battlefield, making it hard for the rest to see Jian Qingzhu clearly. They could only figure out what was happening on the battlefield through their will. At this moment, even the proud son of the underworld looked at Jian Qingzhu. The former revealed a surprised expression. This cultivator was strong. It seemed like the original realm still managed to give birth to a few monstrous figures. Jian Qingzhu floated in midair. His finger pointed downwards. Immediately, the beams of divine light focused on the same spot. They transformed into a white beam that could pierce through the heavens and earth and slashed down without hesitation. Rumble. A thud sounded. The white beam hit the opponent's jet-black divine armor. In an instant, the body hidden under the armor was wrapped in white light as the cultivator looked like he had been struck by a horrifying attack. At the same time, cracking sounds could be heard. The jet-black armor cracked and turned into dust. Bang! The domineering cultivator of the Dark Court was sent flying backward. A hideous, bloody hole could be seen on his body. He retreated to his clan immediately. He surrounded his body with dark light to control the bleeding. The way was hidden in the scroll. Impressed, everyone looked at Jian Qingzhu. He was yet another monstrous figure. However, because he was Jian Qingzhu, the cultivators of the 9 realms were somewhat mentally prepared and could accept it. After all, before he had proven his way, Jian Qingzhu was already more or less considered the most monstrous figure of this generation in the Central Emperor realm. It was just that back then, he had yet to cross paths with others, so he could only be considered one of the most monstrous. However, in the god's relic, in reality, only he and Yi Futian had managed to open the door of the relic. It was just that no one imagined that he was actually so incredible. The cultivators of the Tiantian Academy stood there, watching all of this happen. Their expressions appeared very calm, but they were wavering inside, especially the members of the Jian clan. The reason why they had let Jian Qingzhu attack was to allow him to display his ability before Princess Donghuang. Currently, the members of the 9 realms only knew of Yi Futian. It would certainly be the same for Princess Donghuang. Under such circumstances, it was inevitable for her to overlook others. However, with such a fateful encounter, they had to seize an opportunity for Jian Qingzhu. If they could send him over to train with Donghuang the Great and follow Princess Donghuang, then Jian Qingzhu would naturally be even more outstanding in the future. As expected, Jian Qingzhu was the first person to defeat an opponent. The battlefield where he was had also drawn the attention of Princess Donghuang, who was now looking over in his direction. However, those eyes of absolute beauty did not seem to have been stirred. With Princess Donghuang's status, she must have encountered many extraordinary figures. She would naturally not be impressed by this display. After Jian Qingzhu defeated his opponent, he stepped forward and once again walked up to the proud son of the underworld, Qi Yi. The battle between Jian Qingzhu and the other cultivator of the Dark Court had only taken a short while. It was over in an instant, and Qi Yi had yet to attack. Your attack is not bad. It has included many techniques. Its explosive power was as fast as lightning, and its penetration was as sharp as a sword. No wonder your senior intends to send you to be a slave under Princess Donghuang. Qi Yi spoke with an indifferent tone as he stepped forward. His words were demeaning. He actually used the word slave to describe Jian Qingzhu. Qi Yi then continued, however, you can come to my dark court and serve under me. How about that? You were banished to the lower worlds anyway. You might as well betray your academy and come to the dark court. It is saddening to see a top figure like you lowering your status to beg for help. Silence, the college chief of the Tianqian Academy scolded loudly. He naturally saw through that Qi Yi was trying to provoke Jiang Qingzhu and was taking pleasure in doing so. When he heard the other party saying this, Qi Yi smiled and walked slowly over to Jian Qingzhu. He said, if you want to fight on behalf of Princess Donghuang, I will grant you your wish. Once he said this, darkness enveloped the space. The entire space immediately turned extremely cold. In this dark space, round patterns of light similarly appeared. However, they shone with a jet-black hue and enveloped this space. The round light patterns flowed around in the space and were all around. Will of destruction spread out within the space and emanated a heavy pressure. It was as though this space had become the dark world. Behind Qi Yi, in the darkness, an illusion of the underworld faintly appeared. It was as though it was the true underworld. It made many people feel despair. Within the dark world, there were countless black holes. From these round black holes, spears of the underworld appeared. Each spear emanated frightening destructive pressure. Jian Qingzhu's expression was serious. He took a stance, and his scroll of the Great Path shone even more brilliantly. White divine light emanated from it, seemingly countering his opponent's black holes of the underworld. A frenzied destructive storm swept up. It rampaged over the battlefield where the two of them stood. It was absolutely terrifying. Go forth, Qi Yi uttered. As soon as he spoke, all the spears sprang out of the black holes of the underworld. They were as fast as lightning. Their speed was unbelievable as they went straight for Jian Qingzhu's body. Beams of dazzling white lightning shot out from Jian Qingzhu's scroll of the Great Path. The white beams and the spears collided. Instantly, black and white intertwined, and an even more menacing destructive storm erupted. The white beams were everywhere, while the dark spears attacked with great momentum. Moreover, the black holes were still spitting out spears of the underworld continuously. The glint of a malicious smile flashed past in Qi Yi's eyes while his attacks continued to descend on his opponent. He seemed to be mocking Jian Qingzhu. Huh! Yi Futian frowned. Something didn't feel right. Be careful, the college chief of the Tianqian Academy cried. Jian Qingzhu seemed to have noticed something too. The scroll of the Great Path unleashed a divine light. A brilliant light shroud protected his body. He ceased countering Qi Yi's attack. Instead, he aimed to defend himself now. In that instant, among the storm that was surging around his body, a formless flow of air was suddenly released. It had neither form nor shadow and seemed to merge completely into the darkness. Others could not catch sight of it with their vision nor with their wills. It was an invisible attack. Rumble. Jian Qingzhu's body seemed to have been hit. However, the attack seemed to have been blocked by his defenses. Yet, after that, rumbling sounds could be heard continuously. Jian Qingzhu's figure was knocked backward. Yi Futian revealed a very frightening gaze. His eyes seemed to be able to pierce through the void. In his mind, he saw that Jian Qingzhu was already buried by the spears of the underworld. The attack that was hidden within the darkness seemed to be formless and could not be guarded against. At that moment, the black holes in the dark world also frenziedly shot out spears of the underworld that shot towards Jian Qingzhu. In the blink of an eye, his entire person was buried within the spears. Despicable, a friend of Jian Qingzhu in the Tiantian Academy said. The elders all had ugly expressions. However, they did not say anything. This was the original ability of Qi Yi. Since it was his ability, it naturally could not be considered despicable for him to have used it. Qi Yi walked forward one step at a time and came up to above Jian Qingzhu. He lifted his hand and waved outwards. An even more frightening storm of darkness appeared in the sky above. The black holes spat out endless destructive divine light that rained down in the direction where Jian Qingzhu's figure was buried. A terrifying, destructive light of the underworld erupted. It was more menacing than the dark divine light. It directly slashed downwards at Jian Qingzhu. Rumble. An intense explosion was heard. Jian Qingzhu was knocked down to the ground from the sky. A golden Buddhist light shone, and the darkness dissipated. However, Jian Qingzhu's body was tainted with many destructive auras. His clothes were tattered, and he looked somewhat miserable. Qi Yi cast a glance at him and continued striding forward. He walked towards Princess Donghuang and said, I think it's still better to have Princess give me some pointers. Princess Donghuang glanced at Qi Yi, then she turned and looked at Yi Futian, who was standing below. She asked, Don't you plan to attack? Yi Futian was surprised. He didn't want to join the fight at all. By watching the face-off between the proud son of darkness and Princess Donghuang, he was hoping to gauge the real capabilities of the top cultivators from the Dark Court and the only child of Donghuang the Great Emperor. It seemed that Jian Qingzhu didn't push Qi Yi hard enough to force him to exert his full strength during the previous encounter. However, Yi Futian didn't expect that the cold and haughty Princess Donghuang would call him out in front of everyone. Yi Futian was curious to see how powerful Princess Donghuang was. Besides, he didn't want to show off his ability in front of these people from the Donghuang Imperial Palace, as he was worried that they could figure him out quickly. Princess Donghuang knew too much about him already. Qi Yi defeated Jian Qingzhu with ease, as formidable as Jian Qingzhu was. Yi Futian would face a strenuous fight if he sparred with Qi Yi. It would be impossible for him to hold back and conceal his strength, which wasn't what he wanted at all. But Princess Donghuang asked him herself. It would be rude and impudent if he declined her request. Yi Futian was caught between a rock and a hard place. Princess Donghuang's eyes fixed on Yi Futian. It was hard to speculate her thoughts based on her standoffish manner. She seemed to be waiting for his answer. Yes, Princess, Yi Futian nodded and replied. He would appear insensible and ignorant if he didn't follow her order. Yi Futian stepped up and emitted brilliant golden light from his body. Tremendous sword will was condensed and released as the trumpets of the divine elephant reverberated in the void. Millions of strings of the sword came into sight in the sky and made a terrifying screeching sound. Hundreds of thousands of swords uttered harsh and ear-piercing shrieks together. Yi Futian hovered in midair. Numerous divine elephants stampeded toward his opponent. Qi Yi shot a glance at Yi Futian. Although this was the first time he met Yi Futian, he had heard about him back in the Hidden Land realm. Rumor had it that Yi Futian was the most talented cultivator in the original realm and was known as the pride of the original realm. On top of that, he obtained God's inheritance in the God's relic. Qi Yi's eyes aimed beams of light of destruction at Yi Futian as soon as Yi Futian made a move. The sky was pitch black as a scary, swirling black hole emerged from the darkness. The black hole shot out spears of the underworld, each of which contained incredible destructive power. Qi Yi moved his hand downward. The swirling storm in the dark void instantly spewed out spears of the underworld toward Yi Futian's body. Yi Futian used the divine elephants as his shield. He strode across the void with great force. Then he applied the pinching sword techniques with his fingers. Suddenly, the brilliant blades of light shone through space as the strings of swords produced a deep, full sound. The immense sword will tore up the void and dashed against the spears of the underworld. A dazzling divine sword became visible in front of Yi Futian. He pushed his hand forward and transformed into a flash of lightning. The divine sword slashed through the sky and made an onslaught on Qi Yi. Qi Yi looked directly at Yi Futian. His eyes were like two fathomless abysses that could bring people into the endless darkness. Yi Futian's dazzling divine sword thrust forward and shattered everything around it. However, a terrifying black hole appeared in front of Qi Yi's body. The black hole devoured the sword of the great path of destruction and even attempted to wolf down Yi Futian along with the sword. Yi Futian stepped back. A dark and strong air current was roaring and surging around him. He charged forward while being covered by the golden divine elephants. With booming noise, the invisible spears of the underworld rained on the divine elephants. Yi Futian was pushed back by the unstoppable force. Under ceaseless bombardment, the golden divine elephant that was shielding Yi Futian started to crack. Yi Futian jostled forward and smashed everything to smithereens with the sword will and his fists. In the meantime, however, a ray of light of the underworld shone directly on Yi Futian from above and covered his body completely. As Qi Yi moved his hand downward in the next moment, a dark bolt of lightning from hell struck down and destroyed everything it touched. The area Yi Futian was standing in was buried in darkness and was about to blow out. Bang! The golden divine elephant covering Yi Futian's body kept cracking and disintegrating. With a deafening sound, Yi Futian fell to the ground. As he was groaning, the divine light of the great path of destruction blasted on him again. Bang! The divine elephant exploded. The terrifying divine light faded, but the light of the underworld was still cast upon Yi Futian's body as if it would strike him again at any time. Nothing special. Qi Yi glanced at Yi Futian and said. Then he raised his head to look at Princess Donghuang and asked, "May I ask your highness to try it out with me?" Princess Donghuang darted a meaningful look at Yi Futian. Then she turned her beautiful eyes to Qi Yi standing in front of her. Yi Futian felt a little uneasy. Nevertheless, Yi Futian remained composed. Judging from the way Princess Donghuang looked at him, she might have figured something out. But it was not a big deal even if she saw through his trick. After all, Yi Futian fought with Qi Yi just as she requested. She couldn't demand him to win. Qi Yi was the proud son of the underworld, one of the most powerful cultivators of the next generation of the Dark Court. Yi Futian had to spare no effort and put most of his skills and techniques on display if he wanted to defeat Qi Yi. Needless to say, he preferred to prevent that from happening. He didn't really care much about the result of the contest. At this moment, beams of extremely brilliant divine light shone from the sky and penetrated the darkness. The crowd immediately looked at Princess Donghuang and couldn't help but exclaim to themselves about how ravishing she looked. Yi Futian also shifted his eyes to that direction. Princess Donghuang was wearing a pair of divine wings of the phoenix, splendid and large enough to blot out the sun. Every feather on the divine wings seemed to be burning with a dazzling golden light, as though it could incinerate any person it touched. The wings cut through the light of the underworld as she spread them open. A giant shadow of the divine phoenix emerged in the sky and covered the entire area. The shadow of the divine phoenix even appeared in her eyes. Qi Yi felt excruciating pain as if his body was set on fire when she looked at him. "You're not a match for me. How are you supposed to teach me a thing or two?" Princess Donghuang's voice was cold and unfriendly. She already reached the peak of the lower Renhuang plain, higher than Qi Yi. A shrill core of the phoenix pierced through the sky and reverberated in the space. Qi Yi was dismayed by the sound. He felt dizzy and wobbly, as though he was about to sink into Princess Donghuang's eyes. The dark and destructive energy surged frantically around his body, trying to summon the darkness again. Princess Donghuang took a step forward. Glorious and breathtaking, she seemed like the only person worth attention in the entire world. All the people fighting around them stopped and cast their eyes on Princess Donghuang. The divine wings on her back flapped and shot out scintillating divine light. The dark energy swirling around Qi Yi's body was subdued and eventually dispersed. In the sky, the enormous divine phoenix uttered a caw at Qi Yi as the divine fire engulfed the space. The shadow of the underworld behind Qi Yi wanted to resist, yet the flames slowly consumed it. Facing the raging inferno, Qi Yi transformed into a black shadow and beat a hasty retreat back to the camp of the Dark Court. He looked quite embarrassed. Although Princess Donghuang was at a higher plane, as the proud son of the underworld, he shouldn't sustain a crushing defeat like this. He was puny and fragile when facing Princess Donghuang's attack. While he didn't exert all his strength, he also understood that Princess Donghuang didn't either. It was a casual sparring session for both of them. Yet he was overwhelmed by her and couldn't withstand a single blow. Princess Donghuang stepped back as if nothing happened. She quietly returned to her seat as the divine light around her body faded. She cast a disdainful look at Qi Yi and said, "Does the Dark Court plan to start the war right here?" Lord of the Underworld heard her and cracked a smile. "Well played. Princess Donghuang is magnificent, indeed. You are a true heir to Donghuang the Great Emperor. Qi Yi is not a match for you. We will learn from your highness again if the chance arises in the future. Take care." Cultivators from the Dark Court all moved back into the dark space where the dark energy was churning and swirling. Their bodies disappeared into the darkness in no time. People from the Divine Prefecture were not too excited. It was matter of course for them to win this battle. In fact, they were quite embarrassed since no one could beat the proud son of the underworld and Princess Donghuang had to join the fight herself. Nevertheless, it might be a good thing to show the enemy how powerful the princess was. Princess Donghuang was expected to reign over the world someday. She couldn't conceal her strength all the time. "We're incompetent and couldn't relieve your highness of your worries," said the college chief of the Tianqian Academy. Princess Donghuang shook her head. Even with Jian Qingzhu's extraordinary talent, it was only normal for him to lose to the proud son of the underworld, one of the 7 proud sons of the Dark Court. On the other hand, Yi Futian. Princess Donghuang darted another look at the silver-haired man standing below and saw that he was staring at her with his clear and seemingly innocent eyes as well. She couldn't tell if he lost to Qi Yi on purpose. Even so, it was highly suspicious for someone who had slaughtered high-level renhuangs to be trounced by Qi Yi. Many top cultivators could tell that Yi Futian didn't put forth his best efforts during the fight before. Why didn't Yi Futian want to show off in front of Princess Donghuang? Cultivators from the Golden Divine Nation and the Shun clan were also confused. Yi Futian could have stepped up and risen to eminence if he seized the opportunity earlier, just like how the college chief of the Tianqian Academy hoped Jian Qingzhu could impress Princess Donghuang and follow her to cultivate in the Divine Prefecture. As long as Yi Futian displayed his ability, he could make Princess Donghuang think highly of him even if he didn't defeat the proud son of the underworld. But he didn't do that. On the contrary, he deliberately held back and lost the fight. Wouldn't it seem impudent and perfunctory in Princess Donghuang's eyes? Gari Qiong narrowed his eyes and stared at Yi Futian. Did Yi Futian not understand who Princess Donghuang was? Yi Futian would never rise to the high society in the Divine Prefecture if the Great Emperor learned about how he gave Princess Donghuang the runaround. How rude and disrespectful. Gari Qiong said, "Yi Futian, you obtained God's inheritance and used to show off your impressive divine wheels in the past. Why did you lose this fight?" Instead of bluntly accusing Yi Futian of not making an effort, Gari Qiong only insinuated that Yi Futian didn't do his best. But other people certainly understood that Gari Qiong was trying to ruin Yi Futian's future by pointing it out. Princess Donghuang was generous enough not to make a big thing out of Yi Futian's connection with the devil world. Yet he was still behaving in such a brazen and irreverent manner. Gari Qiong couldn't figure out what Yi Futian was thinking. Princess Donghuang obviously heard Gari Qiong's question as well, but she didn't pay him any attention. Standing on top of the stairs, she kept gazing at Yi Futian with her calm and captivating eyes. "Your Highness, Qi Yi is a very powerful cultivator. He subdued me after a moment of carelessness. Although I was still capable of fighting back, I saw that your Highness spread the amazing divine wings. I didn't dare to make a fumbling attempt in front of your magnificent presence. Please forgive me," Yi Futian admitted with ease. He couldn't deny what everyone witnessed with their own eyes. The battle was over now. Princess Donghuang couldn't ask him to perform in front of the crowd again. Princess Donghuang still stared at him distantly. She said, "You follow me." Then, she turned around and walked toward the palace. "The rest of you, please do as you wish." The divine general next to Princess Donghuang took a good look at Yi Futian, then spoke to the others. A strange look flashed across Gari Qiong's face. Princess Donghuang asked Yi Futian to follow her. What did she mean? Princess Donghuang summoned Yi Futian alone. Was she displeased with what happened just now, or was she impressed by Yi Futian for real? With a puzzled look, Yi Futian didn't understand Princess Donghuang's intention either. Her eyes were too inscrutable to reveal her emotions. If only Yi Futian brought Feishue with him, then she might be able to tell him if Princess Donghuang's intention was good or bad. "I will be right back," Yi Futian said to Hua Jiyu. Hua Jiyu nodded slightly. Following a guide, Yi Futian climbed the stairs under everyone's watch. The crowd made a racket after Princess Donghuang and Yi Futian left. Cultivators from different forces couldn't stop talking and speculating. People from the Heavenly Mandate Academy were a little worried. No one could put their finger on Princess Donghuang's personality. They didn't know if she would be offended by what Yi Futian did before. The college chief of the Tiantian Academy stood in place and stared at Princess Donghuang's receding figure. He sighed to himself. Princess Donghuang didn't mention his request, which meant that she didn't grant it either. Don't be downhearted. Jian Qingzhu is an excellent cultivator and only lost the fight by accident. As the proud son of the underworld, Qi Yi is a formidable opponent. Jian Qingzhu already proved himself to be one of the bests. He will certainly assume your mantle and make a name for himself in the divine prefecture in the future, no matter where he cultivates, Shen Jiao of the Shen clan said to the college chief of the Tiantian Academy. "I hope so." The college chief of the Tiantian Academy nodded and said, "Jian Qingzhu does have great talents. But he still needs to work harder. He can only be in awe at Princess Donghuang's unparalleled ability." Shen Jiao almost rolled his eyes at the college chief of the Tiantian Academy. This old man laid his reputation on the line to beg for a brighter future for Jian Qingzhu, and he was still praising Princess Donghuang after she was gone. Besides, Princess Donghuang summoned Yi Futian rather than Jian Qingzhu. Did the college chief really have no resentment? Princess Donghuang is going to take over from the great emperor. Of course, she is incomparable, Shen Jiao echoed. Cultivators chatted with each other casually. Some left, but the majority of the crowd stayed to see what would happen to Yi Futian. They wanted to know if Princess Donghuang had a positive or negative impression of him. Her attitude was crucial to many forces. At this point, Yi Futian followed Princess Donghuang into the great hall of the empty imperial palace. Princess Donghuang looked at Yi Futian and waved her hands to order the servants to clear out. Some guards stood outside of the hall. Only one attendant remained by the side of Princess Donghuang. Yi Futian stood quietly in the great hall. He was still perplexed when he saw that Princess Donghuang turned around and stared at him. However, Yi Futian maintained an upright posture in front of her elegant figure as if he didn't want to bend his head to her. "Can I help your highness?" Yi Futian asked. His voice was calm, neither supercilious nor obsequious. "Are you upset at me?" Princess Donghuang looked at him and asked. Her haughty bearing and her blunt question annoyed Yi Futian, yet he still kept a tight rein on his feelings and replied in a low voice, "Your highness must be joking. I'm only a cultivator from the Heavenly Mandate Academy in the Divine Prefecture. How can I be upset at your highness?" "Because of your master," Princess Donghuang continued. Yi Futian was surprised. He raised his head and studied her face. So Princess Donghuang knew that Yi Futian was among the disciples of the cottage in the Eastern Barren Territory. Yi Futian didn't expect her to remember that incident. He didn't know if she had any recollection of their first meeting. They were much younger back then. He was only 16 years old. Princess Donghuang was around the same age, judging by her appearance. "I didn't realize you remembered," Yi Futian admitted after a short moment of silence. There was no point for him to hide or deny since she already recognized him. He said, "How is my master doing?" "Not well, of course," Princess Donghuang replied coldly. Yi Futian glared at her. His face stiffened. May I ask your highness what crimes my master committed? Yi Futian asked. He was still unaware of the identity of his master in the cottage, nor did he know why Donghuang the great emperor sent people to capture him. Of course, he committed crimes. You don't need to know the details, Princess Donghuang said. So, your highness summoned me here only to tell me that you recognized me? Yi Futian asked her. Princess Donghuang still stared at him steadily. Their eyes met after minutes of silence. She still looked composed and arrogant. Unlike Yi Futian, Princess Donghuang was born with blue blood. Yi Futian worked his way up from the bottom even though his godfather said he was destined to be an emperor. Princess Donghuang, on the other hand, was high above others from the beginning. You don't need to be so suspicious. He was my father's study attendant, said Princess Donghuang. Yi Futian's eyes narrowed. Mr. Du from the cottage used to follow Donghuang the great emperor. On top of that, he probably served the twin great emperors at that time. Besides, he was the great emperor's study attendant. It seemed like he was familiar with the twin great emperors and had a close relationship with the great emperor. If that was true, he must have first-hand knowledge of the situation on Sky Mountain back in the days. Why did he stay in the Eastern Barren Territory and never display his ability? He probably made some mistakes as the great emperor's study attendant since Princess Donghuang said he was guilty of crimes. I'm meeting you because your master pleaded with my father and wanted to know how you are doing. I got my answer now. You'd better reach Gari Cheong's level first if you want to see your master again. You're not in a position to hold a bias against me yet. Princess Donghuang looked at Yi Futian and said disdainfully. Yi Futian looked back at her and smiled in silence. He was not good enough, indeed. She was the daughter of the sovereign of the divine prefecture. Who dared to hold a bias against her? Even the college chief of the Qianchen Academy begged her to let Jian Qingzhu follow her and cultivate in the divine prefecture. Yi Futian didn't expect that Mr. Du still kept his disciples in mind after being captured. It sounded like that his master was probably imprisoned by Donghuang the great emperor and still alive. You can go back now. I hope you can become stronger the next time I see you. You don't have to hide your strength from me, Princess Donghuang said in an arrogant tone. Yi Futian looked at her and smiled, said, I will do as your highness wish. Goodbye. Then, he turned around and left the great hall. After Yi Futian was gone, the divine general next to Princess Donghuang asked, It seems that your highness look on him with favor. I heard this man's talent is unmatched in the original realm. Should we consider taking him back to the divine prefecture to cultivate? The truly talented people can cultivate anywhere, Princess Donghuang replied. You're right, the divine general nodded in agreement. Princess Donghuang gazed at Yi Futian's retreating figure and cast her mind back to the first time she met him. She figured it was quite difficult for him to achieve his current position. She was only 16 years old when she saw a distressed young man on Mount Tianyao. The crowd stared at Yi Futian when he returned from the Great Hall. No one dared to sneak a peek at what happened inside, nor did they know what Princess Donghuang said to Yi Futian. Everyone was burning with curiosity. Especially people from the Shun clan and the Golden Divine Nation. They had a crucial battle only days ago. Needless to say, they were eager to know Princess Donghuang's attitude toward Yi Futian. However, it appeared that nothing big happened inside. Otherwise, Yi Futian wouldn't come out in such a short time. Yi Futian certainly knew what they were thinking about. He shot them a glance and had no intention of disclosing anything. They should play the guessing game with themselves. To be honest, he and Princess Donghuang didn't discuss much. She summoned him only because of his master. Let's go, Yi Futian said to Lord Taishan and the others. Lord Taishan nodded and understood that there was no problem between Yi Futian and Princess Donghuang. He felt much relieved. Soon, they left the empty imperial palace and prepared to return to the heavenly mandate realm. The cultivators from other forces dispersed after Yi Futian was gone. Princess Donghuang came to the empty imperial palace and made some rules. But it didn't mean the 9 realms would remain peaceful in the future. The path ahead would still be bloody, albeit organized. Chapter 18:11 Undercurrent. Yi Futian and other cultivators in the alliance walked back together. Many people were curious about what Princess Donghuang said to Yi Futian when they were alone. Nevertheless, no one asked such an impertinent question. Hua Jiyu and Yi Futian walked ahead, holding hands. She slightly turned sideways and looked at Yi Futian with her clear, beautiful eyes. Then she asked in a soft voice, "What did she want you for?" Hua Jiyu had been innocent and ingenuous ever since she came out of the Brahma's pure sky. Little by little, she started to understand certain things now that she had been around Yi Futian for a while. For example, she became aware of the concept of jealousy. Princess Donghuang was so stunning. If Hua Jiyu were a man, she probably would be attracted to a woman as beautiful as Princess Donghuang. On top of that, as the daughter of Donghuang the Great Emperor, Princess Donghuang was the most prestigious woman in the entire divine prefecture. Taken by surprise, Yi Futian blinked his eyes. He didn't expect Jiyu to ask him about his conversation with Princess Donghuang. Besides, Yi Futian could sense her honest and genuine emotion when he looked into her bright eyes. "You really want to know?" Yi Futian asked her with a smile. "Yes." Hua Jiyu nodded slightly. "Why?" Yi Futian asked mischievously. He was poking fun at her on purpose. From what he could see, Jiyu seemed more and more lively and spirited nowadays, even though he knew she might never be the same person anymore. He started to feel like she could completely forget about the past and fall in love with him one more time. "Am I not your wife?" Hua Jiyu said as a matter of course. Yi Futian was at a loss for words. She was absolutely right. The wind whipped through Hua Jiyu's long, black hair. Yi Futian smoothed out her hair on her forehead and gazed at her familiar face. He said gently, "There was a master who treated me very well when I was in the Eastern Barren Territory many years ago. You were in the Eastern Barren Territory too at that time. And you used to visit the cottage. I told you about this." "The master of you and second sister?" Hua Jiyu asked. "Yes." Yi Futian nodded and continued, "He was taken away later by Princess Donghuang. She said he committed some crimes. That's why she wanted to talk to me." Hua Jiyu nodded and asked, "Then how is your master doing now?" "She said he is not well. But he asked her to check on us and see if we are okay," Yi Futian answered in a low voice. Hua Jiyu was silent for a while. She tried hard to cast her mind back to that time, yet couldn't remember anything. It sounded vaguely familiar to her, but she still felt like her memory was sealed off somewhere. Lord Taishen and other people were surprised by Yi Futian's story. They didn't think Yi Futian and Princess Donghuang had such a relationship in the past. "Futian, who is your master?" Lord Taishen asked. "I just heard from Princess Donghuang that my master was the Great Emperor's study attendant," said Yi Futian. "Oh, I see." Lord Taishen nodded. No wonder Princess Donghuang summoned Yi Futian alone. Regardless, Lord Taishen never contacted Donghuang the Great Emperor and didn't know much about the people around the Great Emperor. It appeared that Yi Futian's master was responsible for some crimes. Such a pity. Otherwise, Yi Futian could have had a connection with the Great Emperor. Being the Great Emperor's study attendant might sound insignificant. Still, the person would have a close relationship with the Great Emperor and might be able to bring Yi Futian directly to the Donghuang Imperial Palace. "So Jiyu Dongliu is also his disciple?" Jiang Chengzi from the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven asked. "Yes," Yi Futian smiled and nodded. "Third brother Jiyu was the one who taught me most of the time. Our master didn't like to run the show." "He must be a fascinating person," Jiang Chengzi commented in a low voice. Yi Futian and Jiyu Dongliu were both his disciples and built such a deep friendship with each other. He truly deserved to be the Great Emperor's study attendant. "Yes, a fascinating person who doesn't know much about cultivation," Yi Futian laughed. Now that he thought about it, his master only demonstrated his skills once in the end. He didn't even give his disciples many lessons. Without any conflict or dispute, cultivators from different forces each returned home. It was almost as if the grudges and animosity between them evaporated all of a sudden. Nonetheless, everyone in the 9 realms understood that the world's division was already determined, and at least one group would be eliminated sooner or later. For instance, the Heavenly Mandate Academy alliance and the partnership between the Golden Divine Nation and the Shun clan were irreconcilable. After the Battle of the Divine Palace, they would not quit unless the opponent was annihilated. Although Princess Donghuang set up certain rules, they would try their best to find a way to eliminate each other within the rules. Also, the four top forces in the Ziwei realm picked different sides. The future clashes were unavoidable. The same thing went for the Central Emperor realm. Unless they could maintain the balance forever, one side would conquer or destroy the other side at some point in the future. The only thing uncertain was the timing. However, both sides had been holding still since Futian, and the others returned to the Heavenly Mandate Academy. They both knew that the problem had extended far beyond the Heavenly Mandate Academy and the Golden Divine Nation. Even if one group in the Ziwei realm went to the empty Imperial Palace and requested to start a war on another group, everyone would be dragged into the mess immediately. Would the Heavenly Mandate Academy sit idly by if the Dou tribe wanted to launch an attack? Subsequently, would the Golden Divine Nation watch the Dou tribe destroying the school of the Emperor Star? After the Divine Palace's battle, the Golden Divine Nation had no choice but to ally their one. Otherwise, they could be overpowered by the Heavenly Mandate Academy and their allies. Therefore, neither side acted recklessly for now. The Nine Realms entered another period of peace. In the meantime, the forces from the Divine Prefecture were also weighing their options. Princess Donghuang dictated a set of rules for them. Any of them involved in the war in the original realm would not be allowed to leave the original realm for 10 years. While it wasn't too long of a time, nobody knew what would happen in 10 years. The master cultivators especially needed to think it over. Their group couldn't afford to have multiple of them staying in the original realm at the same time for 10 years. What if something happened in the Divine Prefecture? The peace didn't last long. A deep undercurrent was surging underneath the surface in the Nine Realms. On this day, Gari Qiong and Gari Kang were sitting on the thrones in the Golden Divine Nation. Their faces both turned gloomy after hearing a piece of news. "You can't figure it out?" With a grim expression, Gari Kang asked the person who reported the news. "Your Majesty, we couldn't find anything," the person replied. "How many people so far?" Gari Kang's voice was ice cold. 8. The messenger lowered his head. In recent days, several cultivators from the Golden Divine Nation disappeared and later found dead one after the other. Their investigation yielded 0 results, and they had no clue who was targeting them. Moreover, the victims were all key figures in the Golden Divine Nation. To successfully assassinate them without leaving a trace or drawing any attention, the enemy must be exceptionally powerful and well prepared. "Useless." Gari Kang scolded him. "Keep investigating." "Yes, Your Majesty." The man bowed and left. Gari Qiong and Gari Kang exchanged a look. Gari Kang asked, "They have been quiet these days. Could it be them attacking us in secret?" Princess Donghuang set the rules herself. "I don't think they dare to defy her." Gari Qiong's eyebrows knitted tightly. He served under Donghuang the Great Emperor and believed in Princess Donghuang's authority. Futian always does as he pleases with no respect for the rules. We don't know what he and Princess Donghuang talked about when she summoned him alone that day. Perhaps Princess Donghuang was really impressed by him and dropped a hint. Thus, he ignored her rules and assassinated our people secretly. Gari Kang said suspiciously. Gari Qiong frowned. No one knew what Princess Donghuang and Futian discussed that day. Everyone waiting outside was speculating. Did Princess Donghuang look on Futian with favor? Futian might be bold enough to conduct such operations if Princess Donghuang gave him a hint for real. Besides, I asked around. Only people from our Golden Divine Nation were killed. Gari Kang's voice was low and hoarse. He continues, "I think it's necessary to inform the empty Imperial Palace about these assassinations. We can only put more pressure on our enemies this way." Actually, the Golden Divine Nation was not the only group that was targeted. Several forces in the Nine Realms had lost a handful of cultivators each in the past few days. Their investigations didn't go anywhere either. However, it didn't cause an uproar since most of the forces only had 1 or 2 people killed. Although those groups didn't publicize the issue, there was plenty of internal speculation and discussion. For example, the same thing happened in the Ziwei realm. Many people were wary of each other. If they made it public and communicated with each other, they might realize that it was somewhat similar to when Hell resurged. Right now, in the domain of Hell, the top force that unified the Hidden Land realm, Lord of the Underworld sat high in the throne of the Underworld. His eyes scanned the people around him. There weren't many of them, but they were all extremely powerful, like a circle of black shadows. "What's going on out there now?" Lord of the Underworld asked. "They are suspecting each other," one person replied. The 9 realms were already in a muddle. These assassinations would make them distrust each other even more. Lord of the Underworld gazed into the distance. The current situation in the 9 realms provided them an excellent chance. They went to the Central Emperor realm last time in the name of meeting Princess Donghuang, while in fact, that was only one of their objects. They also wanted to see how powerful the cultivators who gathered in the empty imperial palace truly were. They could use that information to plan for their actions. "What about the empty imperial palace?" Lord of the Underworld asked. "About the same. Princess Donghuang doesn't seem to be leaving any time soon," the man replied again. "Let's ignore her. She commands 9 realms, yet our Dark Court only controls 1. That's not enough," Lord of the Underworld said coldly. "Gather our people. Let's do it." Chapter 18:12 Apocalypse of Shadow. The Hidden Land Realm and the Shadow Realm bordered each other. The Hidden Land Realm was also known as the Realm of Darkness, and the Shadow Realm was the Realm of Extreme Darkness. It was the opposite of the Solar Realm. The whole Shadow Realm was filled with dark and cold air. The cultivators of this land were skilled at shadow magic. It was said that in the 9 realms, the Solar Realm and the Shadow Realm had been forged and nurtured from divine items. Yu Divine Palace was called the master of the current Shadow Realm, and it was the strongest force there. They had their own force from the upper realms, which was an incredibly powerful force. Now they had come down to the lower realms and were slowly taking over Yu Divine Palace. Moreover, they seemed to want to take over the entire Shadow Realm. On this day, Yu Divine Palace seemed to hang high in the sky like a moon palace. Clear and cold halls surrounded the Divine Mountain. There were many women there. Due to their feminine physiques, women were skilled at shadow magic. Thus, many of the cultivators of Yu Divine Palace were women. This was exactly opposite from the Solar Palace. Most of the cultivators, some men, cultivated sun magic. At that moment, a supremely beautiful woman was sitting upon a practice stage in the palace. Her aura was cold and clear. She sat there cultivating alone, seeming very solitary. A figure approached her from the front. Suddenly, the woman opened her eyes and said, "Master." This woman was the goddess Changxi of Yu Divine Palace. Her master looked off into the distance, making Changxi ask, "What is wrong, master?" "My heart is troubled. I feel like something is about to happen," said her master. "Right now, the 9 realms are relatively calm. Princess Donghuang has personally commanded the fighting to stop. There won't be any trouble for the time being," said Changxi. Yu Divine Palace had been gathering its strength and cultivating in secret. They were not displaying their power. If there were any sudden disasters, they would not happen to them. Changxi's master frowned and said, "Given the current disorder, anything could happen. Moreover, there are more powers in the 9 realms than those under the control of the Divine Prefecture." Changxi knew what her master was talking about. Previously, the cultivators of Hell had descended upon the empty imperial palace. The Dark Court had been behind that. Now they had taken over the Hidden Land Realm, which meant that they had designs for the 9 realms. Whoosh! A grey figure flashed towards them off in the distance, moving as swiftly as a bolt of lightning. A voice resonated throughout Yu Divine Palace, "The Hidden Land Realm has attacked the Shadow Realm." The voice rang through the palace. For a time, everyone in the palace trembled fiercely. Many figures shot up into the sky above the palace. In but an instant, many Renhuangs appeared and stood up in the sky. The Hidden Land Realm had invaded. They all knew very clearly what this meant. The hidden land realm was under the control of the Dark Court. If the Dark Army had attacked, this meant that the Dark Court had launched a realm war. They meant to swallow up the Shadow Realm. The Shadow Realm bordered the hidden land realm and had similar atmospheres. Thus, the Dark Court had sent their army there first. Did they mean to take the whole realm? A figure appeared up in the sky. Moonlight fell, covering the entire area. Guang Han, go to the empty Imperial Palace right now and ask for help, ordered the figure up in the sky. Yu Chan, lead the people below the Renhuang level away from here. And send a few groups to other forces to ask them to join together and help us. Yes, Palace Lord, came the answer. Suddenly, a group of figures flew through the sky as the palace became a scene of chaos. Everyone at low level was beginning to leave. They knew that given Yu Divine Palace's power, they would have no way to resist when the Dark Court invaded. They had to go to the empty Imperial Palace to ask for help. However, they also knew it probably wouldn't come in time. Also, if the Dark Court wanted to occupy the Shadow Realm, they probably would not only attack them. They would attack all the forces in the Shadow Realm and conquer them. Just as the Palace Lord of the Yu Divine Palace gave those orders, darkness began to spread towards them from a distance, like night was falling. It was moving extremely quickly. In a short time, the divine beings within Yu Divine Palace no longer shone with such brilliant moonlight. It was as if they had been infected by a darkness that was suppressing them. A vast army appeared in the dark sky under the moonlight, outside of the palace. The Lord of the Underworld, one of the 7 kings of the Dark Court, was among them. He had brought many cultivators with him. And not only that, but some of the other forces of the Dark World had also rushed to the Shadow Realm. Suddenly, many terrifying black holes appeared in the dark sky, like vortexes of the underworld. Destructive underworld spears appeared and shot downward towards Yu Divine Palace. In a flash, many cracking sounds rang out, followed by cries of pain. Many of the people of Yu Divine Palace had been slain by the spears that now pinned them to the ground. Go, yelled someone. Terrible, massive dark beasts were charging towards them. They looked like monsters from hell. They had ferocious fangs with which they bit the cultivators on the ground to death. They rampaged through Yu Divine Palace, killing everywhere they went. Everywhere they passed was left in dead silence. Not even the grass was left alive. They were cruel and violent, and they brought endless death and despair to them. This was the Dark Court. There had been a death knell when the Dark World went to war. They brought darkness everywhere they went and left no light. The cultivators of Yu Divine Palace were furious when they saw all this, but the powerful standing up in the air remained calm. Although there was fury in their hearts, they would not let it influence the situation. This was what the world of cultivators was like. It was just that such fierce fighting had not happened in the 9 realms in too long. But several centuries ago, a slaughter like this would not have been out of the ordinary. People everywhere would have been plunged into an abyss of misery. In the previous internal disputes of the Divine Prefecture, there had been rules. The realms under Princess Donghuang could be constrained, but the Dark World would not be so compliant with their invasion. This was not at all like a battle between 2 armies. It was a slaughter. Words paled before a slaughter like this. They would have no meaning. The army of hell had invaded the Shadow Realm, destroyed Yu Divine Palace and the other top forces, and conquered the realm. This news spread quickly throughout the 9 realms, shocking all the forces there. Everyone was at risk. The Dark Court had officially embarked upon the path of aggression. This meant that they were truly making a comeback. The chaotic war that had ended more than 300 years ago had started once again. With that background, how could the forces of the 9 realms not worry? Who knew whether or not the Dark Court's next target would be them? Once the Dark Army descended, there was no way that a single force could withstand them. Yu Divine Palace had been mighty, and some of their top cultivators were even from the Divine Prefecture. But they had been destroyed all the same. Their palace lord had fought fiercely and yet had still been slain. Such an extremely powerful figure had not even been able to escape. Futian and his people received this news relatively early because Chang Shi, the goddess of Yu Divine Palace, fled to the heavenly mandate realm with a few others. The reason she had been able to survive was that her master had stood before her and drawn the enemy's attention, giving her a chance to flee. A few other cultivators fled with her at that time. They all went to the heavenly mandate realm. Futian and the others were all awaiting news in the heavenly mandate palace. When the news came, Futian told Changxi and the others from Yu Divine Palace. The palace had been destroyed, and the palace lord was dead. When they heard this, the cultivators of Yu Divine Palace were incredibly downcast. They were so silent that it was a little frightening. "I'm sorry for your loss, goddess." Futian saw that Changxi had not said anything and seemed slightly depressed. He said this to comfort her, but it was of no use. No matter who was facing this kind of situation, they would feel heartsick. It was not something that could be comforted by a few simple words. Changxi looked up at Futian, her face downcast. At that moment, she was not as exquisitely beautiful as in the past, but instead had a look that made people pity her. Her beautiful eyes were lifeless. "The 9 realms are shaken. I knew that chaos was coming, but I would never have thought it would be this sudden. Moreover, I never thought it would fall on us first," Changxi whispered. "It's like a nightmare." Even if she were a Renhuang, she still would have had this unreal feeling. Yu Divine Palace had always stood at the pinnacle of the Shadow Realm. Who would have thought that they would suddenly be destroyed in a single night? Few others could understand what she was feeling. And Changxi was the goddess of Yu Divine Palace. No one had suffered more from this than her. "The world changes too quickly. No one knows what is going to happen tomorrow," whispered Futian. He was very emotionally affected by this. Was what happened to the Divine Palace not the same? Nowadays, he was starting to get used to it. In the past, many top forces had been reduced to no more than history in both the heavenly mandate realm and the higher heavens realm. Now looking back, forces such as the heavenly mandate dynasty and the divine sword Li family had all been celebrated and stood at the very peak of their realms. But they had both been reduced to no more than ash. Nothing in this world was permanent. Now he was at the Heavenly Mandate Academy and had a powerful sense of danger. The academy itself was the same. They had experienced many trials. Perhaps one day, it would no longer exist. If that happened, would he feel like it was strange? The army of hell has invaded the Shadow Realm and will possibly continue to other realms. "We should be careful here in the Heavenly Mandate Academy," Changxi reminded Futian, seeming to just think of this. Moreover, the people who fled from the Yu Divine Palace have probably already reached all of the other realms. "I understand," said Futian with a nod. "It is said that Princess Donghuang is still in the empty Imperial Palace. This news will reach her very soon. The Dark Army has made its move, so Princess Donghuang will not just sit by and watch. I think she will move very soon." Said Changxi, nodding. "The 9 realms lack cohesion, and each has its own motives. Only Princess Donghuang can control them." Futian realized this as well. These days, there were dark undercurrents running through the 9 realms, making many of the forces very nervous. He had heard Do Jiao speak of the Ziwei realm. The atmosphere there was apparently very tense. Now looking back at it, could it be that the Dark Court was behind all of that? After all, the more troubled the forces of the 9 realms became, the more beneficial it would be to the Dark Court. The 9 realms would not be able to coalesce into a strong power. He had not thought that as conflicts continuously erupted while the 9 realms were in such a disordered state, the Dark Army of the Dark Court would invade. Now, given this background and the power of the Dark Army, no realm had the power to resist them. Perhaps only the Central Imperial Realm could hold them back a little bit. After a period of time, a great figure descended from the sky above the Heavenly Mandate Realm. The man was armored and bathed in divine light as if he was a god of war. Everyone in the Heavenly Mandate Realm looked up at him, including Futian. He recognized the person who was coming. It was one of the cultivators he had seen beside Princess Donghuang. "Orders from the princess," said the man in a clear voice. "The Dark Army is invading and now occupies the Shadow Realm and can launch an invasion into other realms at any time. Thus, all the 9 realms must forge a teleportation great matrix with the empty imperial palace at the center. All the forces of the 9 realms can use it to teleport to the palace. In this way, all the forces can gather together at short notice and travel to any one of the 9 realms. Do you have any objections? Lord Taishen answered from within the heavenly mandate realm. We will obey. Good. We will send people to help set up the matrix. The heavenly mandate realm will center their matrix on the heavenly mandate academy, said the divine general up in the air in a clear voice. All of the realms would be connected through the empty imperial palace. In this way, the same thing that had happened in the shadow realm would not happen to other realms. They would not be directly attacked and destroyed. Very well, said Lord Taishen. Facing the Dark Court was no longer a single realm's affair. If the Dark Court descended upon the heavenly mandate realm, they would not be able to handle it on their own. Princess Donghuang sent people to the other realms as well. They prepared a series of extremely powerful matrices that all connected to the empty imperial palace. At the same time, the Yu Divine Palace in the Shadow Realm was occupied by the Dark Court. However, the Dark Court seemed to be busy with something. They were setting something up in the recently destroyed Yu Divine Palace. Stone pillars that led down to hell were implanted in the ground. Endless death lightning wrapped around the pillars, connecting across the whole city. And not only that. Mysterious connections were formed between the stone pillars, forming a terrible force field filled with destructive power. What was even more frightening was that most of the dark army that had come from the hidden land realm were busy with this. They seemed never to rest. They kept adding more stone pillars, and the force field grew stronger and stronger until they were so strong it was astonishing. What are they doing? Asked someone bold enough to watch this happening from a distance. What was the dark army doing? As the number of stone pillars increased, they gradually formed a terrifying magnetic field. There were constant, terrible rumbling sounds that probably came from shaking deep beneath the earth. Off in another direction, the leader of the Dark Army, the Lord of the Underworld, was watching everything. The proud son of darkness Qi Yi stood behind him. He looked at the Lord of the Underworld and said, "Are there really divine items hidden underground in the Shadow Realm?" "Of course," answered the Lord of the Underworld. "Why else would the 9 supreme realms be at the center of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path?" "This task seems a bit too arduous," said Qi Yi, staring forward. It would probably not be easy to uncover a divine item. They had already commenced arranging things. At that moment, brilliant divine light flashed in the sky, piercing all the darkness. Everyone looked up and saw a divine general bathed in holy radiance. The great divine general who was always with Princess Donghuang had arrived. He was all alone, and yet he had come to Yu Divine Palace, which was occupied by his enemies. He and the Lord of the Underworld stared at each other, forming a terrible force field. Everyone around them looked on in fear. Whoosh! The divine general acted. Suddenly, countless brilliant, golden divine spears fell from the sky, turning into a divine golden rain. The rain covered a vast area. At that moment, the Dark Army was thrown into disarray. Was this man really so confident in his own power? One person had come here alone. He must have been crazy. The Lord of the Underworld naturally saw this as well. He reached out, and suddenly endless black holes of the underworld appeared, spitting out terrifying vortex storms to block his opponent's attack. This was clearly one of Princess Donghuang's bodyguards, and so his power went without saying. Even the Lord of the Underworld did not dare take this lightly. Boom! The golden spears transformed into golden light, swifter and fiercer than lightning. They pierced into the vast hellish vortexes. Cracking sounds rang out as the light broke out through the other side of the vortexes, shattering them to pieces. Moreover, the golden light spread out, covering a vast area. It was like a golden river of stars was falling like rain. People of lower levels could not withstand it. This divine general had no intention of showing any mercy. He had come with the desire to slaughter in his heart. In the distance, a group of people came from the void and appeared in front of the divine general, while traces of appalling pressure of the great path bloomed and surrounded the others. Suddenly, This dark space became extremely oppressive. Even the giant stone pillars on the ground lit up with brilliant red light at this moment. The blood-colored light permeated the space, shining in this destructive dark world, a frightful sight to behold. "How have you been?" Clearly, the Lord of the Underworld recognized the divine general who appeared. Divine Prefecture and the Dark Court had warred once upon a time, and as both of them were top figures in their respective camps, naturally, they knew one another. The divine general glanced at the other and asked, "So, the Dark Court would completely violate the promise made in the past?" As we have already said when we were at the empty Imperial Palace, times are different now. The gate of hell has been opened, which means that everything is bound to start over again. The Dark Court has only occupied 2 supreme realms, but you, even with the exception of the Mountain Realm, you still have control over 6 other realms, don't you? The Lord of the Underworld said. Mountain Realm was mostly a principality of Buddhism. Because of the close relationship between Donghuang the Great and the Buddhist sect, they had also participated in the previous war. Therefore, the Mountain Realm in the Void Realm was ruled by Divine Prefecture in name only. It had always been the Buddhist sect that preached in the Mountain Realm. The Divine Prefecture would never interfere with that. Start over again. The Divine General gazed at the opponent, focusing on the stone pillars. The Dark Court never had the intention of controlling the original realm except to continue to plunder its resources. Now, the original realm only has the 9 realms. Do you plan to destroy that too? The people in the original realm didn't really know many things in the past, but as the Divine General of the Divine Prefecture, he would be privy to some of the secrets of the original realm. In time immemorial, the original realm was once the main realm. It had experienced the collapse of the heavenly path, the expansion, and the explosion of the world, and after countless decades, it became the original realm that everyone knew today. But the reality was, every realm within the 3,000 realms of the Great Path had some hidden secrets. For example, the empty realm that Yi Futian fought for many years ago between Emperor Xia's realm and Dali was, in fact, a place of resource for cultivation. Naturally, this was also true of the Shadow Realm, which contained the extremely terrifying divine power of the Shadow Realm. Donghuang the Great unified the Divine Prefecture and took control over the original realm, but he did not rob these realms of their cultivation resources. Instead, he wanted to maintain the existing structure of the original realm as much as possible and had forbidden any forces to think otherwise. Unless the resources were found in previously undiscovered areas in the 3,000 realm of the Great Path, everything else was off-limit. Like the Solar Realm and the Shadow Realm, many places could only be places for people to cultivate. But now, the Dark Court was making its comeback and wanted to disrupt everything again. They had their eyes first set on the Shadow Realm, preparing to plunder the main realm of the 3,000 realm of the Great Path. If the Dark Court were to be successful, then the entire Shadow Realm would be finished. All beings in the Shadow Realm would suffer greatly, and in the future, it would no longer be one of the 9 supreme imperial realms. It would be reduced to the likes of some ancient ruined realms, as in the history of the original realm. Before the unification of the Divine Prefecture, this kind of fighting was commonplace. At that time, not only the 9 supreme regions but many other realms were plundered. Therefore, those who had personally experienced that era had a great appreciation for both Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing. They both had always held on to their own ideals and pursued their own goals. If the Dark Court intends to do so, then we have no choice but to go to war again. The Divine General spoke coldly, with a terrifying look in his eyes as he surveyed the cultivators around him. Once the war started, it would implicate the long-standing dispute between Divine Prefecture and the Dark Court, and it would be another bloody showdown. Not only that, but if they go to war, would other forces from the upper worlds also participate? We don't ask much. This time, we only want the Hidden Land Realm and the Shadow Realm. The Lord of the Underworld said to the Divine General, "You can tell Princess Donghuang, if our demand was refused, then, whether we go to war or not is completely up to you." The attribute power of the Shadow Realm was closer to that of the Dark Court, which was infinitely beneficial to their cultivation. Therefore, in the 9 realms, after they had taken down the Hidden Land Realm, their second goal was the Shadow Realm. The Divine General glanced at the opponent coldly, then turned to leave. After all, he was by himself, so that he couldn't contend against the top existences on the opponent's side. "Continue," commanded the Lord of the Underworld. Suddenly, all the cultivators dispersed to continue arranging the stone pillars, as if they were forging a supreme great matrix. Over the years, although they were not in the original realm, the Dark Court had been keeping a lookout for something. Cultivation at this level had the ability to crush sky and earth with a simple wave of the hand. Even an entire world could be shattered. For instance, in many realms of the 3000 realm of the Great Path, someone like the Lord of the Underworld could smash anything he wished. However, it was a different story in the Great Nine Supreme Imperial Realms. He had tried but was unable to reach the depths of this realm. He could only draw the power from it with the help of a matrix. Otherwise, if it could be accessed directly, the cultivators from the Shadow Realm would have already tapped into it years ago. Of course, even if they couldn't access it, as long as they were in the Shadow Realm, their natural ability to comprehend the shadow power was stronger, just like those in the Solar Realm would be more sensitive comprehend the power of flames. Above the Shadow Realm, there were more stone pillars, radiating into the endless distance, and they were still increasing. It was as if it intended to cover the entire realm. However, this was not realistic. Once the Dark Court draws on the power of the Shadow Realm, it will make them stronger. That is why Princess Donghuang ordered the leaders from all the principalities to meet there. The palace master continued, "But, I am a little worried." "Worried about what?" Yi Futian asked. "All the principalities from the 9 realms are now plotting against one another. How much effort will they really exert? Don't forget, many of them are mortal enemies of one another, just like the Golden Divine Nation and us. If this battle were to erupt, once a top figure falls, the elimination of the Dark Court might mean that eventually, these forces from the 9 realms would wipe each other out." The Palace Lord continued, "Therefore, I am worried that many of these principalities will reserve their strength and not give their all in the battle. Furthermore, the battlefield can change rapidly. With everyone looking out for themselves, who knows what will happen during the battle? Even if we participate in it, we can't be too careful, and we have to rely on ourselves. This time, Futian shouldn't go," Lord Taishen said, not wanting Yi Futian to participate. The Dark Court aside, he was worried about possibly being ambushed by those from the 9 realms. "Let's go to the empty Imperial Palace first as ordered, see what the princess has in mind." "Donghuang Princess should have some specific strategies," said Yi Futian. It was unlikely that anyone could stay outside of this great battle, after all. Chapter 18:15 The Descent. At the empty Imperial Palace, cultivators from all over the 9 realms gathered once again. Donghuang the Great, who had unified the Divine Prefecture, was the master of the original realm. No matter how the other forces secretly view Donghuang the Great, they still had to obey his orders, at least outwardly. Of course, in peaceful times, the Great Emperor would never order the various forces in Divine Prefecture to do anything. After the 2 emperors unified the land, everything they had done was always in the hope that the cultivators of the Divine Prefecture would be stronger. Their attitude toward the original realm was also a protective one, demonstrated by closing off the passageway to the original realm. Now that the Dark Court had invaded the Shadow Realm, this had threatened the safety of the 9 realms. After all, if they could invade the Shadow Realm, they could invade other realms as well. At this time, it was a reasonable request that the Princess Donghuang had summoned all the cultivators of the 9 realms. After all, to the forces of the original realm, they were fighting for themselves too. The forces of the Central Emperor realm were the first to arrive, and after them, the Heavenly Mandate Academy. They had directly gone to the Xiao clan through the teleportation Grand Matrix and came together, so they traveled with incredible speed. Inside the empty Imperial Palace were Yi Futian and the others. Many other top forces were standing not too far away, such as the Shun clan, the Martial God clan, and the Celestial Worthy Temple. However, they just glanced at one another as if they did not know each other, neither did they try to provoke anyone. Now was not the time to rekindle old grudges. Other forces arrived successively. During the wait, the cultivators of the empty Imperial Palace were also there, chatting casually with everyone while continuing waiting for the others. At this time, the Palace Lord of Empty Imperial Palace came to the side of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. He bowed slightly, saying, "Thank you all for your hard work." As we should. Just as Futian said before, no one from any of the forces in the original realm could escape this catastrophe, Lord Taishen said, and the Palace Lord of the Empty Imperial Palace smiled and nodded. He glanced at Yi Futian and thought that he wasn't too sure what the princess had talked about last time with Yi Futian. But Yi Futian, as the premier genius talent in the original realm, who was summoned by the princess and who had inherited the will of the great emperor in God's relic, anyone would take note of him. His future was limitless, and the princess should remember his existence. "Will our little friend be going along as well?" the Palace Lord of Empty Imperial Palace asked. "I am afraid that a fierce battle will be inevitable on this trip to the Shadow Realm. The princess only required those at the very top to go. Based on Emperor Yi's realm, you don't really need to go." The Palace Lord of Empty Imperial Palace said what he said out of kindness. This battle involved Divine Prefecture and the Dark Court. If the two sides were to go to war, one could only imagine just how strong the participants would be. It was not that he doubted Yi Futian's talent and combat effectiveness, but his realm was still slightly lower. No one can guarantee his safety in this kind of major battle. "Let me take a look first. If the princess needs us to join the battle, we will naturally oblige," Yi Futian replied. If all the participants in the battle were the topmost characters, then there would be no point for him to go anyway. But if the army of all realms were to depart for the battle, he would also follow along. Chang Shi was among the crowd from the Heaven Mandate Academy and wanted to join the battle in person. In the destruction of Yu Divine Palace, Chang Shi, as its goddess, had lost many of her elders and friends. It was a pity that she had no ability to avenge them on her own. "That'll work. In that case, let's see what the princess has in mind," said the Palace Lord of the Empty Imperial Palace. Although he was the master of the Empty Imperial Palace, it was Princess Donghuang, who had come to the lower worlds in person, whose order ought to be followed by everyone. Same with any decision made for this battle, the princess would determine what to do, and his role was to execute. With the arrival of many cultivators, Princess Donghuang appeared once again. She was bathed in dazzling divine light as her eyes looked at the people below, asking, "Is everyone here?" "Your Royal Highness, everyone who was here last time has arrived," answered the Palace Lord of the Empty Imperial Palace. At this time, in the distance, the light of Buddha blazed with a lingering sound of Buddha. There was a peaceful harmony that filled the air. Instantly, many people raised their heads to look into the distance and saw that the great army of Buddhists had materialized. All of them sat on golden praying mats, like Buddhas that had descended from the heavens. People of the mountain realm had arrived. When Princess Donghuang summoned all the cultivators, she did not include the Buddhist monks from the mountain realm. Princess Donghuang acknowledged that the mountain realm had absolute autonomy and was not subject to the rule of the Divine Prefecture. This was a consensus reached centuries ago. Every cultivator in the Divine Prefecture knew that Donghuang the Great held Buddhism in the highest regard. Even after becoming the Great Emperor, he would still go to the West occasionally to seek advice on Buddhist doctrines. In the Divine Prefecture, there were reports on and off of when Donghuang the Great had gone to the West and listened to Buddhist preaching, as well as listened to the Buddha Lord reciting and discussing the sutras. Whenever these reports were heard, they were talked about in favorable lights. That even as the Great Emperor ruled the Divine Prefecture, he did not forget favors bestowed in the old days, which impressed everyone. Therefore, the emergence of Buddhist monks from the mountain realm at this time was unexpected, but also completely as it should be. Yi Futian had seen the cultivator in the lead. He was the abbot of Tianxian Temple, and behind him was Master Pudu. In addition, there were several young monks next to them. Gui Zong, who had been to the god's relic with Yi Futian, was among them. There was also a Buddhist monk in a white robe, pure and spotless. His eyes were particularly beautiful, and he seemed to be out of this world. Many couldn't help but exclaimed how handsome of a monk that was before them. Such a handsome monk was a rarity. The monk was smiling, with his left palm at his chest. Those unusually beautiful eyes looked ahead. They seemed to fall on Princess Donghuang. Princess Donghuang cast a glance his way as well. Among the group of monks, this one was the most unusual. He easily stood out in the crowd. Abbot of Tianxian Temple from the mountain realm, here to greet Her Royal Highness. The old monk put his hands together and bowed to Princess Donghuang in the usual Buddhist salute. The abbot need not be so formal. Princess Donghuang nodded slightly and said, "Is the abbot here as our reinforcement?" The abbot nodded and said, "Back then, my senior brother, the Vajra Buddha, had suppressed the king of hell and expelled the force of darkness. Now that the force of darkness threatens to make its comeback once again, us Buddhist monks ought to take a stand against it. The abbot is most thoughtful." Princess Donghuang nodded slightly. "I was about to discuss this matter with everyone, just as you arrived. This time the invasion by the Dark Court caused great atrocities in the Shadow Realm, along with the obliteration of several major forces inside the realm. As far as I know, the Dark Court is currently extracting the power from the core of the Shadow Realm, intending on refining its power for their use. If the Dark Court succeeds in doing so, I'm afraid they will only intensify their aggression in the future and continue to invade other realms, and they will be much harder to control by then. Therefore, I asked the empty Imperial Palace to gather all of you here in preparation to go to the Shadow Realm together and confront the army of darkness." Princess Donghuang said, "If this matter is not settled, peace will be impossible for the original realm. Of course, if you don't want to go, I could cease this operation, but you must accept whatever happens in the future. Your Royal Highness, in the land of the Nine Realms, when the Dark Court invaded and slaughtered the Shadow Realm, all cultivators share the same destiny, for no one can be spared." Gari Cheong said, "We will wait on the princess's order. We also support the princess taking action. We will follow the princess's order." All the principalities responded. Now that Princess Donghuang had spoken, if there were really some who said they wouldn't go, it would sound idiotic. They had to be involved in this battle no matter what, or else there would not be much of an original realm for them in the future. They were not so foolish to think that the young princess was someone who was easily deceived. As the most beloved princess by Donghuang the Great, she herself was also a Renhuang, and so she was not someone who they dared to trifle with. "Very well. If so, let's set off together." Princess Donghuang said, "Let's expel the force of darkness once again from the original realm." "Aye." Everyone nodded at the same time, spoke in booming unison. "Depart," Princess Donghuang commanded. As soon as her voice fell, she was the first one to step out. She did not ask which realm would go and which wouldn't, however, since the princess was leading them herself, Futian understood and also followed behind. In the empty Imperial Palace, the mighty army moved together, which was extremely spectacular. At this time, the Shadow Realm became gloomier, especially the vast area that radiated from where Yu Divine Palace used to be. Looking down from the firmament, it resembled an apocalyptic world, with an expanse spanning thousands of miles. The area was enveloped by a curious atmosphere, while numerous stone pillars were erected on this land, as currents of destruction raged. The cultivators from the Dark Court were busy working and had no time to pay attention to the happening in other realms. Their focus was on building this grand supermatrix that required the coordination of many cultivators. Though it looked simple enough, the overall structure was much too complicated, and the task was overwhelming. They had to seize whatever time they had left so that when it was time for war, they would have more of a chance. At this time, a dazzling light suddenly lit up above this destructive space, piercing through the darkness, so that the light appeared once again, and even the blazing glory of Buddhism could be seen. At this moment, the cultivators from all sides in the Dark Court looked up. High above the sky, Princess Donghuang seemed to lead a heavenly army coming at them. The cultivators of the lower worlds were greatly impacted by what they were seeing. They got here fast. Sitting on the throne, Lord of the Underworld looked up into the sky above. He didn't think that they would be here so quickly. Now it seemed that the princess, whom Donghuang the Great doted upon, was decisive and moved like lightning, more effective than he had imagined. Furthermore, the Buddhists had also joined in the war. These bald donkeys had always favored Donghuang the Great and went along with him, no questions asked. These hypocrites probably regarded the achievements of Donghuang the Great as their own pride and joy. The Lord of the Underworld rose from his throne. A terrifying aura emanated from his body and spread outward. In the dark world below, cultivators stood at various locations. The stone pillars in an area of tens of thousands of miles lit up with a dark red glow. From the ground, layers of cold and sinister dark, destructive airflows rose and flooded the space. Princess Donghuang stood high in the sky and said, "Top figures, attack." Yes. Silhouettes stepped forward, and frightening auras of the Great Path pressed down on the space. The scorching light from the halo of Buddha radiated outwards. In the sky above, the sound of Buddhist chants sounded, forming a powerful resonance. This made it as though various Buddhas were descending from the sky above the shadow realm. Tens of thousands of Buddhas chanted their mantras in unison. Peerless halos of Buddha rained down from the heavens, attempting to suppress the dark airflows. However, the dark airflows immediately corroded the light of Buddha and tainted the divine golden halos of Buddha. They continued advancing and were everywhere. The abbot of Tianxian Temple and the other cultivators sensed a peculiar aura. It was as though their way was being suppressed. It was not just them, all the other cultivators also sensed it. Down below, it was as though the dark airflows surged throughout the entire shadow realm. They reached upwards to envelop the sky itself. The Lord of the Underworld closed his eyes. It was as though he wanted to merge into this darkness. In the end, darkness enveloped the entire world. Everyone seemed to be buried within another dark space. Endless dark air flows gathered and formed a tall, majestic figure. It was the figure of the Lord of the Underworld. However, he was 10,000 jongs tall. It was as though the real Lord of the Underworld had appeared. A body of Wei. The various cultivators looked at the figure that had appeared. At this moment, the Lord of the Underworld seemed to be extremely powerful. The huge body of Wei of the Lord of the Underworld stared at the figures in the space. He raised his arm and reached out to grab them. The frightening power of the underworld emanated from his arm. Dark red and black lights were mixed together. It was as though destructive dark flames of the Wei were attacking the crowd. If this palm strike were to hit them, the cultivators would most likely be immediately destroyed, turning into nothingness. The various cultivators of Tianxian Temple recited the name of Buddha. The various figures of the Buddhas gradually took solid form. Divine light of Buddha rained down. Down below, a huge ancient Buddha appeared. Golden light filled the sky. This huge ancient Buddha raised his palm and slammed it downwards. Endless symbols of Wan and light of Buddha burst forth, and its pressure swept down onto the world below. Rumble. Beneath the huge dark handprint, the symbols of Wan that shone with the light of Buddha were decimated. However, the huge handprint of Buddha crashed down towards the dark palm. An intense rumbling could be heard all around. The huge handprint of Buddha seemed to be forged from pure gold and appeared indestructible. It also emanated a divine aura that could eradicate all powers of evil. It was the demon-conquering giant palm of Vajra. Many cultivators were astonished when they saw this handprint. Back then, the ability of the Vajra Buddha was powerful. Many cultivators from the dark forces had perished to the demon-conquering giant palm of Vajra. Now, the Buddhas of Tianxian Temple had sent out this huge handprint at the same time. Its might was astonishing. In the heavens above, two huge endless handprints stirred up a terrifying storm and then collided with each other. The world trembled violently. The two huge handprints shattered at the same time. Destructive airflows and golden light of Buddha rampaged all around them. However, the gigantic body of Wei continued upwards. Destructive divine fire of the underworld suddenly appeared everywhere in the dark world. The crowd looked around them, and it was as though they were actually in the real underworld. Top figures stepped forward one by one. Green divine light descended from the heavens. Everywhere it passed, everything was destroyed. Everywhere divine sword Qinghe passed by, its green light turned everything into nothingness. Everything turned to dust and smoke. It was a divine sword of destruction that could pierce the heavens and the earth. In an instant, the green light slaughtered its way to the gigantic body of Wei of the Lord of the Underworld. The light immediately pierced through it. At that moment, The huge body of Wei was penetrated by endless green divine light. Green light covered the 10,000 zhong tall body of Wei. The huge figure dissipated into nothingness bit by bit. Many people stared in that direction. Was it destroyed? Naturally, it wasn't. In the dark world, illusory faces appeared. They were all the faces of the Lord of the Underworld. It was as though he was everywhere in this spatial world. The various cultivators were not surprised at this. Those who had come were all not weak, they were at least at the Renhuang plane. They were also almost all above the middle-level Renhuang plane. There were even quite a number of top figures. They were well experienced in cultivation. The ability of the Lord of the Underworld had already broken the shackles of the Renhuang plane. He had reached the level of a fake emperor. This independent world was formed from his Wei. He was everywhere and could easily coalesce a body of Wei. He was the king of this world. Of course, he was still just a fake emperor. The level of a fake emperor could only be reached when one had no hopes of becoming an emperor. If he was a true great emperor, he could destroy everyone within this world with just a thought. They would not have any hopes of surviving. The two existences were not on the same level at all. However, true great emperors were considered deities. Among the countless worlds of the vast universe, few people could reach this plane. After the collapse of the heavenly path, also known as the Age of Godfall, wanting to become a deity was as difficult as wanting to scale the heavens. Currently, across the extremes of the cosmos, there were only a mere 7 great emperors that the world knew of. These 7 figures were existences that stood at the top of the universe. Among them were Donghuang the Great, the master of the Dark Court, and the Buddha Lord of Western Heaven. They were beings who had already transcended the world. They seldom made a move first. If they were to attack, the consequences would be unimaginable. The world order would be rewritten. Hence, it was difficult for people nowadays to imagine how the previous age was. Before the collapse of the heavenly path, when the deities had yet to fall, the ancient age was prosperous. Unfortunately, they could no longer see it now, it only existed in the realm of legends. However, the various large forces at the peak of the realms still had a few fake emperors. Even in the original realm, there were a number of them. At that moment, the illusory faces of the Lord of the Underworld were staring at the crowd. In the dark world, destructive will spread out. Endless divine fire of the underworld appeared in this independent space. It burned and caused this dark space to become a realm of death. With the divine fire of the underworld burning, no one here could escape. Flames completely surrounded them. This independent space was burning and was buried within the divine fire of the underworld. The top figures frowned when they saw this scene. They then released a frightening will from their bodies. Princess Donghuang still stood in the heavens above. Yi Futian and the Renhuangs of the other forces stood behind her and did not take part in the battle. They could not participate in a battle of the highest level. With the divine fire of the underworld burning, them joining in would only be suicide. The divine general beside Princess Donghuang released a brilliant golden divine light, forming a light shroud. It formed another independent space that protected Princess Donghuang and the rest of the cultivators in it. Rumble. An extremely violent dark storm charged towards Princess Donghuang. The destructive dark storm churned and roared. It destroyed all within its path. Emperor Nan took a step forward, and divine sword Qinghe released green light that shot out tens of thousands of zhong. He formed a seal with his hands, and light immediately exploded out of divine sword Qinghe. Endless green light destroyed everything and shot straight towards the dark storm. Divine sword Qinghe pierced directly into the storm. A huge illusory face appeared in the dark storm. A spear of the underworld stabbed out and collided with divine sword Qinghe. Destructive power swept out to the surroundings. The momentum of divine sword Qinghe dwindled. Terrifying winds consumed it, seemingly wanting to swallow it up. Emperor Nan waved his palm, and divine sword Qinghe returned to his side. The terrifying storm flooded towards Emperor Nan. He was unmoved. The green light around him formed a world of the sword. The terrifying storm directly swept past him as it continued to advance. The hearts of the surrounding cultivators were all trembling. This aura was really menacing. The roaring dark storm charged straight towards Princess Donghuang. The divine general stood in front of her. The golden light shroud enveloped this part of the world. With his figure as the center, a dazzling three-dimensional pattern appeared. This golden pattern contained many runes within it. Instantly, endless divine light shot out. From within the pattern, a terrifying aura surged out. Golden spears shot out from within it like bolts of destructive golden lightning. They pierced the heavens and the earth and bolted across the sky towards the dark airflow that was roaring and churning its way over. Bang! 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 The long spears pierced out and actually seemed to burst into golden divine flames. It caused the masses of dark airflow to shatter into dust. When the countless spears descended at the same time, the might of the roaring dark storm kept dwindling. The divine general extended his hand. Within the three-dimensional pattern, unparalleled dazzling divine light coalesced into a divine spear that stabbed out towards the roaring storm. In that instant, frightening fissures seemed to appear in the space. Golden cracks propagated outwards. It tore apart the space and also shredded the frightening dark storm to pieces. A majestic scene appeared in the heavens above. The long spear formed golden cracks that shattered and penetrated the space. It continued to shoot out into the surrounding space. It pierced straight through the dark world towards the outside. Rumble. The dark world was crumbling. An illusory figure coalesced. It was none other than the Lord of the Underworld. He stood in the air while staring at the divine general who stood guard in front of Princess Donghuang. The Lord of the Underworld revealed a glint of approval. "You are undoubtedly the heir of Donghuang the Great," the Lord of the Underworld exclaimed while staring straight ahead. The brilliant three-dimensional pattern was a divine wheel of the Great Path. Halos of light radiated from the divine wheel. The area covered by the light expanded as the might of the light intensified. The golden divine light was flawless. Each and every halo of the divine light was permeated with unparalleled power. The divine general, who served under Donghuang the Great, was crowned the #1 spear in the divine prefecture. He was Spear Emperor Du Yu. He was also a disciple of Donghuang the Great. His divine will had 9 tiers, and each and every tier was flawless. He was qualified to seek the way of the emperor. He was the inheritor of Donghuang the Great's teachings. If Princess Donghuang did not exist, he had a high possibility of becoming the heir of Donghuang the Great. However, due to the existence of Princess Donghuang, Spear Emperor Du Yu could only be her right-hand man. Even though he was an assistant, it did not affect Du Yu's position in the divine prefecture. In the divine prefecture, this Spear Emperor was highly regarded. Countless talented maidens from various top forces were willing to marry him. However, the Spear Emperor had no intention of getting married. He was focused on studying the way of the spear. Beneath where the Lord of the Underworld stood, across the vast expanse of land, crimson dark light flowed up the stone pillars. The light grew brighter and brighter. An intense rumbling sound could be heard coming from the ground. Following the stone pillars, the crimson dark light flowed towards the heavens. In an instant, it flooded the sky. Silhouettes rose into the sky. They were all top figures of the dark world. They seemed to be consuming the power that flowed out from the stone pillars. The masses of crimson light enveloped the top figures within them. Right now, tens of thousands of miles of land was flooded and buried beneath frightening dark red light. Even in the heavens above, the army of the divine prefecture felt the extremely sinister aura. This frightening power seemed to want to smelt them within it. Divine fire of the underworld enveloped this part of the world. In the heavens above, countless dark lotuses appeared like flames of hell. These countless dark lotuses flew out. Their petals of death opened and closed as they surrounded the cultivators in the heavens above. Hell flowers, blossom, the Lord of the Underworld uttered these words. One by one, the hell flowers of the underworld blossomed and enveloped the crowd. Be careful, Du Yu reminded everyone when he felt the alarming will. The top figures of the divine prefecture headed down and charged towards the various cultivators in the matrix. Relying on the power of the matrix, the destructive power of the divine fire within the hell flowers grew even more powerful. It seemed as though one would perish with just a single touch. Powerful will burst forth from their bodies and became the defensive power that enveloped them. The various cultivators of the mountain realm advanced. The light of Buddha shone brightly, and the various Buddhas appeared. The scorching light of Buddha cleansed the world. However, when the hell flowers reached it, the light of Buddha was similarly consumed. It was corroded by the hell flowers. The petals of the hell flowers blossomed, and they became huge beyond comparison. The flowers kept advancing towards the cultivators of the mountain realm. The destructive divine flames of hell were like fires of the end times, extinguishing the light of Buddha. The power of Buddha originally could subdue the power of evil. However, right now, it was instead being suppressed by the other party. This proved how terrifying the other party's way was now. Relying on the divine item in the core of the shadow realm and using a matrix to harness its power, the hell flowers evolved and became even more powerful. The entire sky was covered in hell flowers. The Buddhas all had serious expressions. The abbot of Tianxian Temple put his hands together. Endless light of Buddha burst forth from his body. Behind him, the other members of Tianxian Temple also did the same. They chanted the sound of Buddha. The sound of Buddha immediately circled the place and generated resonance. Around them, huge golden ancient Buddhas appeared. These ancient Buddhas enveloped all the members within them, becoming indestructible golden bodies. When the hell flowers reached them, they flowed over the golden bodies of the ancient Buddhas, attempting to consume them. However, by merely touching the golden bodies, the power of the hell flowers was weakened, and they could not corrode the golden bodies. The other cultivators also displayed various miraculous powers. Emperor Nan's body flashed with green divine light. His sword hummed in front of him. Under the destructive green divine light, the hell flowers could not approach him. However, he was frowning slightly. He never imagined that these people could utilize the divine power of the shadow realm so quickly. Of course, he knew of the divine item in the core of the shadow realm. However, after so many years, even Yu Divine Palace could merely utilize a fraction of its power in their cultivation. Now, with the arrival of the dark forces, they immediately could refine and use this power. This was very dangerous. They had clearly made preparations all these years. Invading the shadow realm was not a spur-of-the-moment plan. The cultivators of the divine prefecture that were charging towards the opponent were caught within the hell flowers. Many of them could not attack the other party. In the heavens above, when Duyu saw this scene, he wielded his golden divine spear and took a step forward. "Protect the princess," Duyu said to the group of people next to him. Aside from him, the empty imperial palace lord was also standing guard beside Princess Donghuang. She was Donghuang the Great's only daughter. Her safety was of the utmost importance. Even though the Dark Court did not dare to attack her, they could not lower their guard. "All right," empty imperial palace lord replied as he nodded his head. Duyu stepped forward. The brilliant three-dimensional pattern on his body grew brighter and brighter. In an instant, it blocked out the sky and the sun. Across the vast sky, with his body as the center, a huge pattern appeared. It seemed to be a matrix. From within it, the unparalleled power of the Great Path surged forth. He pointed the spear in his hand forwards. Immediately, from within the pattern, countless golden spears swept across the sky and massacred their way down. Spears rained down from the heavens above. Each divine spear contained invincible destructive power that showered down on the cultivators below. The top figures of the Dark Court raised their heads and looked into the sky. The disciple of Donghuang the Great, Spear Emperor Duyu, had a flawless 9th-tier divine wheel. How powerful was he? In the previous clash, even the Lord of the Underworld, who had become a fake emperor, found it hard to best Duyu. "Be careful. All of you, retreat," some top figures of the Dark Court shouted loudly to their juniors. A divine spear carved with the brilliant light of runes descended from the sky. With a loud rumble, it immediately pierced through a stone spear and turned it to dust. Rumble. 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 Stone pillars kept shattering and turning to dust. Not only that, but countless divine spears also stabbed into the matrix on the ground, destroying the foundations of the matrix. The divine spears that were stabbed into the ground actually generated some sort of resonance and lit up with brilliant light. The ground split apart, and cracks appeared. The matrix was destroyed. Duyu himself took a step forward. The next moment, his silhouette immediately disappeared from his spot. The crowd only saw a dazzling golden divine light penetrate the space and shoot down to the sky below. Blooming hell flowers were disintegrated and returned to nothingness. The divine spear descended. Under the golden divine spear, divine light ripped the space apart. Scary-looking cracks appeared. The tip of the spear was laced with unparalleled destructive power. Buzz. A dark air flow surged out. The Lord of the Underworld did not receive the spear. He actually avoided it. The dark air flow receded. The divine spear stabbed into mid-air. Bang! There was a huge explosion. The instant the divine spear touched the ground, destructive spatial cracks propagated outwards. The Lord of the Underworld raised his palm and sent it crashing out, blocking the terrifying power that tore the space apart. The land frenziedly split apart. The cracks propagated far and wide. It seemed as though the world was falling apart. Duyu's actions had not stopped. His arm swept out, and the divine spear instantly cleaved down. Its speed was extremely fast. The afterimage of the spear immediately consumed the space. It was as though it was opening its big, bloody mouth to swallow the figure of the Lord of the Underworld. Terrifying spatial fissures appeared, seemingly sealing off the escape route of his opponent. The attack of the Spear Emperor was invincible. His long spear was like a dragon, slaughtering its way forward. It destroyed all within its path with astonishing momentum. No matter how powerful the existence was, they absolutely did not want to face Duyu's divine spear. The gaze of the Lord of the Underworld was frightening as he stared at Duyu's movements. With a single thought, the dark world of the underworld appeared. The figure of the Lord of the Underworld directly became an independent space. His figure became a body of way. He became a menacing illusion of the god of the underworld. A terrifying head tried to swallow Duyu directly. Duyu swept his long spear out horizontally. Golden divine light swept out, and the head exploded. However, many faces appeared in the space. They were all the faces of the Lord of the Underworld. Duyu, even though you have a flawless divine wheel, I have transcended the Renhuang plane for many years. You are no match for me. Voices filled the heavens and the earth. They seemed to be everywhere. He was the master of this spatial world. He had a body of way and was omnipresent in this space. Duyu frowned. If it was purely a contest of attack power, he believed that the Lord of the Underworld absolutely could not withstand his divine spear. However, the Lord of the Underworld had dwelled at the fake Emperor plane for many years. He had a body of way, and it was indeed hard to handle. Wanting to kill him would be extremely difficult. Slowly, Duyu's body floated in the sky. Even more brilliant divine light burst forth from the patterns on his body. The divine spear in his hand floated in the sky. Duyu formed a seal with both his hands. His divine wheel pattern immediately exploded with endless light. "Go!" he cried out. In an instant, innumerable golden divine spears shot forth and tore apart huge cracks. They attacked in all directions. Even if the Lord of the Underworld had a body of way, Duyu would still shatter it. Outside, frightening battles had also erupted in other battlefields. It seemed as though the endless space was falling apart. The cracks in the ground grew more and more shocking. The divine light that exploded out of the stone pillars became more and more powerful. The land seemed to be unable to withstand the tremors from these clashes. The power of these clashes was also growing more powerful. Huge rumbles could be heard. Within tens of thousands of miles, all cultivators could sense this frightening earthquake. The cultivators of the Dark Court stood frowning on the ground. What was going on? In the heavens above, Princess Donghuang gazed down at the ground below. She also sensed the intense vibrations which seemed to originate from deep underground. At that moment, the crimson divine light from the stone pillars intensified. It was a shocking sight. Extreme power of the shadow realm flowed out and spread throughout the sky. The divine item had been disturbed. Princess Donghuang frowned. If that were the case, earthquakes would erupt over the entire shadow realm. There were countless living beings in the shadow realm. They numbered in the billions. Now, all of them had come out of their homes. In a city far from the battlefield, many people were frantically flying up into the sky. The earth shook, and various buildings kept trembling. An extremely negative power emanated from the ground. Everyone could sense this aura. What was going on? The crowd was shocked and felt that it was inexplicable. The Dark Court had invaded the Shadow Realm. However, the Shadow Realm was too large. The Dark Court couldn't control all of it. They only took control of the regions of a few top forces and had now gathered over at Yu Divine Palace. Rumor has it that there might be a war occurring over there. However, how was it that such changes had also appeared over here? The aura intensified. Many people felt cold sweat down their backs. Some people with weaker cultivation were already trembling. Many children were wailing. They seemed to have been startled. Even more cultivators flew up into the sky. There were existences at the Renhuang Plain standing high above the city. When they felt the aura coming from below, their hearts shuddered violently. Everywhere the will enveloped, a similar scene could be seen in the cities. Some people took in this power when they sensed it. A cultivator in the air extended his hand. A mass of flame immediately appeared in his palm. The surrounding air was drawn to the flame. In an instant, it became the flames of the underworld. The expression of the cultivator changed drastically. As a cultivator of the Shadow Realm, who had reached the Renhuang Plain, he naturally heard some rumors. Currently, there seemed to be changes occurring all over the Shadow Realm. Was this caused by the core of the Shadow Realm? Rumor has it that some people had wanted to investigate the mystery of the core of the Shadow Realm. Unfortunately, some people had fallen before they even reached it. Many gave up. No matter how powerful their cultivations were, no one had managed to do so. However, today, the aura from the core was spreading out and growing stronger. It gradually enveloped the Shadow Realm. Some cultivators were calmly absorbing this power. They wanted to use this power to aid in their cultivation. There were also people frantically making their way across the sky, preparing to escape from this place. They had a bad premonition. This would most likely escalate into a catastrophe. Such scenes were playing out all over the Shadow Realm right now. The ocean of the Shadow Realm began to boil. Tsunamis burst forth, sealing everywhere they passed in ice. Many people did not manage to escape before they were permanently sealed in ice. Some volcanoes in the Shadow Realm also roared. They released extremely yin-charged fire. Everywhere it passed, nothing else grew. It burned away all existences. The entire world was undergoing a huge transformation. Such a change was naturally the most intense at the center of the battlefield. Now, at Yu Divine Palace, the armies of the Dark Court and the Divine Prefecture were in the midst of waging war. The power of the Shadow Realm had already flooded this place. Everyone could sense that this frightening power was affecting this realm. Even the Lord of the Underworld was shocked at these changes. Before this, he had also never imagined that such a scene would play out. He merely wanted to use the power of the Matrix to refine the power of the Shadow Realm bit by bit. When the Matrix covered the entire Shadow Realm, he would refine the entire realm and consume it. However, now, everything seemed to have occurred earlier than he had anticipated. The Shadow Realm began to revolt. Deep and frightening chasms appeared in the ground. The power of the Shadow Realm that emanated from these chasms caused everyone to take in deep breaths. Was this the aura of the source of the Great Path? It was too rich and thick. What kind of era was the time before the collapse of the heavenly path? Princess, please let me lead you away from here, the empty imperial palace lord beseeched Princess Donghuang. He naturally also sensed this power. In such a chaotic situation, he did not know whether those who stayed behind would be in danger. Currently, everything was gradually going out of control. There is no need, Princess Donghuang said, refusing his proposal. She gazed down below. Darkness enveloped the entire space, and it became even colder. The fires of the underworld burned more violently. Hell flowers flourished even more than before, blocking out the sky and the sun. The hell flowers consumed everything as they made their way up into the sky. Silhouettes dashed out to avoid these calamities. Many cultivators of the divine prefecture took shelter from all this. This power was beneficial for the cultivators of the Dark Court. Otherwise, they would not have come to the Shadow Realm to cause trouble. If this was the Solar Realm, they had no way of reaping any benefits. Frightening destructive winds appeared around the figure of the Lord of the Underworld. Each airflow of destruction became dark spears that frenziedly rampaged around the area. They swept up into the sky with astonishing destructive power. It was as though they were everywhere and were charging towards everyone at the same time. I advise you all to leave. The divine item has appeared. This is its own choice. Don't forcibly interfere, the Lord of the Underworld said. Endless destructive divine light became dark spears that shot out, flooding towards Duyu's body. The divine wheel pattern behind Duyu shone to its brightest. His body spiraled upwards, and illusions of spears swept out throughout the sky. Then, he stabbed forward with his spear, and instantly a brilliant light shot out from it. This scene was astonishing. The spear ripped apart a golden crack that pierced straight towards the figure of the Lord of the Underworld. Everywhere it passed, cracks appeared. Huge rumbling sounds could be heard. The figure of the Lord of the Underworld consumed the power of the Shadow Realm and refined it within his body. It merged with his great path of destruction. The God of the Underworld appeared, wielding the spear of the Underworld. It pierced out, accompanied by dark, destructive light. The space split apart, and dark cracks appeared. The two cracks met in mid-air. Terrifying light marks exploded outwards. At the same time, dark cracks ran amok. With their bodies as the center, the surrounding space collapsed. It was as though the space was going to be shattered. Duyu's movements had not stopped. He stabbed his spear again and again. It pierced out in all directions. These golden spears ripped apart the space. The cracks became more and more menacing. It seemed that this space was about to collapse and be destroyed. The Lord of the Underworld frowned, seemingly sensing that something was off. The space where he and Duyu were in had already collapsed and shattered. However, powerful light was still bursting forth from Duyu. It penetrated the darkness and completely shattered the space. It seemed like Duyu had another goal in mind. These spears also did not disappear. They were positioned in different locations and formed a pattern of spear light. "What are you planning to do?" the Lord of the Underworld asked as he seemed to realize something. He raised his palm and sent it crashing out. He charged out of the encirclement and attempted to escape from this space. "Your Highness, I will lead him away. Please be careful," Duyu said loudly. "All right," Princess Donghuang responded as she nodded her head in mid-air. The next moment, dazzling divine light burst forth from the spears positioned in various places at the same time. They instantly shattered the space. A gaping hole appeared. Duyu's figure flashed, and the golden divine spears pierced the heavens, slaughtering their way over to the Lord of the Underworld. The space was sealed off by a pressure. The Lord of the Underworld shielded himself with a roar. The golden divine spears led his body towards the cracks. They were accompanied by powerful light shooting out from the pattern. Both of their figures immediately disappeared without a trace. After they vanished, the divine light of the spears dimmed. The cracks also sealed themselves shut. However, the figures of the Lord of the Underworld and Duyu were no longer here. Futian was astonished as he saw this scene. What was happening? Where had Duyu brought the Lord of the Underworld? Duyu had actually pushed him through the crack. He also seemed to have broken through the spatial barrier and entered an independent space. "Your Highness, where have they disappeared to?" Futian asked Princess Donghuang. "They have gone to the real world," Princess Donghuang replied. "The original realm is currently the void realm that exists as an illusion within the world. Here, the threat of the Lord of the Underworld is great. With the power of the Shadow Realm, he would be even more powerful, so Duyu has led him away from this place." By shattering the spatial barrier, one could reach the real world. Futian was somewhat shocked. This was the origin of the Void Realm. Everything in this world was fake, hence it was known as the Void Realm. The Great Path here was a remnant of the collapse of the Heavenly Path. However, the collapse of the Heavenly Path also left behind some things in this original realm. For instance, everything that was occurring before his eyes was due to the Shadow Realm. Hence, various forces from the outside wanted to establish their footholds in the Void Realm. This vast world was both the Void Realm as well as the original realm. The people from the outside looked down at this place. Yet, they also wanted to seize control of it because it still had some value. At that moment, empty Imperial Palace Lord seemed to have sensed something. He frowned slightly and looked into the distance and said, "Princess, another army is coming." Princess Donghuang shifted her gaze towards the direction he was looking in. The clouds in the sky above churned. A terrifying aura spread out, causing others to feel palpitations. Beams of divine light descended from the sky. The next moment, a group of silhouettes descended. The group of silhouettes was bathed in divine light. Their auras were alarming. Each person that arrived possessed extremely powerful auras. When Princess Donghuang saw these people appear, a sharp gaze flashed past in her beautiful eyes. As expected, now, everyone wanted to claim the Void Realm. The Dark Court was not the only one to return, they had also come. Princess Donghuang, the leading youth among the people who arrived, cried out as they landed before Princess Donghuang. An evil aura emanated from the body of this youth. His handsome face also emanated a sense of evil. His eyes were exceptionally bright. However, they similarly contained an evil look. The evil Emperor realm also wishes to be involved in the matters of the original realm? Princess Donghuang questioned in a cold tone as her gaze swept towards the army. For the past 300 years, the original realm had always been at peace. Now that the Dark Court had returned, the evil Emperor realm had actually also arrived here as well. They seemed to intend to interfere in the dispute over the original realm. The divine prefectures of the East have ruled the original realm for more than 300 years, the youth said. Now, they should cede control over the original realm. In the future, the original realm should not belong to the divine prefecture anymore. It should instead be an independent region that is not ruled by any force. The resources of the original realm had been pillaged for countless years. It already did not have many precious resources left. However, the top figures still wanted this source of the heavenly path. There had even been great prophets who prophesied that the changes of the universe would begin from the original realm. The current world order was formed due to the collapse of the original realm. Future changes would probably also begin here. Hence, the various forces were unwilling to let the divine prefecture continue to rule this land. After the arrival of the Dark Court, the evil Emperor realm always had their eyes on this place. It was just that they had only meaningfully appeared at this moment. In the future, the original realm had to be opened up to all forces. Princess Donghuang turned her gaze to the youth who was speaking. She had figured out who he was. The cultivators of the evil Emperor realm had arrived. A youth was giving commands. His cultivation was not too high. From his appearance and temperament, Princess Donghuang knew who this person was. He was a legendary figure who was extremely prestigious in the current evil Emperor realm. He was the direct disciple of the evil Emperor, Shixie. Rumor has it that Shixie had a divine body of the Great Path. When he was born, divine phenomena appeared. Later, he displayed extremely powerful talent in the Great Path of Space and was accepted as the direct disciple of the evil Emperor. In the empty divine realm, his standing was extremely high. Many top figures would pay him due respect when they encountered him. Rumor also had it that Shixie's character was extremely wicked and that he had inherited the antics of the evil emperor. Many people believed that Shixie would have the opportunity to inherit the position of the evil emperor in the future. Whenever the empty divine realm decides to open its boundaries, the original realm shall also do the same, Princess Donghuang responded indifferently. The empty divine realm referred to the evil emperor realm. The evil emperor ruled it, so some people called it the evil emperor realm. Others also preferred to call it the empty divine realm. Princess Donghuang claiming that the empty divine realm would open its boundaries was clearly impossible. That was the territory of the evil emperor. This also meant that, from Princess Donghuang's perspective, the original realm couldn't be opened to the outside. The divine prefecture had to control it within its grasp. In the surroundings, the power of yin flooded the vast heaven and earth. Everyone was enveloped in this icy and sinister power of yin. Many cultivators felt slightly uncomfortable. This sensation made them feel extremely unwell. Even Princess Donghuang's entourage was similarly enveloped within this power. Each of their silhouettes appeared to become somewhat blurry. Shixie's eyes were staring at Princess Donghuang. An evil aura emanated from them. His thin lips curled into a smile, which was even more evil-looking. I have heard that Donghuang the Great dotes on you, Princess. If I can capture you, I am certain that the Great Emperor would not mind opening a mere divine prefecture to the outside, Shixie said as he stared at Princess Donghuang. His courage was quite something. Before this, the Lord of the Underworld had never even thought about touching Princess Donghuang. After all, actually angering Donghuang the Great was no small matter. If that happened, no one would be able to control the situation. However, this Shixie seemed to be unafraid. From this, one could gauge his courage and insight. Protect Her Highness, the empty Imperial Palace Lord ordered. Some figures who were fighting below rose into the sky and also arrived beside Princess Donghuang. They stood around her. Spear Emperor Du Yu was initially the strongest person beside Princess Donghuang. However, he had led the Lord of the Underworld away. He was naturally unable to take care of this side of the battlefield. Now, the evil Emperor realm cultivators had arrived, and they actually wanted to make a move on Princess Donghuang. If Spear Emperor Du Yu knew that this would happen, he would not have left. However, there were still top figures who came in this direction. They had even given up on the battlefield below. When Princess Donghuang encountered danger, protecting her was naturally their top priority. First, it was to showcase themselves. Secondly, it was because if anything actually happened to Princess Donghuang, no one knew whether the Great Emperor would get involved or not. If he was angry, anything could happen. What if he came to settle the score with them? If the princess was all right, there was no harm in them making a few mistakes. However, if anything happened to her, no one could escape the blame. The princess is prestigious, do not harm her, Shixie ordered. Under the power of yin, figures stepped out and headed over towards Princess Donghuang. For a moment, this caused the members of the Divine Prefecture to be under a lot of pressure. They were facing the armies of two forces on two fronts. A silhouette moved forward. In front of this person, a golden divine sword was floating. From within his sword, unparalleled golden spatial divine light was emitted. Swoosh! The divine sword flew out. Countless divine swords suddenly appeared all around and generated resonance. The cultivator then pointed his finger forward, and countless spatial divine swords immediately ripped apart the space as they advanced and slaughtered their way forward. In an instant, it was as though the sky was being divided into infinite pieces by spatial divine swords. Divide the space. The swords would divide up this world. A brilliant divine light radiated outwards. A golden cauldron of unparalleled divinity enveloped the various cultivators. It contained everyone within it. The divine swords slaughtered their way over, tore apart the space of the great path and crashed into the precious cauldron. Loud clanging could be heard. Cracks appeared on the cauldron, and it then shattered into dust. "Princess, please leave first," a voice cried out. A cultivator of Celestial Worthy Mountain had said this. As he uttered the last word, he extended his palm forward. Immediately, there was a loud clang. A gigantic divine cauldron appeared in the sky above. Dazzling destructive light was released from within it. Everywhere the light touched, everything in the world seemed to be suppressed and destroyed by it. The light intended to envelop the entire space where the opponents were. A figure stepped forward in the sky. He was yet another top figure. He grabbed the air, and instantly, fissures appeared in the space. A terrifying storm of the great path of space was formed from the fissures. The cracks opened wide and savagely pounced on the precious cauldron, intending to engulf it. However, the precious cauldron spun, and myriads of divine halos sprinkled down, destroying everything. A vacuum space was temporarily formed around the cauldron. Princess Donghuang glanced down at the ground. When they were exchanging blows, quite a number of cultivators of the Dark Court rushed into the crack underground. It seemed like they wanted to enter the core region of the Shadow Realm and locate the divine item. Right now, the divine item went berserk and showed signs of appearing. If the divine item really appeared, who wouldn't want it? This divine item alone had shaped a supreme realm, the Shadow Realm. Its might was undoubtedly terrifying. At the same time, an aura that caused the hearts of the crowd to tremble permeated the air from underground. One by one, cultivators dashed underground, causing the entire Shadow Realm to shake even more violently. The entire world was quaking. If the divine item fell into the hands of the cultivators of the Dark Court, a catastrophe would surely follow. From the ground, a mysterious, cold light gushed forth. Everywhere the light covered, the power of yin was activated to its utmost limit. Everyone was freezing when they were exposed to the light. Frost slowly covered their bodies as they trembled in the cold. Some cultivators who had weak cultivation turned into ice sculptures right away. They were frozen on their spots. They couldn't resist the cold at all. This scene caused everyone on the battlefield to reveal strange expressions. Was the divine item still shaking? The abnormality was getting more intense and had reached a point where it could threaten the cultivators at the Renhuang Plain. Be careful, Emperor Nan warned. Even he felt slightly threatened by this aura. The battle which happened on the ground had barely started, and it was brought to a halt due to the abnormality. All the cultivators moved higher up into the sky and spread out. All of them released their will to defend against the aura. In the blink of an eye, everyone was enveloped by the light. Buzz. Yet another terrifying aura descended. There were still cultivators fighting each other at this moment. Even under such circumstances, they still would not give up. Futian appeared. He seemed to have turned into a tree, with his body as the tree trunk. When the cold light shone in his direction, he absorbed the energy into his body bit by bit, merging the energy into his. Futian could sense that the power of his great path was strengthening. The world tree was indeed omnipotent, Futian thought to himself. It could even absorb and refine the power of yin for its own use. From the looks of it, the way, which was born from his world tree, was indeed what he had expected. It was a flawless great path. Hence, his combat ability was stronger than that of cultivators who were at the same level. He could even kill middle-level Renhuangs. With the help of divine arms and the will of the emperor, he had killed a 7th-tier upper-level Renhuang. Under the corrosion of the power of yin, everyone was soaked in this power. However, the battle still persisted despite the crowd getting further apart from each other. Futian looked in the direction where Princess Donghuang was. Some cultivators launched a sneak attack at her. The enemy attacked all the cultivators who were protecting Princess Donghuang. They were locked in their respective places. Behind the princess, there were many upper-level Renhuangs and middle-level Renhuangs. Even though they were dispersed, they still made their way towards the princess when they saw her in danger. Right at this moment, a sinister figure moved towards Princess Donghuang. It was none other than Xie. As Xie approached Princess Donghuang, a few cultivators blocked in front of her and stared at Xie with cold gazes filled with murderous intent. Xie shifted his will, and instantly, an abnormal phenomenon occurred. A dazzling pattern appeared above his body. Divine halos poured down endlessly. The light shot directly at the cultivators who stood in front of the princess. In an instant, the space twisted. Those cultivators were seemingly thrown into a distorted space. When Xie stepped forward, the space warped and shifted as the divine light showered down. The ground was covered by the light of the great path of space. The space twisted and overlapped. Screams could be heard everywhere. Many cultivators revealed painful expressions as their bodies contorted uncontrollably. It was as though their body parts were in different spaces. Die, Shasier uttered a word, and the divine light slashed downwards. Swooshing sounds could be heard, accompanied by the sound of blood splashing outwards. Many cultivators were torn apart by the great path of space. The scene was gruesome. He was so powerful. Futian, who had witnessed everything from afar, exclaimed internally. He didn't know Shasier, but he could sense that the great path of space, which Shasier was proficient in, was similarly a flawless great path. His great path was at a much higher level than other ordinary great paths. Shasier merely shifted his will and the space contorted. Many renhuangs were helpless against him. This person's understanding of the usage of the great path of space was practically terrifying. It had already merged into his every movement. Futian did not know that this Shasier was known as an existence with a divine body of the great path. He was a natural-born possessor of the spatial divine power. He had been accepted as a direct disciple by the master of the empty divine realm, the evil emperor. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,